The rise of fascism in Europe, the history of the fascist takeovers in Nazi Germany, Italy, and Spain during the 20th century. By Charles River Editors. Introduction. Members of the Nazi Party during the Beer Hall Putsch. It's easy to forget how young Italy was when Benito Mussolini was born on July 29, 1883. It is hard to conceive a territory with such a long and ancient history was once young and troubled with constant conflict and instability. Similar to Germany, Italy was unified in 1861, but contrary to its northern cousin, its previous history was one of separation. Italy had no great romantic idea of a great Germany, keeping it unified even during the wars between city-states. Benito Mussolini was born and raised in a highly volatile environment where ideas already considered extreme by most contemporary observers, such as socialism, would undergo a deep and violent transformation. Mussolini would ride that wave to power, and he would hold it for decades as he opportunistically tried to strengthen Italy's position and empire. That would lead him to foreign interventions in Africa, and eventually an alliance with Nazi Germany's Adolf Hitler, ultimately costing him everything and devastating his country throughout World War II. Mussolini's final act was an attempt to flee his fate. On April 25, 1945, he was able to move about without German interference as the Allies advanced. He wore a German uniform to hide his identity and tried to march north with retreating troops, thinking he would find a way to freedom from Germany, but an armed force of partisan troops stopped the column on April 27, 1945. Mussolini was immediately identified, captured, and briefly jailed along with his lover, Claretta Petixi. There was no great trial waiting for Mussolini and no last moment under the spotlight. The partisan troops organized a show trial to give the proceedings some sense of legality, and on April 29, 1945, they took Mussolini and Claretta out of jail. The Italian dictator was shot, along with his lover, after which their corpses were brought back to Milan's Loreto Square and hung by their feet. The very next day, Hitler would commit suicide in his bunker in Berlin, and the fighting in Europe would finally come to an end a little more than a week later. It is often claimed that Adolf Hitler rose to power in Germany through democratic means, and while that is a stretch, it is true that he managed to become an absolute dictator as Chancellor of Germany in the 1930s through a mixture of politics and intimidation. Ironically, he had set such a course only because of the failure of an outright coup attempt known as the Beer Hall Putsch about a decade earlier. At the close of World War I, Hitler was an impoverished young artist who scraped by through selling souvenir paintings, but within a few years, his powerful oratory brought him to the forefront of the Nazi Party in Munich and helped make the party much more popular. A smattering of followers in the hundreds quickly became a party of thousands, with paramilitary forces like the SA backing them, and at the head of it all was a man whose fiery orations denounced Jews, communists, and other traitors for bringing upon the German nation the Treaty of Versailles, which had led to hyperinflation and a wrecked economy. During the first few years of the decade, the government in Munich had actually supported the fledgling Nazi Party as a counterweight against the Communists, which had attempted a coup years earlier, but it would nearly come back to haunt the authorities on November 8, 1923, when Hitler and his forces attempted to start a revolution and take over the city. Backed by men like Rudolf Hess, Hermann Göring, and Ernst Röhm, Hitler and the Nazis came perilously close to succeeding, and they may have been undone only because of the SA's refusal to initiate violence against German police and army members. By the following day, the police and army put down the putsch, which climaxed with a short firefight in which the man standing next to Hitler was killed by a shot through the lungs, a bullet that came close to striking the future Führer in the torso. However, despite being the instigator and being arrested in its aftermath as a traitor, the political atmosphere not only saved Hitler from a potential death sentence but practically made him a sympathetic figure. He would end up serving less than a year in prison, and as soon as he was released he went back to working with the Nazis, now convinced that the path to power lay through peaceful means. The early 1930s were a tumultuous period for German politics, even in comparison to the ongoing transition to the modern era that caused various forms of chaos throughout the rest of the world. In the United States, reliance on the outdated gold standard and an absurdly parsimonious monetary policy helped bring about the Great Depression. Meanwhile, the Empire of Japan began its ultimately fatal adventurism with the invasion of Manchuria, alienating the rest of the world with the atrocities it committed. Around the same time, Gandhi began his drive for the peaceful independence of India through nonviolent protests against the British. It was in Germany, however, that the strongest seeds of future tragedy were sown. The struggling Weimar Republic had become a breeding ground for extremist politics, including two opposed and powerful authoritarian entities, the right-wing National Socialists and the left-wing KPD Communist Party. As the 1930s dawned, these two totalitarian groups held one another in a temporary stalemate, enabling the fragile ghost of democracy to continue a largely illusory survival for a few more years. That stalemate was broken in dramatic fashion on a bitterly cold night in late February 1933, and it was the Nazis who emerged decisively as the victors. A single act of arson against the famous Reichstag building proved to be the catalyst that propelled Adolf Hitler to victory in the elections of March 1933, which set the German nation irrevocably on the path towards World War II. That war would plunge much of the planet into an existential battle that ultimately cost an estimated 60 million lives. Given its importance, the burning of the Reichstag has been viewed as a turning point in history, but the mystery over who was actually responsible still lingers. Officially, a German court convicted and executed a Dutch communist, Marinus van der Lubbe, and the Nazis would rail against the fire as a communist plot in the ensuing weeks. Van der Lubbe claimed at trial that he acted alone, and many communists accused the Nazis of conducting the fire as a false flag operation, but in any case, in the wake of the fire, communists across Germany were purged, allowing Hitler and the Nazis to strengthen their hold on political power. Like other totalitarian regimes, the leader of the Nazis kept an iron grip on power in part by making sure nobody else could attain too much of it, leading to purges of high-ranking officials in the Nazi Party. Of these purges, the most notorious was the Night of the Long Knives, a purge in the summer of 1934 that came about when Hitler ordered the surprise executions of several dozen leaders of the SA. This fanatically National Socialist paramilitary organization had been a key instrument in overthrowing democratic government in Germany and raising Hitler to dictatorial power in the first place. However, the SA was an arm of the Nazi phenomenon which had socialist leanings and which was the private army of Ernst Röhm, which was enough for Hitler to consider the organization dangerous. Röhm was a challenger to the Führer's position with his mushrooming SA ranks, which were more loyal to him than to the nominal head of Nazi Germany. Though the SA as a whole survived Hitler's purge, its star was eclipsed by the rise of the newly favored Schutzstaffel, which was instrumental in implementing the Night of the Long Knives. Additionally, the SA's senior leadership was decimated, leading to a loss of cohesion and focus. Even its overall commander, Ernst Röhm, fell victim to Hitler's violence, and Hitler himself later spoke words which summed up the calculated ruthlessness he used to deal with his enemies, both domestic and foreign. The victor will not be asked afterwards whether he told the truth or not. When starting and waging war, it is not right that matters, but victory. Close your hearts to pity. Act brutally. Several other factions were also involved. The German army, or Reichswehr, was theoretically limited to a total of 100,000 men by the treaties ending World War I, but the German military was one of the major keys to power. Rome dreamed of subsuming it totally into the SA, a nightmare from the point of view of the highly conservative and aristocratic officer corps. A man who championed the cause of the Reichswehr and kept it free of subordination to the SA could likely win its loyalty for years to come regardless of his own political and cultural agenda, which Hitler managed to accomplish with the purge. The Spanish Civil War has exerted a powerful impact on the historical imagination. Without question, the conflict was a key moment in the 20th century, a precursor to World War II, and an encapsulation of the rise of extremist movements in the 1930s, but it was also a complex narrative in and of itself, even as it offered a truly international theater of war. It marked one of the seminal moments, along with the 1929 Wall Street crash, between the two apocalyptic wars of the early 20th century, and since it occurred between 1936 and 1939, Spain proved to be a testing ground of tactics, weaponry, and ideology ahead of World War II. For the Allied powers Britain and France, Spain became a nadir of appeasement, yet, as the name suggests, the conflict had distinctly Spanish characteristics. The pressures that led to war were particular to the country, its social challenges, and its long and intricate history, and it was a conflict between two sides that included disparate elements like the clergy, socialists, landowners, and even anarchists. It is estimated that somewhere between 500,000 to 2 million people were killed in the war. Unlike World War II, the Spanish conflict attracted artists and writers, many of whom reflected upon events and even volunteered to fight. Pablo Picasso's painting Guernica, journalist Martha Gellhorn's reports, Robert Capa's iconic photography, George Orwell's homage to Catalonia, and Ernest Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls are just some examples of the art and literature that documented the war, and 80 years later, the conflict and its causes still inspire musicians and writers. Ultimately, the forces of reaction, led by General Francisco Franco, triumphed, and after his victory in 1939, Franco ruled Spain with an iron fist for 36 years. Upon his death, however, a reconstructed version of the Spanish Republic was enacted, albeit this time as a constitutional monarchy. Part of the tacit agreement which led to democracy in the 1970s was a burial of former grievances and the memory of the Civil War, but a lack of reconciliation has left the conflict's unresolved issues bubbling under the surface of Spanish society. In recent years, new material and accounts have been published, firmly demonstrating that the impact of the war is far from done. The rise of fascism in Europe, the history of the fascist takeovers in Nazi Germany, Italy, and Spain during the 20th century. About Charles River Editors. Introduction. Mussolini, Italy, and World War I. The Nazis and the end of World War I. Mussolini's rise to power. The Beer Hall Putsch. The Weimar Republic's missteps. The burning of the Reichstag. Nazi consolidation. The push for an Italian empire. The start of the Spanish Civil War. War of attrition. The end of the war. Online resources. Further reading about Mussolini's takeover. Further reading about the Spanish Civil War. Further reading about the Nazi takeover. Mussolini, Italy, and World War I. Mussolini's birthplace. It's easy to forget how young Italy was when Benito Mussolini was born on July 29, 1883. It is hard to conceive a territory with such a long and ancient history was once young and troubled with constant conflict and instability. Similar to Germany, Italy was unified in 1861, but contrary to its northern cousin, its previous history was one of separation. Italy had no great romantic idea of a great Germany, keeping it unified even during the wars between city-states. Benito Mussolini was born and raised in a highly volatile environment where ideas already considered extreme by most contemporary observers, such as socialism, would undergo a deep and violent transformation. Mussolini's family was wealthy by Italian standards of the time, but they had recently fallen into disgrace and were forced to sell all their land to pay their debts. One of the first Italian socialists, his father possessed an ideology with the bent of an extreme anarchist. He was arrested multiple times, though his status always saved him from serious consequences. While young Benito idolized his father's political activity, it was his mother, a Catholic religiously and politically, who brought stability to the family his father practically abandoned. She also provided him with most of his education. Mussolini's father. Mussolini's mother. Mussolini's youth was a mixture of political activism and extremes. He was known to be violent and prone to excessive drinking. Between 1892 and 1894, he committed a long series of violent acts and was expelled by a Salesian college for stabbing another student. It's a testament to the troubled nature of the times in Italy that even with these problems, not only did Benito graduate in 1901 but less than a year later, he began teaching in a rural school in the town of Gualtieri. Mussolini joined the Italian Socialist Party in 1900 but fled to Switzerland during 1902 to avoid military service. While this choice might appear strange, considering it was made by a person who would not only lead the Italian military but would also espouse an ideology replete with warmongering and military thinking. To understand his decision, it must first be understood that the early 20th century Italian army was an incredibly strict and politically repressive entity. To escape from service was, for many openly active political figures, the only way to avoid being chastised for their political ideas in a military renowned for its heavy use of physical punishment. Mussolini spent 2 years in relative misery. Though he was able to support himself with physical labor, his self-imposed exile was hard on his mental state. It is during these years that his fervent anti-clericalism turned extreme. His speeches in which he challenged God, if he existed, to strike him where he stood raised scandal. Military service was, however, not to be defied. Swiss authorities grew quickly irritated at Mussolini's political activism and retaliated swiftly, arresting him and delivering him to Italian authorities. Luck intervened in Mussolini's favor when, in 1904, he was about to be tried for desertion but was given amnesty, signed to celebrate the birth of new Crown Prince Umberto. Mussolini's identification card after being arrested in 1903. Once introduced to his military unit he still needed to complete his service. Mussolini kept rigorous conduct to avoid paying the price of his previous political activity. His chance to exit the undesirables came when his mother died in 1905. Taking advantage of the sad time, Mussolini wrote a deeply patriotic letter to his superiors, gaining their trust with a mixture of emotional and ideological manipulation. The ability to go with the flow and use any situation to his advantage, giving up, if necessary, the core beliefs he had fervently upheld until that very moment were key features of his character. Not only would this influence his future life but the history of the entire Italian nation. At that point, Mussolini was a socialist with deep faith in Marx's teachings, mixed with a violent attitude and profound disrespect for the rule of law, something he saw as a barrier between him and the results he desired. Drawing an accurate political compass of Mussolini's early life is, therefore, practically impossible, since his positions varied based on his environment and situation. While a first look might reveal a person who believed in nothing, willing to change to serve his interests, a different point of view might reveal a troubled man, searching for something between nationalistic ideas and universal socialism. Between 1906 and 1909, Mussolini was a teacher in Tolmezzo, a small town in northern Italy, and his social activism resumed and intensified with activities, including those that moved outside the nation, such as anti-clerical activism in Trento, deep in Austrian territory. This new, peaceful phase as a teacher was short-lived. In 1911, Italy invaded Libya in an attempt to join the global community and reap the benefits of a colonial empire. Mussolini sprung immediately to action. While his political activity was connected to his anti-war side, his actual objective was to rouse the masses to a violent socialist revolution against the government. It was a faraway goal he pursued with anything he thought to try at the time, which was mainly public speeches and ground-level activism. He was arrested on October 14, 1911, on accusation of sabotaging the war effort and condemned to spend a year in jail. He used that time to write anti-clerical texts for use during future political actions. It must be understood that attacking Catholic doctrines and ideas in Italy at the time was considered more political action than religious debate since the Catholic Church maintained substantial control over most of the population. Mussolini in the 1900s. Jail time provided Mussolini with some fame inside the National Socialist Party, granting him a privileged position when, in 1912, the more moderate wing of the party was kicked out, opening space for radical, new characters. Mussolini took on the role of chief editor of Avanti. magazine and became a renowned political Italian voice from its pages. After taking control of Avanti in 1913, Mussolini pushed again for violent revolution against a government which was, in his view, leaving behind most of the population and only interested in providing advantages to powerful capitalists. He called for a bloodbath, and the physical extermination of the bourgeoisie in his articles. While a minority inside the Socialist Party considered Mussolini's views extreme and counterproductive, a vast majority was ripe for violent revolution, ready to fight and take what they considered theirs. Socialist activity with strong revolutionary desires slowly ramped up tension levels, leading to an outburst in 1914 in a series of violent protests, known as the Red Week, that shook Italy to its core. These protests were not a part of some coordinated plan but a spontaneous explosion of frustration against a government which proved to be blind to most social problems and prone to violent repression and the absolute protection of the status quo. Given his violent past, one would think Mussolini might find himself at home in this kind of environment, but having learned from his past mistakes, he mostly kept himself away from it, participating only from pages of Avanti. The failure of the Red Week Revolution, easily repressed by the government, taught Mussolini an important lesson: popular insurrection was not a realistic road to power. In search for a new route to power, Mussolini would soon abandon his political party. The beginning of the First World War left Italy in a precarious position. While Italy had no real ties or direct reasons to join the war since the defensive alliance deal with the Central Powers had no relevance after Germany began the war on the offense, a fervent internal debate began. Socialist neutrality was directly opposed to those who saw joining the war as the only way to take the last naturally Italian territories back from Austria, such as the city of Trieste. Mussolini started his activism maintaining a strictly socialist line in Avanti, but after September 1914, he began a series of secret meetings with members on the intervention side. On the 18th of October of that same year, Avanti was published an article promoting active neutrality as opposed to absolute neutrality. This meant a push toward cooperation with interventionist political forces and the eventual conflict itself. While this might seem a subtle difference in words, the Socialist Party took it extremely seriously. 4 days after publishing his article, Mussolini was expelled from his party. Less than a month later, he was already leading a new magazine, Popolo d'Italia, which encouraged Italy to intervene in the conflict. Being expelled from the Socialist Party was a risk, but Mussolini was capable of understanding his position and the many moving pieces at work in the galaxy of Italian politics. The left, represented mainly by the Socialist Party, was not only incapable of organizing the violent revolution of Mussolini's dreams, but it was also quite resistant to his particular style of leadership, which was more akin to that of a war chief than that of an intellectual. Mussolini was better suited to take advantage of the intervention side and its nationalistic, warmongering propaganda. Being on the side of intervention, he was supported by most of the elite and higher middle class who provided him with access to substantial financial resources. Mussolini became the Socialist Party's worst nightmare. His Popolo d'Italia was capable of communicating with the lower classes using similar terms and slogans but pushing a message of warmongering instead of the universal neutrality predicated by the socialists. While Popolo d'Italia was now recognized as one of the Socialist Party's most dangerous political enemies, Mussolini kept repeating that he remained a deeply devoted socialist, even if they didn't consider him as such. It has to be pointed out that considering his particular strand of socialism was deeply embedded with anarchist ideas, this could be considered a true statement, though it is also true that once he moved to the interventionist side, his practical mind, always searching for ways to gain more influence, took center stage, slowly driving him away from his old positions. Mussolini started pushing the idea of entering the war for material reasons, reconquering what was considered Italian land, and expanding into Dalmatia and the Middle East. All of those on the intervention side, Mussolini among them, pushed to show the public the incredible material gains that could be won with what they thought would be an easy and brief war. More ideological motives were at play than this. All major powers already fighting the Italian nationalists were pushing for the chance to prove themselves, to experience the adventure war was supposed to be, and to put all of the patriotic concepts and ideas to use once again and become heroes like the soldiers who had unified Italy. Even if he changed political sides and abandoned his old party, Mussolini didn't change his tactics. His violent nature was the mainstay of many articles published in 1915. They were sometimes even threatening, containing a cue to take down the monarchy if Italy didn't enter the war at the extreme. Cowardice wasn't an option in Mussolini's rhetoric, and keeping out of what seemed to be the most lucrative conflict in Italian history at the time was unacceptable. Italy chose war and finally entered the conflict on the 24th of May, 1915 with the promise under London's secret pact that all desired territories on the northern borders and the Balkans would become Italian after the Austrians fell. Italy stumbled into war pushed by many forces, but at the highest level of government, many were unsure of the optimistic interventionist view, thinking that maintaining neutrality would prove to be the better choice. The Italian middle class rose up and marched on the front just as their German and French peers had done before them. A century of middle-class love was spent in the First World War, wrote Francis Scott Fitzgerald decades later in his novel Tender is the Night, giving readers one of the best summaries of the enthusiasm moving entire generations out of their universities and comfortable houses and into the trenches. Mussolini joined the army with his age class on August 31, 1915, and made corporal, but his socialist connections kept him from joining the officer schools at which he aimed. It was the standard operating procedure in an army still under an absolute conservative rule, where devotion or connections to socialist ideologies was unacceptable. Mussolini faced political obstacles during his World War I experience, but his natural violent attitude and ability to adapt to extreme situations made him an excellent soldier, praised by his officers. He never forgot about his political ambitions during the war and fervently worked to better his position, even while occupying the trenches. He wrote a day-to-day war diary which he sent back to his Popolo d'Italia for publication, presenting himself not only as a war hero but a charismatic leader, working to unite the nation from the trenches where different social classes joined in a single entity. Mussolini's Great War experience was fundamental, in many ways, to his future political ascendance and rise to power and is, therefore, something we should spend time defining. On the Italian front, the war contained technological and tactical advancements implemented on all its fronts in which a combination of barbed wire and artillery would turn the idea of romantic, chivalrous warfare into a horrifying experience, the closest thing the world had ever seen to hell on earth. The Italian front was located on the Eastern Alps, some of the highest mountains in Europe. Soldiers fought from peak to peak, hiding in caves and desperately trying to push supplies up the dangerous slopes. On the 23rd of September, 1917, Mussolini suffered multiple injuries after being hit by a wave of shrapnel. While the most direct effect of this was the end of his direct participation in the war, this is also the first moment in which his narcissistic tendencies came to the forefront. In Popolo d'Italia, he wrote about how he had allegedly refused painkillers while the medical team removed shrapnel from his body. While it can be argued that Mussolini was always dramatic in his writing, this was the beginning of a trend that would dominate the rest of his life, as he was always at work to inject a glorious, epic feel to it. Back from war, Mussolini found Popolo d'Italia in a massive financial crisis. While this was a problem for his popularity and ability to speak to the nation, in actuality, the objective had already been completed, and these problems had no bearing on Mussolini's future as a political figure. Proof of this was that instead of reeling in some of his more extreme rhetoric in an attempt to attract moderate investments, he persevered accusing military authorities of not pursuing victory with enough energy, while at the same time, denouncing military censorship. Feeling the help from the right wing slipping away, Mussolini made a small gesture to reconnect with some of his former Socialist Party acquaintances. It's unclear how this might have influenced the future of Italian politics, since the most crucial battle of World War I was being fought on the Italian front when these letters were being sent back and forth, trampling the entire political spectrum. On the 24th of October, 1917, in a location along the Italian front known as Caporetto, the reinforcement from the German army for which the Austrians had been waiting finally arrived. The Italians, who had fought a bloody war against the weakened and demoralized remains of a dying empire, found themselves confronted with the best military force the world had ever seen, and they were completely blown away. While the crisis was stopped militarily by reforming a front on the River Piave, such a crushing defeat would have long-term ramifications politically. All in favor of those who, like Mussolini, had criticized the war effort, maintained a strong, warrior-like ethos. Even before Caporetto, Mussolini had pushed for an aggressive strategy, criticizing the government for avoiding the use of a terrorist artillery strike on German cities. When the possibility of defeat became far too real, his rhetoric found new airs, further contributing to the creation of Mussolini's legendary political character. Mussolini was used as a tool by the Italian government to help counter the powerful push for neutrality by the socialists. When peace was signed, he was to be put back on the shelf, never to touch the main stage of Italian public life again. Right after the end of the First World War, Italy was a different country in a different world, something the old and conservative political class couldn't understand. Mussolini now lived in a world in which violent revolution had managed to crumble one of the grand old monarchies in Russia, where their experiences in the trenches joined a once culturally divided Italian people, and in an Italy where government and the military had imposed a heavy campaign to create an Italian national identity and grow the use of its primary language. After the war, Italy was filled with veterans returning home, bringing with them new political ideas and experiences, ready to use their newfound fighting prowess for a cause. Mussolini in 1917. The Bolshevik Revolution wasn't just important because it proved the possibility of unseating old governments. The Bolsheviks released the many secret treaties archived by the Tsarist monarchy, showing the world how materialism and imperialism were the reasons behind all nations moving to war. One such treaty, the already cited London Pact, revealed what had been promised to Italy, consequentially making the public understand how little was actually conquered in the end. Italy was never awarded Trieste or the Dalmatian territories. The reasons for this are complex and delve into international politics far from our topic. What is really important is that an incredible number of people, from veterans to the families who lost everything during the war, started feeling as if they had been tricked by the rest of the world, as if their sacrifices, their dead, had all been for nothing while other nations feasted at the banquet of victory. Fear of the new communist menace and hate for the mutilated victory gripped many, ready to be exploited by those who could say they were pro-war but critical of the government from the beginning. When the elite were prepared to throw Mussolini away, he was in a position to lead a movement different from anything they had seen before. The Nazis and the end of World War I. Pictures of Canadian soldiers fighting at Valenciennes in November 1918. At 11 o'clock this morning came to an end the cruelest and most terrible war that has ever scourged mankind. I hope we may say that thus, this fateful morning, came to an end all wars. David Lloyd George, November 11, 1918. By early November 1918, the Allies were steadily pushing the Germans back across the Western Front. The Americans and French moved forward in the Meuse-Argonne area, the British and Anzac troops pressed forward around the Saint-Quentin Canal, the Army Group Flanders in the north advanced, and the British, Australian, and Canadian troops continued from Cambrai. In the wake of their relatively bloodless victory at Cambrai, British and Anzac troops resupplied and then broke through the German lines where they had attempted to rally at Naves and Thun-Saint-Martin, but the Allies held up again around Le Cateau, where the Germans had once again turned a river into a natural defensive bulwark by fortifying the eastern bank of the Selle River and dominating its approaches with guns and machine guns. The British commander, General Henry Rawlinson, had to determine how his troops would negotiate the river itself, then the fortified railway embankment on the eastern bank, and finally storm the heavily defended ridge beyond, which could rake the entire approach with heavy fire. While Field Marshal Haig advanced with his troops 5 miles eastwards towards the Selle to outflank the German positions at Le Cateau, General Rawlinson paused for almost a week so that his heavy artillery could come up and commence bombarding the German defensive positions. By this point, despite tens of thousands of Allied casualties suffered while securing the Selle and Le Cateau, the German army was virtually spent as a fighting force. Hundreds of thousands of German soldiers were dead, incapacitated or captured, many of them irreplaceable veterans. Germany simply could not field more soldiers than were being lost, even by calling up age classes which had been considered ineligible for mobilization at the start of the war, or fudging the numbers by forcing sick or wounded men to take up arms. Additionally, the Royal Navy blockade ensured that Germany was virtually bereft of supplies, so the rations received by soldiers on the front were increasingly insufficient to meet their needs or absent altogether. There was also a dearth of ammunition and medical supplies, not to mention machine guns and light and heavy artillery pieces, of which the Allies had captured hundreds in their lightning advance. At 11 a.m. on the 11th day of the 11th month, the war to end all wars finally came to an end. The armistice brought about the cessation of all offensive activities in Europe, and the points detailed in the text of the armistice itself were mainly decided by Marshal Foch. Though based upon Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, what they meant in brief was a complete and utter defeat for Germany. All military hostilities were to cease immediately within 6 hours, and Germany would withdraw all remaining troops from France, Luxembourg, Belgium, and Alsace-Lorraine within 2 weeks. The Germans would also be obliged to pull back from their positions in Turkey, Romania, and Austro-Hungary and resume the 1914 border line. Likewise, they would have to withdraw all forces on the Western Front to the Rhine and submit to Allied occupation of a buffer zone. The German Navy would also be confined to port, and all its submarines surrendered to the Allies, along with 5,000 artillery pieces, 25,000 machine guns, 3,000 mortars, 1,700 airplanes, 5,000 train locomotives and 150,000 train cars. A painting depicting the signing of the armistice in a carriage of Foch's private train, CIWL number 2419. Foch at the signing of the armistice. As the terms suggest, there was no sympathy for the Germans, either in the armistice terms or in those of the peace that followed. Likewise, public opinion was strongly in favor of making examples out of the Germans. Millions had died, France and Belgium had been devastated, and Russia had been plunged into bloody revolution, and it was firmly believed that the Germans had been responsible for all of it and thus deserved everything they got. Accordingly, the Allies kept firing upon the German positions right until the very last possible second before the armistice came into effect. Carting spare ammunition back to the artillery depot seemed like an unnecessary task when it could simply be fired at the Germans, particularly in case they decided not to honor the terms of the agreement. In fact, Allied artillery was responsible for over 10,000 casualties on November 11 alone, with what was likely the final shot of the war being fired by Battery 4 of the U.S. Navy's railway guns at 10 hours 57 minutes and 30 seconds. What followed World War I in the shell-shocked vacuum of a war-ravaged Germany is well known, and the merits of meting out such a ruthless punishment on the losers, and the resentment and hatred this fostered within the German population, has been debated at length. That said, it is difficult not to sympathize with the decision-makers who forced the terms of surrender down the Kaiser's throat after seeing millions of their young men march off to fight and die against what they saw as unrepentant German aggression. The peace process was always bound to be an emotional issue, particularly for the French and Belgians at the table who had seen huge swaths of their countries turned into barren, shell-blasted wastelands by 4 years of warfare. Still, some of the veterans at the time presumed the Great War would not be the war to end all wars. Indeed, Foch himself prophetically asserted, "This is not a peace. It is an armistice for 20 years." Defeat in World War I left Germany reeling with shame, injured pride, and deep resentment, as well as racked by economic woes. The nation had been filled with discontent and problems even before the conflict began, including an extremely poisonous and widespread anti-Semitism which flourished because the Jews were defenseless and thus formed a group upon whom the miserable and destitute could take out their frustrations with impunity. As a result, the combination of military and economic collapse at the end of the war left Germany subject to widespread economic pain and violent social conflict, the kind of conditions that lead to revolutions much like the one that had swept up Russia in 1917. Fear and hatred ruled the day in Germany at the end of the First World War. Gun battles, assassinations, riots, massacres and civil unrest denied Germans the stability in which a new democratic order could flourish. Indeed, the communist Spartacists attempted a bloody revolution until they were crushed by the paramilitary right-wing Freikorps, which rose as a counter to the then very real threat of communist totalitarianism, and a general fear of the communist menace remained even after the Spartacists were broken decisively. Ironically, that would allow for the formation of other paramilitary forces like the SA that Hitler would end up utilizing in his rise to power. The problems were further exacerbated by the transition from class-based traditional society to modern culture, with its rationalism, emphasis on individual freedom, and intellectually penetrating doubts about the long-settled cultural status quo and its frequently illogical taboos and prejudices. Issues such as hairstyles, modes of dress, and the role of women grew to overwhelming threats to civilization itself in the fevered imaginations of socially conservative elements, who were often those most paradoxically ready to embrace radical authoritarian politics. The varied factions occupied a strange common ground in one regard: their frenzied anti-Semitism. A demonic, utterly destructive, inhuman Jew was seen behind every phenomenon that was hated, feared, or suspected, even those of diametrically opposed character. Germany's collective imagination deemed the Jews to be simultaneous architects of capitalist tyranny over the workers and communist incendiaries seeking to rouse Bolshevik hordes to slit the throats of entrepreneurs and good, honest, hard-working Germans. Every Jew who had ever lived or who was then living was viewed not as a regular person but as a bizarrely fanatical, devilish saboteur dedicated to destroying all society, culture, art, and hope on the earth. World War I had been lost, it was asserted, not because the Germans had been overwhelmed by force of numbers but because the Jews had stabbed the Imperial Army in the back. This myth was vigorously fostered by the army's top generals, who wished to divert blame for the defeat from themselves. The fear, despair, and deprivation of the German people quickly coalesced into action, usually anti-democratic and marked by outbursts of violence. The era brought with it a new wind in politics throughout Germany. The wind blew from the trenches, from the schools, from the universities fanned by it. A large number of political and political-military groups developed in post-war Germany. The new groups opposed all existing political groups, institutions, and doctrines, and were to a considerable extent mutually competitive and destructive. Thus, a number of right-wing organizations quickly emerged in the years following Germany's surrender. One of the earliest of these was the Stahlhelm, or Steel Helmets, a paramilitary veterans organization which was both highly revolutionary and, in many ways, conservative. The Sturmabteilung, which formed later, shared many of the Stahlhelm's goals but frequently espoused a working-class, brutally socialist agenda that the Steel Helmets found contemptible. Political parties also flourished in the post-war years. The Social Democrats and the Centre Party were the most rational of these, and they largely sought to create a stable republic amid the era's ongoing chaos and economic shocks. Dedicated to a peaceful and law-abiding cultural and political outlook, however, they found it difficult to rein in the other parties and factions, which had no such scruples. The German Communist Party, or KDP, remained a force even after the Spartacists, though its star was on the wane and it never mustered enough Reichstag seats to counter the other parties' agendas. Looming behind all the other factions and parties was the Reichswehr, the German army. Though nominally reduced to an active strength of 100,000 men by the treaties that ended World War I, millions of ex-soldiers still identified closely with it and thought of themselves as military men first and foremost, giving it tremendous power. Led by a fiercely monarchist and ultra-conservative officer corps, the army was also the main wielder of legally sanctioned armed force in Germany, making it an ally worth cultivating by any politician or demagogue seeking real, lasting power. The soldiery also represented an excellent recruiting pool for any right-wing faction or leader who claimed the restoration of Germany's strength and glory as a primary objective. IFA for the majority was an aimless, day-to-day affair, since the war had alienated the soldiers from everything that gives meaning to a civilian existence. In many cases their whole lives had been disrupted by the war. Baffled by the unfamiliar problems of earning a living in the civilian world, they yearned in their drab idleness after the heroic bustle that for so long had given direction and meaning to their lives and an outlet to their hunger for action. Throughout all of this, the overarching problem for the Weimar Republic was the economy. The interplay of three factors, war reparations, taxes, and inflation, created a deadly puzzle from which the government ultimately proved unable to extract itself in time. War reparations demanded large amounts of money, but raising taxes infuriated all levels of society to the point of a real threat to oust the current government. The combination dealt a serious blow to the tenuous efforts at recovery made by the prostrate German economy. Initially, the government's solution was to print vast quantities of money, which removed the need to raise taxes but also led to runaway hyperinflation. A moderate level of inflation would have been constructive, providing the growing capital needed for a modern economy to diversify, create new industries, and generate high-paying jobs, but the inflation rose far beyond this optimal level. That said, the policies did result in a rapid reindustrialization of Germany, which would prove highly useful to Hitler and the Nazi Party in the 1930s, even as one economic catastrophe after another came during the 1920s. Even the most die-hard reactionary might eventually have learned to tolerate the Republic if it had provided a reasonable level of economic stability and a decent, solid income for its citizens. But from the start it was beset by economic failures of a dimension unprecedented in German history. The inflationary process snowballed in a bizarre and unstoppable manner in late 1922 and into 1923, the year the Beer Hall Putsch took place in November. The Germans fell behind on coal shipments to France, which formed a part of their reparations to that country, and as a result, the French and Belgians invaded and seized the Ruhr district in early 1923. The loss of this coal and industrial district was a crippling blow to the already collapsing Germany economy, and extreme hyperinflation resulted. In mid-1922, $1 was worth 1,000 marks, but by the start of 1923, it was worth 4.2 trillion marks. Naturally, the consequences for ordinary people were devastating. Considering the rise in inflation, it is perhaps astonishing that mayhem and serious attempts at revolution did not occur sooner. The German correspondent of the British Daily Mail reported on July 29, 1923, "In the shops the prices are typewritten and posted hourly. For instance, a gramophone at 10 a.m. was 5 million marks, but at 3 p.m. it was 12 million marks. A copy of the Daily Mail purchased on the street yesterday cost 35,000 marks, but today it costs 60,000 marks. The terror of the ordinary German, confronted by their own utter helplessness in a situation that must have appeared surreal and nightmarish to those trapped within it, was profound. The inflation struck at the most basic and inescapable need of everyone, the ability to eat. The most dramatic and serious effects were on the price of food. A woman sitting down in a cafe might order a cup of coffee for 5,000 marks and be asked to give the waiter 8,000 for it when she got up to pay an hour later. A kilo of rye bread, that staple of the German daily diet, cost 163 marks on January 3, 1923 and 233 billion marks on November 19. At the height of the hyperinflation, over 90% of the expenditure of an average family went on food. After the First World War, Georges Clemenceau had wanted to destroy Germany's strength permanently with crippling reparations. Woodrow Wilson, showing far more statesmanship, took the position that exacting no reparations was a preferable course, which might allow a recovering country where democracy could take hold. The French and British, however, overruled this wise counsel and proceeded with their plan, and the French seizure of the Ruhr in 1923 precipitated the worst of the hyperinflation, creating utter desperation in the German population. Workers streamed into the farmland during the summer, attempting to seize crops from the fields, which the equally desperate farmers defended lethally, resulting in shootouts in the German countryside. Clemenceau. In 1924, the American government once again showed a level head by negotiating the Dawes Plan, the brainchild of Nobel Prize winner Charles G. Dawes. In broad strokes, this plan ended the French occupation of the Ruhr, giving the Germans back an industrial region critical for their economy, and it set up a staggered payment plan for the reparations which the Germans could actually meet without complete impoverishment. The United States also made massive loans to the German government in an effort to bolster its economy and give it the means necessary to pay the reparations without inflating its currency. However, the damage caused by the British and French policies had been done. The economic recovery was slow and tentative, despite the Americans' best efforts, and fury, fear, resentment, hate, and humiliation filled the hearts of millions of Germans. Huge paramilitary organizations dedicated to exacting what amounted to a national revenge sprang up and attracted more and more followers every time the economic recovery faltered even slightly. Perhaps most crucially, a man with a cookie duster mustache and dreams of a 1,000-year Reich, the extermination of Jews, and the rise of Germany as a dominant military power became a known political figure in the desperate days of 1923. At the moment when Germany was writhing in the fatal grip of hyperinflation and facing the real prospect of mass starvation in late 1923, and when the relief offered by the Dawes Plan still lay unseen several months in the future, this man emerged to challenge the world powers and issue the call for Germany's renewal. That man was Adolf Hitler, and the event which permanently catapulted him into the national and international political arena was the Beer Hall Putsch. After his years as a pauper in Vienna, where he was frequently reduced to sleeping on park benches or in doorways after his mother died and her small pension ceased to be paid, Hitler moved to Munich, and he would return there after fighting in World War I. Thus, Munich was the place where his first experiment with revolutionary Nazi politics, the Beer Hall Putsch, would occur. Hitler as a soldier in World War I. Hitler's choice of Munich as his base of operations for the new, political phase of his life was inspired. The Bavarian city had become a bastion of extreme right-wing politics and various fascist movements, some of which were illegal in the rest of Germany, and these discontented elements formed a ready-made audience for the tirades which the young former corporal would soon unleash upon them. Before the war, Hitler worked as an artist, displaying moderate talent in drawing or painting architectural subjects, and in Vienna, he painted famous buildings and sold these as souvenirs to visitors or to people proud of the landmarks of their city. He carried out precisely the same program in Munich, focusing on the most well-known subjects and only rarely introducing human figures into his pictures. Those days ended once Hitler joined the German army during World War I, and he was emotionally devastated when it lost. The fact of Germany's defeat, combined with his inability to accept that Germans could be defeated by any foreigner in a straight fight, unhinged him even more, and he convinced himself that 12,000 Jewish scoundrels had somehow decided the fate of millions of armed and disciplined men fighting hundreds of miles away. Meanwhile, the Munich he returned to was torn by factions and subject to an unsuccessful uprising by communists, which was short-lived but had profound repercussions. The ill-armed Red Army was made up of a rabble of untrained workers, and its sole triumph was in executing 10 hostages, including a university professor whose only crime was to sneer at a communist poster in public. In response, 35,000 members of the right-wing paramilitary Free Corps, made up principally of veterans with combat training and experience, attacked and took Munich. In a wild hunt for communists and communist sympathizers, the Free Corps members in their grey jackets, riding pants, and polished jackboots slaughtered some 600 Munich residents, many of whom had nothing whatsoever to do with the Red Army. In the process, Munich experienced a backlash against communism which saw it become one of Germany's most right-wing cities. Many other factions were also present, but the Bavarian capital became the metropolis where fascist extremists were most common and most openly tolerated. The local government, which sought to rebuild some type of civic order after these disturbances, undertook a vigorous program of propagandizing the Bavarian soldiery with a distinctly right-wing nationalist agenda, further reinforcing Hitler's already fanatical beliefs. Where Prussia had failed, Bavaria could show the way. The whole language of politics in Munich after the overthrow of the communist regime was permeated by nationalist slogans, anti-Semitic phrases, reactionary keywords that almost invited the rabid expression of counter-revolutionary sentiment. Though Hitler's beliefs were already in full accord with this program, the indoctrination sessions, carried out by groups known as Enlightenment Commandos, likely demonstrated to him that Germany's military men thought much as he did. Clearly grasping the importance of the army in the nation's power structure, Hitler's discovery that his own agenda was mostly mirrored in the hearts of both rank-and-file soldiers and the officer corps could only have bolstered his self-confidence and belief that he could make himself into a transformational figure in Germany's history. Hitler was soon employed in an Enlightenment commando himself, which gave him the chance to express his opinions and give the world the first glimpse of his forceful, repetitive rhetorical style, filled with fire and passion rather than the tedious lectures given by most of his contemporaries. In September 1919, he received a fateful assignment when he was sent to the meeting of a small, secretive party that met in Munich beer cellars. This party was then called the German Workers' Party, or DAP, but it would soon be called the NSDAP, adding National Socialist to its title. Of course, it would become notorious down the road as the Nazi Party. In 1919, however, the group was tiny and relatively powerless, and its meetings rarely attracted more than 36 people in addition to its founders, Anton Drexler and Karl Harrer. Hitler made an impression on his first visit by rising to challenge one of the speakers who called for Bavaria to secede from Germany. Infuriated because he believed passionately in a united Germany, Hitler battered his opponent with a ferocious torrent of words that deeply impressed his handful of listeners. Drexler intercepted the pale-faced corporal at the end of the evening and asked him to come back to attend more DAP meetings. Drexler. A few days later, Hitler was given a DAP membership card that made him member 555 of the small group. This prompted him to attend several more meetings, and finally, he decided to take a hand personally in addressing the DAP membership, which he did at what was then an exceptionally large gathering of 111 listeners on October 19, 1919. Predictably, the meeting occurred in a beer cellar called the Hofbrau cellar. In a moment that was destined to resonate across Munich and ultimately result in tens of millions of deaths, Hitler rose to address his first public meeting in a bitter stream of words. The dammed-up emotions, the lonely man's suffocated feelings of hatred and impotence, burst out. Hallucinatory images and accusations came pouring out. Abandoning restraint, he talked till he was sweating and exhausted. I spoke for 30 minutes, he writes jubilantly. He made the overwhelming, liberating discovery. I could make a good speech. A copy of Hitler's membership card in the DAP. Hitler posing for the camera in the 1920s. Hitler was not the only person impressed with his speaking abilities. His rants were typically directed with frenzied persistence at Jews, a theme he seemingly never got tired of discussing, and his words clearly resonated among many fellow Germans. People began to attend these beer cellar speeches specifically to hear Hitler, and many of these people were excited and impressed enough by Hitler's speeches and his ideas to join the DAP. With that, the party's numbers began to mushroom as the corporal from the Enlightenment Commando grew ever more vigorous and bold, encouraged by the enthusiasm with which he was received. The former artistic drifter who had once slept in parks and eaten discarded food was becoming popular and savoring the hint of power that comes with popularity. Moreover, many soldiers and former soldiers began to attend the DAP meetings and join its ranks, attracted by Hitler's steely vision of a Germany renewed in strength, purity, and military power. They proved quite willing to shift the blame for their defeat in the war onto treacherous Jews and Communists, two groups who soon became completely melded in the minds of Hitler's listeners. Hitler gave them the simultaneous release of disclaiming all responsibility for their own defeat and a renewed sense of pride, and many adored him for this. Hitler also drew the notice of Ernst Röhm, the future leader of the SA, and Röhm directed yet more men to the meetings. A year later, by October of 1920, the DAP's membership had exploded from around 190 when Hitler first joined to over 5,000 members, and its growth continued rapidly thereafter, almost entirely thanks to Hitler himself. The emergent Nazi Party and Hitler were practically indistinguishable. Ernst Röhm. The frenzied corporal soon came to the attention of the Munich government and business community, who greeted his appearance on the scene with overall approval. By December 21, 1921, the newspapers declared that Hitler was now the leader of the NSDAP, having supplanted its founders, and this coincided with the authorities being terrified of a resurgence of communism among the restless, miserable workers. As such, Hitler was viewed as a stabilizing influence who controlled the rabble and channeled their energies in an approved direction. The Munich chief of police, Poner, when asked whether he was aware of the existence of rightist political murder groups, gave the famous reply, "Yes, but there aren't enough of them yet." His subordinate, High Bailiff Frick, asserted, "We held our protective hand over Herr Hitler and the National Socialist Party. We saw in it the seed of a renewal of Germany, because we were convinced from the beginning that the movement was the one suited to bring the workers back into the nationalist camp." Holding magnetic sway over ordinary Germans, expressing the hopes and fears of the army, and viewed as a solid bulwark against communism by the Bavarian political, police, and military leadership, Hitler was able to continue expanding the Nazi Party and his own authority. He and his followers also began to develop a new social and cultural vision which did not fit readily, or at all, into the existing categories. Every other organized political system defined humanity in terms of class, whether social, economic, or a mix of both, and even the communists, for all their radicalism, did not reject this age-old form of human categorization. They simply disagreed over which class should be in command. The Nazis, however, took a new direction, one with a superficial gloss of science and which enabled their message to appeal to all classes of Germans simultaneously. Specifically and violently rejected the notion of class. They believed that the meaningful differences were to be made in terms of national differences, or, as they expressed it, in terms of race. The categories as they saw them were, roughly, corrupt and debauched races, like the Jews and Gypsies, less valuable, but harmless races, and Nordic races, like the Germans. If anything, the phrase National Socialist was largely a throwback that had no meaning to the actuality of the party, which was simultaneously socialist, capitalist, and authoritarian in economic terms. A more accurate label would have been National Racist, for it was this theme that energized Hitler and his audiences alike and was the founding principle of the Third Reich. Hitler's rhetorical techniques were simple but effective. His manner was fiery, powerfully emotional, fierce and loud, designed to trigger the emotions of his listeners. This it did with overwhelming success, according to many surviving accounts from those who heard him speak during this period. The Nazi Party's head also believed that simple themes and endless repetition were needed to drive the message home and keep the ordinary men focused on the overall purpose of casting off the foreign and Jewish yoke and returning Germany to its former glory. Hitler summed up his opinion of his listeners with characteristically scornful candor: "The receptivity of the great masses is very limited, their intelligence is small, but their power of forgetting is enormous. In consequence, all effective propaganda must be limited to a very few points and must harp on these in slogans until the last member of the public understands what you want him to understand by your slogan." Hitler also recruited and worked with a number of men who came to occupy important posts in the government of the Third Reich and or assist with his ascent to dictatorial power. These included the coarse, brawling head of the SA, Ernst Röhm, who would be killed during Hitler's purge of the SA on the night of the Long Knives. Perhaps the most notorious was the wily and power-hungry former air ace, Hermann Göring, who would also lead the Luftwaffe in World War II. During this time, Hitler also recruited Rudolf Hess, the famous deputy Führer who ended up flying on a secret mission to Britain in 1941 in an effort to secure peace with the English, as well as Ernst Hanfstaengl, a businessman whose fluency in English made him chief liaison between the Nazi Party and the foreign press until his exile in 1933. Goering. Hess. Two other notable figures were recruited by Hitler at this time. One was a Livonian German named Max Erwin von Skubner-Richter, a man capable of concocting detailed plans of action for various projects. He laid out the details of the beer hall putsch and was killed by a gunshot during it, possibly absorbing a shot which might otherwise have struck Hitler in the torso. The other was Erich Ludendorff, a World War I German infantry general. A bizarre eccentric who worshipped the ancient Norse divinity Odin and thought Christianity as worthy of destruction as Judaism, Ludendorff endorsed the Nazi Party due to its frenzied nationalism and took part in the beer hall putsch. Von Skubner-Richter. Ludendorff. Rome's SA, the famous brown shirts and stormtroopers who proved instrumental in Hitler's rise to power in 1933–34, was founded in direct response to the growing success of the Nazi Party with Hitler at the helm. Once it had become a recognized movement with a notable street presence, the NSDAP required some sort of muscle to prevent its members from being mauled by the numerous violent, unscrupulous factions also jockeying for ascendancy in the Bavarian city. Comprised of heavily armed roughnecks and discontented, impoverished men hoping to achieve a measure of success when Germany's economic disasters denied them the ordinary opportunities for a viable life, the brown shirts were far from a tame, obedient appendage of the Nazi Party, though they brawled enthusiastically with its opponents. Founded in August 1921, the SA was meant to serve as a protection squad for Nazi meetings and leaders. Its effective commander, the ex-Reichswehr officer Ernst Röhm, had larger ambitions, hoping to mold the SA into the core of a revolutionary army aimed at overthrowing the Weimar Republic. The other leaders of the Nazi Party made one feeble attempt in 1921 to oust Hitler from his position of command over the NSDAP. While the energetic demagogue was in Berlin working to extend the party's influence nationally, Drexler and several others attempted to put him in his place and return control of the organization to themselves. However, when Hitler got wind of this effort almost immediately he returned to Munich in a fury and quashed the half-hearted rebellion through the simple technique of threatening to resign entirely from the party. Since almost all of its membership was there because he was, and practically all its financial backing was explicitly offered because Hitler was in the NSDAP and could mobilize and control the workers with his thunderous oratory, accepting his resignation would have represented immediate and permanent political suicide. The Nazi Party without Hitler would have collapsed back into a powerless band of a few dozen malcontents droning feudally in beer cellars, and the hordes of followers and massive funding from the powerful would have followed the budding Führer wherever he chose to go next. The other leaders had no choice but to capitulate immediately. Hitler continued to build the NSDAP during 1922 and into 1923, attracting more members, gaining it national recognition, and reinforcing the brutal SA, which comprised its street-fighting arm. He also took note of the coup mounted by Mussolini's fascist supporters in late 1922, which elevated his Italian counterpart to the position of Duce in the nations south of the Alps. He kept an even keener lookout for an opportunity to emulate the Italian dictator and take over Germany with a coup of his own, and the hyperinflation of the next year appeared to offer him exactly what he yearned for, a chance to create a Third Reich based not on class but race and nationalism, with himself at its head as undisputed ruler. Mussolini's rise to power. While Mussolini and other Italian political figures and writers used every trick in the book to push anger about the end of the war through the population, the reasons behind this reaction were based in truth. Italy was affected by President Woodrow Wilson's famous 14 points, his philosophy for self-determination. At the same time, the greater victorious powers were dividing the world based on imperialistic logic outside of Europe. Italy was treated as a second-rate power and sacrificed on the altar of problems considered of superior importance. It is easy to follow this growth of the anger by analyzing Popolo d'Italia's readership count. In deep financial crisis in 1917, the magazine sold 60,000 copies daily, though it has to be considered that 1918 financial records tell us Popolo d'Italia earned 8 times more than the previous year. Seizing the moment and using his rising popularity, Mussolini chose to finally become an active political figure instead of a journalist or an activist. On March 23, 1919, in front of a group of barely 100 people composed of ex-socialists, anarchists, Republicans, and liberals, he proposed the foundation of the first nucleus of the Fascist Party. At that point, the fascist ideology called for a complete state revolution much stronger than any contemporary socialist, deposing the monarchy for a new republic, giving land directly to the farmers, levying a heavy tax on large capitals and inheritances, nationalizing industry and putting it under the direct control of the state, and awarding women voting rights. This manifesto was remarkably similar to socialism's tenets. It also disconnected itself from the movement precisely for its violent opposition to socialism itself. On April 15, 1919, members of the newly born fascist movement violently attacked El Avanti's offices, the socialist magazine of which Mussolini was once chief editor. While he didn't directly participate in the raid, he did point to it as the fascist revolution's first victory. Mussolini was becoming a leader for all those who opposed the current regime and conservatives without being socialist, as well as those desiring not only a different political outlook but a general social revolution. On November 1919, Mussolini ran for parliament in Milan, assuming a radical anti-clerical and anti-socialist position as the spearhead of his campaign. The election was a disaster for Mussolini. The socialists received more than 50 times his votes, and he was utterly defeated. Mussolini while working for El Avanti. The day after the election, the government cracked down on him and his movement when a police operation searched the Popolo d'Italia offices and found large numbers of weapons and explosives, solid proof of the new movement's violent nature. It should have been Mussolini's last political day, but instead, he was arrested and immediately released without charges. The reason for this might be that it was the beginning of a tolerant policy that is difficult to explain without the context of the absolute fear of socialism and especially communism. Mussolini and his fascists were saved by the fact that their main target for violent action were the same enemies the establishment was trying to fight. The fact that these same enemies had just won a triumphal victory at the elections, gaining a foothold in the state, scared the old regime enough to arm himself with everything at its disposal, including the fascists. Defeated and with waning numbers of followers numbering a mere 4,000 people at the beginning of 1920, Mussolini waited for his chance. He was provided with one between 1920 and 1921 when the socialist menace rose up to try to seize the industries, the means of production. These years, commonly referred to as the Two Red Years, were characterized by a storm of strikes and revolts led by socialists and communists, large enough to terrify the old elite but not strong enough to topple the state. The fascists immediately found themselves at home, transforming into the violent arm of conservative reaction, and forming literal commandos, known as squadre d'azione. These groups were made extremely dangerous by the participation of veterans who agreed with Mussolini's position and were moved to action by socialist activities. Many important personalities of the industrial and financial world began to pay fascist groups for protection since they were exceptionally effective in breaking up and dismantling strikes with the use of massive violence. In all of this chaos, the fascist movement was at risk of becoming a large number of different bands with local leaders. It was only through Mussolini's natural ability to adapt and say the right thing to the right people and change his position based on his audience that he was able to maintain some unity in the movement. During the Second Fascist Congress on May 25, 1920, Mussolini threw his Republican position away and proclaimed himself a defender of the bourgeoisie. Seeing the fascists as their best weapon against the Red Menace, the Italian government finally chose to acknowledge their existence as a political force, leading to Mussolini's finally becoming a member of Italian parliament. Direct government support, weapons, and guaranteed protection from legal ramifications were given to the squadre d'azione. In 1921, Mussolini, who was supposed to have been used by the elite, used them, in turn, helping them against the left on the ground but criticizing them on decisions he considered weak or cowardly. This helped to slowly build his strongman persona. The first fascist parliament contingent wasn't a party on his own but was included by the liberal right wing on their lists and elected through an unprecedented use of political violence. On election day, voters were threatened and slashed or tortured as they came in and out of the polling stations if they didn't swear they had voted for fascist candidates. Multiple parliament representatives were beaten, intimidated, or even killed by the Squadre d'Azione. Mussolini created a terrifying beast, allowing it to scare not only the Reds, but all Italian parties, and he was now the only one holding its reins and pointing it wherever he wanted. While on the ground, his commandos operated outside the boundaries of the law, and he led a legitimate political movement, gained popularity with those who approved of who was being beaten, and maintained an almost clean face in front of moderate conservatives. Taken by surprise, the liberal political elite slowly retreated in the face of fascist brutality, and between 1921 and 1922, the entire state was paralyzed by the unexpected takeover. In August of 1922, the socialists finally tried to rise up by organizing a large strike, fighting for a return to the rule of law. Mussolini couldn't have asked for a better situation. The fascist movement thrived on socialist action since many were scared of the left trying anything remotely similar to revolutionary activity, especially since they were better organized to fight on the ground, street by street. The Squadre d'Azione unleashed a completely unrestricted gang war against the strike and the Socialist Party in its entirety. Meanwhile, between September and October, Mussolini was finalizing his plan for a definitive, complete takeover, vowing, "They'll surrender the state, or we shall take it by marching on Rome." On October 27, 1922, the threat became a reality. Bolstered by members of the general public, fascist commandos moved toward Rome while Mussolini remained in Milan waiting for the government and especially the king's reaction. The government immediately asked King of Italy Vittorio Emanuele III to sign a document authorizing the use of the army against the illegal march, but it was refused. The king believed that many in the army sympathized with Mussolini and his party and that if he ordered them to stop him, they would turn on the monarchy, transforming a march against the government into a march against the state, inevitably liquidating the king's role. Between stopping Mussolini and ensuring his role, Vittorio Emanuele III chose the latter. Though it is easy to look at this and see Mussolini as a spider in the king's web, perfectly maneuvering to assume power, one has to remember his youth and his specific skill set and avoid being blinded by the operation's success. Transcriptions of meetings on October 28, 1922 paint Mussolini as unsure about what to do and pushed by fascist leaders to assume power. Mussolini wasn't the most decisive in a crisis, but he was capable, right after their political line had been decided, to follow it and play his hand well. The March on Rome crisis ended before any of the fascist groups arrived in the capital. When they entered Rome, Mussolini had already been given the order to form a new government and was, therefore, able to present himself as a triumphant hero to his base and address them as conquering warriors. At 40, Mussolini became the youngest prime minister in Italian history and began the difficult process of forming his own government with the support of capitalistic forces present in Italy, happy that a fascist government meant complete repression of socialist activity. In a matter of years, fascism had transformed from a movement proclaimed to 100 people in a small hall to an important political movement followed by thousands and with an ever-growing intellectual elite. Mussolini during the March on Rome. Mussolini was creating his own government, but he was still a minority in a vast right-wing coalition of liberals, Democrats, nationalists, Catholics, independents, and even representatives of the army who still held most of the political power. This fact kept most of the country's elite secure that it was only a phase, part of the anti-socialist plan, and that business would soon be back to its usual state. On the other hand, Mussolini and the other fascist leaders saw beyond this simplistic interpretation, poking the state bare and being allowed to assume power. To him, this meant that he could keep poking until the last resistance or power outside the fascist party crumbled to dust. On the 16th of November 1922, Mussolini, with his booming voice in their hall, told Parliament that he could crush the entire structure if he so desired and that he was governing through the old political system on his goodwill, something that could change at any moment. His foreign political experience, in which he initially found himself isolated and with little weight to throw around on the international stage, began in 1922. While in Italy, declarations portrayed him as solving international problems when, in reality, Mussolini had no experience in these matters. Outside of Italy, the fascists had no power to use, though inside the national territory, squadre d'azione activities were strengthened by having their leader as prime minister. While this violence was useful for a time, Mussolini knew it couldn't go on unchecked, or it would, in the end, turn their allies who were happy about fascists keeping down socialists against them. His first act was to transform the squadre d'azione into a voluntary militia operating under his direct authority and becoming an integral part of the state. This meant that fascist action was now directly connected to its more legitimate political branch and had to reel in its extremes. While this certainly wasn't well received by many of his followers, the creation of the Fascist Grand Council as the administrative branch of the party gave many leaders of commando squads a clear path to power. Finally taking full control of his party, Mussolini also began the slow process of gaining complete control of the government. In one of the most obvious betrayals of his principles, he went back on one of his oldest beliefs to consolidate his hold on the conservatives, endorsing legislation favored by the Vatican. Mussolini, who suffered hardships in favor of voicing his anti-clericalism, finally aligned himself with those he hated to guarantee a stronger hold on power. In practical control of the entire country but holding only a minority of the House on a parliamentary level, Mussolini rectified this problem on July 21, 1923 by approving a scandalous series of rules for the next elections and granting two-thirds of the House to the party who managed to obtain more than 25% of the votes. Even if Mussolini was slowly abandoning his street gang tactics, the elections of 1924 saw an incredible level of political violence. Defeat was not considered an option. Defeat was not possible since the fascist groups were able to hold physical control of polling stations for the duration of the elections. When every vote had been counted in what is considered to be the least free election in Italian history, the fascist party won with 65% of the votes. One socialist representative dared to speak up against the results in parliament, and that was Giacomo Matteotti. In the speech in which he pointed out many irregularities, Matteotti said that with his words he was condemning himself to death. A few days later, his words became a crude, brutal reality when a fascist group Mussolini had protected from legal repercussions kidnapped and killed him. Matteotti. It is impossible to know if Mussolini directly ordered this murder, but it is known he gave similar orders in multiple instances, such as the killing of Pietro Gobti, for which his written and signed order was found. After being informed that Matteotti had been killed, Mussolini tried to cover up his death, speculating that he could have escaped to South America. He denied knowing anything about it, even as he protected the killers by assigning members of the party to the investigation. Mussolini may have hoped Matteotti's body would never surface, but when Matteotti was found, Italy awoke from its slumber to find itself riddled with violence in the complete absence of the rule of law. Most liberals abandoned the fascist cause, and a wave of anger and indignation rose from the politically informed. On June 27, 1924, the political opposition, composed of those in parliament who were not part of the fascist party, chose to retire from the House and seclude themselves in protest. This crisis deeply affected Mussolini, both mentally and physically, but multiple factors helped keep him in power. Even at this pivotal moment, the opposition proved too passive and unable to risk confrontation through a general strike. While the King and the Vatican supported Mussolini, the former was sure he could control the fascists better than other political forces, and the latter desired to push the new majority party for further concessions. While on paper this was a dangerous crisis for Mussolini's constant grab for power, in reality, the opposition was never united enough to organize any serious retaliation against him. The socialists were the only ones capable of confronting the fascists on the ground, and the liberals were the same political party who had used the fascists against them for the past 5 years. Paradoxically, the only real power able to rival Mussolini, at least if the army followed his orders, was the king, since he was still supreme military leader, but the opposition Mussolini faced was formed, in large part, by the same people who desired nothing more than to take his power away and turn Italy into either a republic or a socialist country. What was coming wasn't the end of Mussolini, but a strong, violent, and despotic reaction ready to eliminate the freedom of the press, of speech, and even of political opposition. Between 1925 and 1926, the Italian state was remade by a series of laws demolishing the democratic structure of the country and imposing a series of new, dictatorial replacements. Many opposition leaders were attacked in the streets while the official Socialist Party was made an illegal entity and kicked out of public life. Even private lives were immediately influenced as Mussolini dissolved most of the associations and groups with legal value, breaking up his opponents' ability to meet in private under a legal veil of privacy. All activities were scrutinized, spies and informers were unleashed at the highest levels of society, and most newspapers and magazines were either seized or dissolved. While all this was happening, many tried their hands at physically eliminating Mussolini, who survived every attempt but became more and more alert to his precarious situation in which a single mistake could easily cost him his life. By the end of 1926, all parties were dissolved, other than the fascist one. Mussolini's strategy was simple: act as an anaconda and methodically strangle resistance out of all of Italian society, implementing fascist control in every part of people's lives. While in the beginning many tried to eliminate the new dictator, the strategy paid off, and in time, he would return to a more relaxed lifestyle, acknowledged as the new political reality by most, while anti-fascists went underground, waiting for their chance. Now, Mussolini had Italy in his hands and only the heavy toll of government in front of him. Before proceeding to his later years in our fatal march toward the Second World War, it might become clear that something is still lacking: a clear idea of what fascism was. Mussolini jumped between socialism, capitalistic connections, anti-clericalism, and republicanism, but what the fascists were at this point was a reactionary, nationalistic group, largely operating outside the rule of law. The early years of the fascist government were characterized by Mussolini's work to better his standing inside and outside of the country. In his fascist party, he managed to slowly incorporate most alternatives, such as the most noteworthy, futurist leaders capable of providing a similar right-wing platform. On an international level, he managed a small win negotiating the addition of the city of Fiume to Italy's northern border. While this was insignificant on an economic level, it meant Mussolini could present himself to those veterans angry about the end of World War I as the man who had taken some of their victories back from the greedy hands of the other great nations. He also started preparing for a renewed push to gain an Italian colonial empire, using the Roman Empire as his main propagandistic example and its restoration as the goal to present to the masses. Mussolini had become accustomed to his actions by working on the Italian people, a population stuck in the middle of development between a purely agrarian country and a modern nation. When he started using similar strategies in colonial domains such as Somalia already under Italian control, he found that the results were extremely different. During his journey in the colony in 1926, Mussolini landed at the head of 2 ironclads and 15 other warships, a show of force aimed at pacifying riotous locals. Far from stopping the constant guerrilla attacks by the locals, Mussolini discovered they were more than ready to take his challenge. After his visit, the area got far worse and was never wholly pacified. Since all of this was in preparation for the Ethiopian invasion, it's easy to understand the position of foreign fascist politics: aggression in its purest form, aimed at making their nation the great, powerful entity it was, in their eyes, supposed to be. Internal politics, on the other hand, were still stabilizing. The intellectual fascist elite and Mussolini himself were slowly producing a body of work, drawing precise lines around what fascism was. The state, as a one-party system, was the absolute center of everything. Under the theory of fascism, Mussolini had his chance to shine since everything was to pass through the state's rigid control. Contrary to socialism, fascism's aim was not for the state to socialize the means of production, but to socialize people, creating a new Italian man, an intense warrior for his nation, in constant contact with the state from birth to death. One would be born and enter the Balilla organization, the fascist youth group, and his job would be represented by a fascist corporation. His hobbies would pass through a fascist association, sports through fascist organizations, and information through fascist newspapers. The fascists' economic approach was far less ideological. While, in time, Mussolini and the fascist elite tried to create a third economic way between communism and capitalism through the creation of organizations similar to medieval guilds, each one dedicated to controlling one aspect of economic and industrial life. This never amounted to a real change. Mussolini always maintained a strong allegiance with the capitalistic investors, one of the few classes of people he couldn't suppress without serious economic consequences. Mussolini summarized fascism on May 26, 1927, in a speech in front of the Italian parliament: everything in the state, nothing against the state, nothing outside of the state. Even if Mussolini's early international meetings were met by the great powers with disinterest and coldness, after he seized complete power some important political figures started turning in his direction with admiration. In January 1927, Winston Churchill praised him and his victory against the Leninist appetites during his visit to Rome. Within the world of culture, following the idea of socializing people, fascism began pushing strict controls and a clear line, the glorification of the state and its leader as the main objective. Between 1929 and 1931, Mussolini collaborated with writer Gioacchino Forzano to produce two historical dramas. The passion for dramatic expression demonstrated during his rise to power remained a part of his character, pushing him into endeavors that ill-fit his strong warmongering hero persona. The direct effects of all these initiatives are difficult to quantify, as they created radically different consequences based on the point of view. Intellectuals opposing fascism continued their activity through secret meetings, slowly building a body of work. This is especially true of the socialists and communists that would profoundly influence European left-wing parties for decades to come, but the broader population was susceptible to Mussolini's tactics. Slowly, many began to believe in what the cultural propaganda machine was producing. Time was Mussolini's ally, since this omnipresent fascist action concerned the entire world, in which a whole generation of young people would grow and in some cases, would be forever scarred, having been indoctrinated from childhood. The Duce, title used by Mussolini after assuming complete dictatorial control of the state, was always right, and following his will was the only way to actually serve the state. Power changed Mussolini on all possible levels, beginning with his image. His typically middle-class wardrobe was abandoned in favor of a vast array of military uniforms. He cured his public image with obsessive care, showing himself performing athletic feats and doing hard, physical, agricultural labor as often as possible. The Duce had to be both charismatic, glorious figure and member of the people he led, both warrior and farmer, as far away from the weak, old-looking statists populating Italian politics before his rise as possible. Mussolini finally moved to Rome in 1928 with his wife, Rochelle, and his two daughters and two sons. What we have talked about until now, the idea of everything existing through the state, was Mussolini's objective for the fascist movement, but unlike Hitler and Stalin, Mussolini never achieved his goals. The generation growing up under his regime was composed of fascists and anti-fascists, though most of the Italian population remained uninterested, living in their towns and villages where politics meant their more or less competent local administrators. Part of this failure to implement his vision could be put on the structure of the state itself, since Mussolini shared his power with two other entities. The first was the king, commander-in-chief of the military, who silently agreed with his policies but was able, in theory, to remove him from office. The second was the church, which still commanded extreme influence over the population and was capable of counteracting the fascist cultural dominance. Of course, Mussolini didn't leave the democratic structure untouched. All of the previous rules had been changed, and the fascist party remained the only thing legally allowed to exist. In addition, elections became completely meaningless since the only power of the electorate was to accept or refuse a list of 400 candidates for parliament. Ministers, once an expression of the government and the parties forming it, was reduced to administrators who Mussolini could sack or hire at his pleasure, choices often made with the same hot-headed attitude he'd followed his entire life. This structure posed an ever-increasing level of responsibility in the hands of the Duce, who had always relied on outside help to find the right political trajectory. Mussolini slowly surrounded himself with loyalists instead of the most competent. 10 years after his march on Rome, on October 27, 1932, Mussolini was still repeating much of what he ordered 10 years earlier. The country needed to be more fascist, and the Italian people needed to change through violent persuasion, if necessary. Upon reading his declarations, one might expect a vast wave of political actions necessary to put the fascist program into action, but right after the 10th anniversary, Mussolini instead signed a vast amnesty, pardoning many of those accused of political crimes against his regime. These events exemplify what Mussolini always displayed in his early life. He went from fight to fight and battle to battle, methodically working toward an objective was difficult for him, and he always went for the path of least resistance. The Beer Hall Putsch. As hyperinflation burgeoned throughout Germany in 1923, Hitler and his inner circle had their metaphorical noses to the wind, smelling the opportunity for a bold coup. Despair, hopelessness, and panic provide fine tinder for a revolution, and the Nazi plotters believed that fortune was favoring them in this regard. At around this time, the government took feeble measures in an effort to curb the Einstab, which only served to increase its fighting spirit and defiance and bring the inevitable confrontation closer. January 1923 was a tumultuous month in German politics, both locally in Bavaria and throughout the whole country. The entire nation was on edge as prices continued to balloon alarmingly, and just 2 days after the new year on January 3, the Bavarian government discussed the National Socialist Party. Its members all agreed that the fledgling political organization was a very real menace to law and order and to the existing state. At the same time, in the way of men from time immemorial, they decided to do nothing about this menace, apparently hoping that it would abate or disappear. The Bavarian government, of course, had tacitly fostered the rise of Hitler's Nazi Party in order to keep a lid on the communist menace, but they were now fearful of the very organization they had partly funded and sheltered during its formative years. Their vacillating opposition was only one of many factors that brought matters to a head, but it compelled the Nazis into taking action sooner than might otherwise have been the case. At the same time, the French, ham-handedly seeking the arrears on their war reparations, invaded the Ruhr district in this month and caused rage across Germany, as well as launching the most damaging phase of hyperinflation yet. Munich's residents were particularly livid over the French action, and nearly every political party from all portions of the spectrum began to project a mood of patriotic, martial defiance. Foreign oppression was not a mere conspiracy theory, it was objectively occurring and sending the economy hurtling toward a collapse. In response, a bunch of extravagant national events were organized by the government. February 14 was declared to be a mourning day for the whole country, which would draw vast crowds into the streets to express their woe over Germany's defeat and subsequent suffering, and January 18 saw jingoistic mass celebrations of the Reich's founding, which were pointedly imperialistic, authoritarian, and anti-democratic in character. January 22 was a busy day in the Munich beer halls, as the Crown Prince and various other luminaries gave rousing speeches that drew ovations from the populace and led to demonstrations, though these were mostly peaceful. Crown Prince Ruprecht. The Einstab leadership took note of all these activities and decided to hold a party day, which was scheduled to occur on January 27, 1923. The celebrations, which were a small-scale echo of the mass SA marches of 1933 and the later parades recorded in Leni Riefenstahl's The Triumph of the Will, included 12 separate rallies, mass marches, and a ceremony to formally dedicate the NSDAP swastika banners, which, significantly, bore the three colors of the old flag of the German Empire, red, white, and black. On January 25, government representatives approached Hitler and informed him that the government would not allow the party day to occur. Munich's officials, and the Weimar Republic's central government in Berlin, dreaded that the event would signal the start of a putsch, or coup attempt, by Hitler and his SA thugs. Hitler reacted predictably and violently. He stressed the patriotism of his party, said that he had carefully held his men, particularly the storm troops, in check. Now he would give them their heads and see how the authorities liked the result. He would hold his dedication of standards in any case. The government could call up police and soldiers. They could shoot if they so wished. He would place himself in the front ranks. Having torn off the Nazi mask, the government was dismayed at what it found beneath. Eventually, it was decided to stand firm against Hitler and enforce the ban on the NSDAP Party Day celebrations. Tens of thousands of soldiers and police were mobilized in anticipation of rioting and a possible attempt at a putsch to seize power, even though many of the government leaders were dubious of their own enforcers' loyalty if actual conflict erupted. However, Hitler adroitly managed to arrive at a solution that both kept the government from interfering and appeased his followers as well. He approached the government representatives humbly, and stated that although it was too late to call off all the demonstrations and marches, he would make them much shorter and less numerous than had initially been planned. The government, eager to avoid combat in the streets, agreed to this seeming compromise. On January 27, the Party Day celebrations went ahead largely as originally planned. By the time they realized that they had been hoodwinked, it was too late for the government to act unless they wanted to unleash armed force on their own citizenry, which they were understandably reluctant to do. On the other hand, the feared coup did not materialize. The Nazi celebrations were predictably bombastic, but astonishingly peaceful. Hitler was not yet ready to make his move. At this juncture, with the NSDAP in the public eye thanks to its Party Day, Rome gathered a windfall of additional power for Hitler. In February, the short, stout, violent SA leader managed to convince no less than 4 right-wing Bavarian paramilitary groups to join the Nazi Party, forming what was called the Arbeitsgemeinschafter Veterlandeskenkampfverband, or Association of Patriotic Combat Leagues. Hitler's available armed manpower immediately skyrocketed to around 15,000 men, essentially putting him at the head of a private army. The Association of Patriotic Combat Leagues was headed by Christian Roth, Hermann Kriebel, and Wilhelm Weiss, as well as Rome. Formed on February 4, just a week after the Nazis' Party Day show of strength, the association flexed its muscle on May 1 when it demanded the government shut down a parade of communists taking place through Munich. The Munich Council initially declined to comply, but when the communist parade appeared to be in danger of becoming so large that a pitched battle between it and the association was likely, the council forced the Reds to hold 7 much smaller parades instead, marking a partial victory for Hitler's new combat league. With 15,000 armed men at his back and Rome urging him to become dictator and reverse the nation's shameful surrender to the Allied powers, Hitler no longer saw any need to moderate his already rabid polemics. He began to speak in apocalyptic terms, thunderously denouncing German traitors, which essentially encompassed anyone who did not support the NSDAP and the army, and speaking in increasingly alarming language about his future plans. Hitler's backing continued to swell, and by autumn of 1923, a horde of 55,000 supporters was at his beck and call. In short order, there was open talk of marching on Berlin and overthrowing the elected government. The 3 main factions planning the putsch were Hitler's NSDAP, the Free Corps, and the monarchists under von Kahr. The factions were loose allies, since all wanted to see the elected government in Berlin brought down and replaced with some species of authoritarianism. Von Seeckt provided a pithily sarcastic summary of the relationship the trio of revolutionary factions shared in 1923, On one point there was unanimity: in no circumstances would any of the three leave action to its rivals. As the chief of the army, General von Seeckt, commented at the time, each of the three groups was determined not to appear at all if the performance turned out to be a comedy, but to appear in the third act if it turned out to be a drama. After the May 1st events, there was a brief time of relative quiet, which extended through May and June and through the first weeks of July. However, on July 14, the Nazis held a large rally and then attempted to march into the center of the city, which was off-limits to political demonstrations of all stripes. The police attacked the SA men with rubber truncheons and, after a short but vicious brawl, forced them to retreat outside the hermetic circle of Munich's central precincts. This was the last major demonstration until autumn, but tensions continued to mount rapidly through later July and all through August. On September 2, 1923, an ominous new development occurred when the various right-wing paramilitary organizations loyal to Hitler were combined into the Deutscher Kampfbund, or German Combat League. The occasion which witnessed its foundation was the celebration in Nuremberg of the German Empire's 1870 victory over the French at Sedan. The anniversary no doubt seemed highly relevant at the time, given that French armies were holding the Ruhr and strangling German industry, and the German Combat League's mission statement was quite clear and straightforward. The objectives of the new Kampfbund were openly stated: overthrow of the Republic and the tearing up of the Treaty of Versailles. Hitler was made the leader of this league on September 24, 1923, and he was only the German Combat League leader for 3 days before he began open, highly aggressive opposition to the government. The Nazi Party's activity, which had subsided to a low simmer during July and August, suddenly picked up again in the form of colossal gatherings, all of them with a highly threatening tone. Hitler set up no less than 14 simultaneous political rallies on September 27, 1923. Once again the government faced the menace of mass demonstrations of the National Socialists and their allies in an atmosphere of the utmost tension. It was the call for the 14 rallies that set in motion the chain of events that led to the clash at the Feldherrnhalle on November 9, but, in view of the determination of the Kampfbund to seize power, it is almost certain that had this match not set the trail of powder afire another would have been struck. Events now began to take on a momentum of their own. The ordinary Nazis, the SA men of Rome and Goering, and the fighters of the German Combat League were all overwhelmingly impatient to carry off a coup, topple the government, and install a new National Socialist state based on a dictatorial leader and racial politics. Hitler had stirred his followers to the point where, rather than directing them, he was now forced to come out with a plan for a putsch before he was ready, simply because he could not hold them back any longer. The paramilitaries were weary of demonstrating and chanting while taking no concrete action, and Hitler's rivals were beginning to size up their chances for a putsch of their own, which would likely cause many of the Führer's supporters to abandon him and take up arms on behalf of those willing to act rather than merely rant. Matters would come to a head in early November. The local government recognized that Hitler and his Gestapo cronies were moving rapidly towards organizing a putsch, and in response they gave Gustav von Kahr sweeping yet also curiously limited powers to deal with the threat. Von Kahr himself was a curious figure, mixing hungry ambition almost on a par with Hitler's with a strange, bumbling incompetence that was all his own. Indeed, he was chosen in part because he was believed to be too ineffective to organize a putsch of his own despite the broad emergency powers he was granted. Von Kahr. While that assessment was keenly accurate, von Kahr was also too ineffective to head off Hitler's incipient putsch and instead wasted time and resources. Kahr never ceased to be a bureaucrat. He believed that action consisted of drawing up memoranda and proclamations, and his sense of his own infallibility kept him from seeing that he often mouthed empty phrases. There is much truth in Rome's bitter jibe that Kahr was the man of eternal preparations. Unfortunately, Kahr's characterization of Dr. Schweier as the man with 10 thumbs also applies remarkably well to Kahr himself. Von Kahr's appointment as de facto temporary dictator of Bavaria delayed the inevitable Nazi strike slightly, but the pressures were too great to contain for long. Von Kahr carried out haphazard deportations of Jews from Bavaria in an effort to appease the Gestapo, but that only managed to infuriate all parties. The Nazis were outraged by the obvious pose and low numbers of Jews expelled, which were so paltry as to make von Kahr's motives glaringly transparent, while other groups, including the Catholic Church, were equally disgusted by the petty tyranny of these anti-Semitic gestures. In terms of the economy, von Kahr was well-intentioned and wanted to assist the people, but he had absolutely no knowledge of how to do so. In fairness, he was also severely limited in what he could do because of the general ruin of the German economy. Bavaria did not exist in isolation, and it is now believed by historians that even had von Kahr been far more competent in economics than was actually the case, he would have been powerless to change the course of the hyperinflation and various other major factors affecting Munich's and Bavaria's population. Moreover, the elevation of von Kahr to this commanding position drew the wrath not only of the Nazis but of the Weimar Republic's central government. The Bavarians attempted to explain that they had appointed von Kahr to his post in order to deal with Hitler, but the central government refused to listen to these explanations. Instead, the Reichstag appointed a counter-dictator of their own choosing, Dr. Otto Gessler, to take command in Bavaria and oust von Kahr. Gessler was unable to dislodge von Kahr from his position, but the struggle between the Bavarian and German governments provided Hitler with the opportunity he had been waiting for, as both were distracted from monitoring his activities or interfering with the Nazis' preparations for a putsch because of their incompetent attempts to sabotage one another. Von Kahr and Gessler were busy trying to convince the local army commanders, who wanted no part of this preposterous quarrel, to quash the other dictator and give them full command of Bavaria. Gessler. Von Kahr's energies were stretched even thinner with his attempts to deal with the French. The French General de Metz was endeavoring to cause violence and insurrection in the areas of Germany under his control in order to destabilize and weaken the nation he loathed and feared, and while von Kahr vowed to take on this opponent, he had no men to do so and was forced to rely on what he called intellectual resistance, which amounted to little more than wishing the French ill. His struggle was more in the nature of a flea attacking a giant. It is doubtful if the giant even knew it was being attacked. At this moment, Alfred Rosenberg, one of Hitler's lieutenants, came up with a plan to take over the local government bloodlessly on November 4, 1923, and after this, the Nazis believed it would be an easy step to seeing Bavarian fists setting things right in Berlin. Von Kahr, the Crown Prince Ruprecht, and several leading military men were to review a parade on Memorial Day, November 4, and a battalion of SA was to appear in this march. Rosenberg's plan was to have the SA men arrive early, which would not arouse suspicion since they were supposed to take part in the parade in any case, and they could seize von Kahr and the other officials. At that point, Hitler could approach them and use his rhetoric, in a highly respectful manner, to convince them to lend their support to his plan for toppling the corrupt current government in Berlin and restore Germany's fortunes despite the best efforts of communists, Jews, and traitors. This plan, half well-conceived plot and half product of lunatic optimism, was actually launched, but it did not reach a successful conclusion. In fact, its targets were never aware that it existed at all. On the morning of November 4, 1923, the SA men arrived early, as planned, and though the military units chosen to appear in the parade were indeed absent, the SA detachment was heavily outnumbered by an unexpected battalion of armed police that surrounded the putative hostages in a dense cordon. The SA, baffled and unwilling to actually spill the blood of the police, took no action, and the November 4 putsch fizzled out. Undeterred by that setback, Hitler was determined to have his putsch anyway. Probably canny enough to predict that the hyperinflation would eventually cease and the revolutionary mood would wane, he also wanted to strike while von Kahr was still distracted by the French, the Weimar government, and various other factions. The beer hall putsch was originally planned to occur on the weekend of November 10 to 11, dates chosen by Hitler due to the fact that he preferred time for staging a coup is the weekend, when the apparatus of government slows down to a standstill. Offices and bureaus are deserted. Officials whose hands usually grip the levers of power are away. the police and military establishments go slack. One's own people, on the other hand, are unfettered by shop and factory and can more readily assemble to devote themselves to the business at hand, such as marching, shooting, and occupying buildings. As fate would have it, Hitler was compelled to move the date of the putsch up by 2 days because of an action taken by Gustav von Kahr. The future Führer believed that his ability to become the master of all Germany depended on his acting first before any other faction managed to organize a putsch or otherwise draw nationalist support decisively towards itself and away from him. However, an invitation from von Kahr was forwarded to Hitler, an unusual step since there was growing tension between the government's temporary dictator and the ambitious Endstab leader. This invitation asked Hitler to appear at a speech where von Kahr would describe his plans for the future of Bavaria. Hitler took immediate alarm at this and decided to move the date of his putsch up so that it would occur on von Kahr's speaking date because suspicion was growing into certainty that was maneuvering toward his own coup. The meeting and speech, whatever their announced purpose, might well be the occasion for proclaiming Bavaria's final break with Berlin, the restoration of the Wittelsbach monarchy, and Kahr's public anointment as the true messiah of the nationalist cause. Thus, Hitler and his top men were left with little time to organize their coup, even less than they had originally thought. Their plan was slapdash in parts, but an effort was made to cover all eventualities as best as could be contrived with the time and resources available. Whatever else may be said of them, the early Nazis were energetic men of action, bold, confident, highly aggressive, and, in the case of many of their leaders, fairly intelligent. Men who had endured the trenches of World War I, poison gas and tank attacks, and fighting with communist revolutionaries were unlikely to sit out the putsch at home out of fear of the police, even if it might have been in their own best interests to do so. As such, bands of SA men, Combat League members, and other Nazi muscle were ordered to assemble and be ready for action on November 8. This did not arouse suspicions because the Endstab continually mustered its members in a similar fashion for demonstrations, marches, or simply to keep them in form and ready to respond to political emergencies. This time, however, sealed orders were given to commanders with strict commands not to open them until late on November 8. Pursuant to these orders, groups were chosen to take key installations not only in Munich but also in a number of other Bavarian towns, including Würzburg, Nuremberg, Augsburg, Ingolstadt, and Regensburg. The targets to be occupied included communications centers, political centers, and crucial infrastructure. Leading political figures were to be arrested and confined until further notice. The main action, of course, was to transpire in Munich, and preparations here were correspondingly intensive. The intention was to involve the army, or Reichswehr, in the putsch, though a secondary plan to seize the infantry school and other key points was formulated in case the army proved intransigent. It would be necessary to move large numbers of men quickly, so the Endstab's existing fleet of vehicles was augmented with a number of rental trucks and taxis. Nazi Party members with private automobiles, delivery trucks, and the like also volunteered their vehicles for the night of the putsch, though most probably believed this was only to support major rallies and speeches. In the meantime, Röhm came up with a simple ruse to gain more weapons without alarming the authorities. He requested rifles and pistols for a night exercise, but he asked for no bullets. His request was readily granted and the arms were supplied, and nobody paid heed because he did not request ammunition at the same time. Hitler committed himself to giving a speech in Freising on the evening of November 8, 1923, thus creating the illusion that he would be absent from Munich proper when the putsch was set to occur. The Nazis also forged documents, allegedly from local Reichswehr commanders, calling for the overthrow of the Berlin government. This kept the army and the Weimar government glaring suspiciously at each other and distracted them from keeping track of Hitler and the Nazis. Von Kahr's speech, in which Hitler feared his rival would declare Bavaria's independence and put himself forward as the nationalist leader, was scheduled to occur at a beer hall named the Burger Braukeller. It had been chosen due to its huge indoor space, which could seat 3,000 comfortably at wooden tables where huge quantities of beer, sauerkraut, meat, and salted potatoes were usually consumed by the convivial Bavarians. Von Kahr was speaking in Nazi territory at the Burgerbräukeller cellar, which had been used by Hitler constantly over the previous years. It had, in fact, been chosen because it was the only large beer hall in Munich not in use for a different meeting, rally, or speech that night, indicating the political ferment of the Bavarian metropolis. Though some risk was anticipated, authorities initially planned to place a company of Landespolizei in the building. The final decision was that this would make it look as though Kahr were afraid of the citizens, and the police troops, 45 men, were therefore tucked out of sight at least a quarter of a mile from the beer hall. Picture of a Nazi meeting at the Burgerbräukeller in 1923. The speech was set for 8:30 p.m., so Hitler set 8 p.m. as the moment to begin the famous beer hall putsch. Hitler began mustering his forces, and a strange, almost electrical, sense of excitement was present in the Munich streets, making the people uneasy. Munich was a city of many demonstrations, riots, and political brawls which began with truncheons and fists and ended with lethal gunfire, but November 8 felt different even to the hardened political activists of Munich. Hitler summed up the night's plans when he dropped in unexpectedly at fellow Nazi leader Alfred Rosenberg's house in the late morning. "Rosenberg," said the Führer, "tonight is the night. Kahr is giving an official speech in the Burgerbräukeller, and we'll catch them all together. Do you want to come?" Rosenberg's answer was of course. The total forces at Hitler's disposal in Munich on the fateful day numbered around 4,000 men in total. These included 1,500 men of the SA Regiment München, 3 battalions of the Bund Oberland, and a handful of other units, most of them platoon or company-sized. Von Kahr's government, though it did not yet know it was under threat, had some 1,800 police, including the famous Blue Police and Green Police, plus 800 regular army men at its disposal, backed by a squadron of 12 armored cars, several motor transport battalions, and a battery of artillery. In all, they totaled 2,600 men. Though a fair number of Hitler's SA had combat experience, there were also many men among them who were experienced brawlers but by no means regular soldiers. This difference in troop quality, an amalgam of training, discipline, morale, initiative, tactical knowledge, and weapon skill, ultimately decided the outcome of the beer hall putsch, but the Nazis didn't figure that would be the case beforehand. Though they were aware of the differences between their forces and von Kahr's forces, Hitler hoped to swing the army over to his side and was only secondarily planning to depend solely on the armed strength of his SA units. While von Kahr and his supporting speakers polished their speeches for the evening, the Nazis were busy mobilizing by using multiple communications channels. Most of the men were still not told what was afoot, but they were disciplined enough to prepare punctually anyway. The alert was sent out through every means available, including telephone calls, runners, and even notes slipped under the doors of those who were out working on that Thursday. All over the city, hundreds of SA men were taking off their work clothes and putting on uniforms, then hastening to designated assembly points. Uniform mean field gray windbreaker with swastika brassard, field gray ski cap, and revolver belt. For some the word came over the telephone with a curt "Auf geht's." "This is it," which was enough. Once mustered, most of the SA men realized something unusual was going on when they were issued rifles and ammunition. This was clearly no ordinary rally, nor was it a street brawl to break up marching communists or the like, where the rubber truncheon and the fist were the weapons of choice. Nevertheless, after some confusion, they obeyed their officers and began marching towards their objectives, even if they were ignorant of what those goals were. Members of the Nazi Party during the putsch. While the SA men moved purposefully through the evening streets, a bright red Benz automobile pulled up at the Burgerbräukeller beer hall, where von Kahr was beginning his speech in his usual lifeless style. Outside, Hitler and several top NSDAP officials stepped out of the red car and approached the leader of the small handful of police who were present for crowd control. The police greeted him in a relaxed fashion since he had received an invitation to attend the speech and his appearance on the scene was therefore expected to attend. Hitler glanced around the packed street, where large numbers of people who had not been able to cram into the beer hall were waiting for news of whether or not von Kahr was declaring something unusual, such as Bavarian independence. He then remarked to the constables that the crowd was intolerable and suggested they should clear the throng before some kind of disorder occurred. The police complied, thereby neatly clearing the street for Nazi action and removing themselves from the vicinity of the beer hall entrance at the same time. No sooner was the street cleared than a series of trucks rolled up, disgorging heavily armed SA men. Some of the trucks parked in such a way as to block the street, and the men in them wore steel military helmets, rather than the usual soft SA caps. These were members of Hitler's personal bodyguard, the Staastruppe Hitler. Göring led a detachment with submachine guns, and another group carried a heavy tripod-mounted military machine gun. As the armed and helmeted SA riflemen charged into the beer hall, the few police still present put up their hands rather than be shot down. A few, recognizing Hitler, actually pulled swastika brassards from their pockets, attached them to their sleeves, and defected immediately. The heavy machine gun team set up their weapons squarely in the entrance to the cavernous room where von Kahr was giving his speech and barked orders at the crowd, which began to panic and surge this way and that almost immediately amid curses, questions, and women's screams. Göring and his men pushed into the room to take up positions around the walls, from where they could kill anyone who attempted resistance or even mow down the crowd if it turned into an angry mob. Hitler attempted to reach the podium but was blocked by a mass of milling, terrified humanity. Göring and several other men hastened to his side but were unable to force a way through the mass of swaying, shoving bodies. Finally, Hitler climbed up on a chair and fired a shot into the ceiling with his pistol, which had the effect of producing instant quiet. The national revolution has broken out. Hitler shouted, the Bavarian government and the Reich government are deposed. The barracks of the Reichswehr and the state police have been occupied. Reichswehr and state police are advancing under the banners of the swastika. In the meantime, a second machine gun had been set up to cover the first, though this was not visible from the hall's interior and gave the lie to Hitler's later claim that the machine gun was purely for show and would not have been fired into the crowd. Hitler then proceeded up onto the podium, where von Kahr, along with his chief backers General Otto von Lossow and Colonel von Cisse, were standing. Pistol in hand, looking as though he were insane or drunk according to some witnesses, Hitler invited his three chief prisoners to join him in a private room off the main hall. He also ordered beer to be brought, which he drank copiously before proceeding. Von Lossow. Once in the room, Hitler asked the men's forgiveness, claiming he was only acting for Germany's sake, and as he smiled, he told them his pistol contained 4 bullets. 3 were for von Kahr, von Lossow, and von Cisse if they proved to be traitors, and the last was for Hitler himself if the putsch failed. Despite these threats, Hitler was unable to persuade the 3 men to assist him, and he was forced to return to the main hall alone 15 minutes later. The crowd became angry at the sight of Hitler alone, and it appeared that fighting might break out. However, while he had failed to win the approval of von Kahr and his 2 main supporters for his plan to overthrow the government of Germany, the Nazi leader had one more card to play. He mounted the podium and began to speak, and as eyewitness Karl Alexander von Müller reported, he began quietly, without any pathos. The enterprise was not directed against Kahr. Kahr had his full trust and shall be regent in Bavaria. At the same time, however, a new government must be formed, Ludendorff, Lossow, Cisse, and himself. I cannot remember in my entire life such a change in the attitude of a crowd in a few minutes, almost a few seconds. Hitler had turned them inside out, as one turns a glove inside out, with a few sentences. It had almost something of hocus pocus, or magic about it. Loud approval roared forth. Cheer after thunderous cheer greeted Hitler's words, which spoke of overthrowing the corrupt current government and creating a free Germany in its stead. Hitler then returned to the room where von Kahr, von Lossow, and von Cisse were being held prisoner, accompanied this time by Ludendorff in his Imperial Army dress uniform. Swayed both by their fellow veterans' words and the fact that they sensed which way the wind was blowing, the three men finally agreed to support Hitler publicly. With that, Hitler, von Kahr, and the others returned to the beer hall, where they clasped hands symbolically to crashing ovations and bellowed cheers from the audience. The three prisoners made brief speeches approving of Hitler's plans. At this point, however, a potentially crucial event occurred. The Nazis had successfully seized several key points, including the police headquarters, but there was trouble between SA men and army regulars at the engineer caserne. Hitler abandoned the Burgerbräukeller beer hall and went to settle this dispute, leaving Ludendorff in command, but having no idea what he was supposed to do, he allowed von Kahr, von Lossow, and von Cisse to simply walk away from the Burgerbräukeller. They left quietly and then fled into the darkness. 6 important hostages were taken from among the beer hall audience by Rudolf Hess, and the remainder of the thousands were allowed to depart, buzzing with happy excitement and anticipating the renewal of Germany in general and Bavaria in particular under the new nationalist government of Adolf Hitler. Rome, meanwhile, had been busy attempting to secure the crucial points the Nazis planned to seize as part of the overall putsch. The SA men who had been mobilized spent much of the evening at beer halls, drinking, eating, and listening to political speeches and band music, but Rome soon sent some of them to fetch 3,000 additional rifles from a monastery cellar in St. Anna-Platz, and dispatched others to seize key points, government buildings, and infrastructure. One historian noted the main problem the Nazi leaders faced when he wrote that some of these ventures were successful, others were dismal failures. All were characterized by the reluctance of everyone concerned to initiate a bloody struggle. 2 of the most important places in the city, the engineer barracks and the infantry barracks, eluded capture by the Nazis. Small detachments of regular soldiers at each of these installations managed to defeat larger numbers of SA, though again, this was due to the profound reluctance of the SA men to fire upon or even pummel the army men who resisted them. A band of regular soldiers turned back the SA unit sent to the infantry barracks, and at the engineer barracks, an even more humiliating reverse awaited the Sturmabteilung. There, the captain on duty, Oskar Kanzler, lured the whole SA unit into the drill hall, and his tiny force of soldiers then swung the doors closed and locked them, taking the whole SA unit captive. Again, this resulted partly because of the Nazis' unwillingness to shoot their way free and kill army men, whom they desperately wanted as allies and respected as fellow Germans. As a result, as the night of November 8 went on, things were not going well for the beer hall putsch. Von Kahr, von Lossow, and von Cisse, whose support Hitler had counted on, had escaped and were never recaptured by the Nazis during the putsch, and the SA had failed to take most of their objectives and had met with catastrophic rebuffs at 2 of the most important. Still, matters looked a little brighter to Hitler after he returned to the Burgerbräukeller beer hall, as an entire Reichswehr unit, about 1,000 strong and fully armed, came marching smartly up to the Burgerbräukeller with a band playing and swastika banners flying, the first formation of the German regular army to march openly under the flag of National Socialism. These were elite troops. Their leader was Lieutenant Gerhard Rossbach, a notorious swashbuckler and freebooter. He had convinced that the true way of soldierly honor was to break their oath of allegiance to the Republic and, instead, march against it. At the same time, a Nazi fifth columnist inside the police, Dr. Wilhelm Frick, had managed to prevent any police action against the putsch on the night of November 8 and into the early morning hours of November 9. This wily individual used his influence to prevent the Landespolizei duty officer from launching an immediate attack against the putschists, then spent hours fielding calls from alarmed police posts and reassuring them that all was well and that no action was required. Frick. The beer hall putsch had opened with a confused patchwork of successes and failures for Hitler and his fellow plotters, but the police, acting on their own initiative despite the reassurances of Dr. Frick, sent heavily armed men to the communication centers. When the SA arrived, they found these points already held against them and once again declined to initiate bloodshed. Though this gave the government the nominal ability to coordinate a response rapidly with telecommunications, bungling was not confined to the Nazis on the night of the beer hall putsch. Carr ordered that no telephone or telegraph traffic be allowed with points outside except messages of the Reichswehr. He himself then attempted to send messages out through other channels, which were delayed by his own men for hours. Once again he was the man with 10 thumbs. Though Carr was acting in his usual fashion, von Lossow was proving much more capable. Having escaped from the Burgerbräukeller beer hall after Hitler had left for a time, the general had made his way through the night to the 19th Infantry Barracks, where he was planning a surprise of his own for Hitler and the other members of the putsch. Around midnight, when the Nazis were feeling extraordinarily optimistic about their revolt, General von Lossow reached the 19th Infantry Barracks, which was garrisoned with soldiers loyal to him, and upon his arrival, he was greeted by his second-in-command, Jacob von Danner. "Excellency," said von Danner to his chief, "that was surely all bluff." Danner was commander of the local garrison, he could muster 2 divisions of regular troops and was to be reckoned with. He and his fellow officers were against the putsch, and offered Lossow a way out of his commitment at the Burgerbräukeller. Lossow promptly agreed that it had all been bluff, putting on an act, and began taking steps to suppress the insurgency he had publicly pledged to support. At this time, General von Lossow sent out word to activate various military units to crush the putsch, just as Hitler and Ludendorff had relaxed and stopped attempting to seize serious objectives. Ludendorff thought that von Lossow would keep his word as an officer and a gentleman, even though it had been coerced under duress, and Hitler thought the common soldiers would support him regardless of what their commanders decided. Thus, both men did nothing further that evening and allowed the initiative to slip out of their fingers and pass into the hands of their opponents. During the night, Hitler, the Nazis, and the SA sat idle, sleeping occasionally as cold rain began during the early morning hours. While they frittered away the time, army units were converging on Munich from multiple directions despite the foul weather. The police were on alert but confused, uncertain of where the army's loyalties lay and who was now in command of Munich and Bavaria. Meanwhile, General von Lossow, the bungler von Carr, and von Cisse gathered at the 19th Infantry Barracks and devised a plan to retake the city from Hitler. Von Lossow favored an immediate, violent counterattack, showing signs of rage at his humiliation, but the other 2 men talked him into a less precipitous approach. The Nazis were known to be holding 2 buildings as their main centers of operation, the Wehrkreiskommando and the Burgerbräukeller beer hall. According to the plan, the army and police together would attack the former, while the latter would be taken by the police alone. The Munich triumvirate also received a message from the Reichswehr commander in Berlin, von Seeckt, who made clear that if von Carr, von Lossow, and von Cisse did not deal with Hitler promptly, they would be considered traitors as well by the central government. The first bad news reached the Nazi leaders at 5 a.m. on the 9th when a Colonel Leopold, an army man who sympathized with the putsch, arrived to warn Hitler and Ludendorff that von Lossow, on whom they pinned so many hopes, had turned against them and intended to crush their rebellion. He also cautioned the 2 leaders that the 7th Reichswehr Division was available to assist in the crushing, and that it showed no signs of being sympathetic to their scheme or disloyal to the official government. Hitler still believed that propaganda would carry the day, and Ludendorff thought the army would still end up supporting the putsch, but the 2 leaders and most of their followers decamped from their advance position at the Wehrkreiskommando and returned to the Burgerbräukeller beer hall. The luckless Rome was left to hold the Wehrkreiskommando as a forward post for the putsch, assisted by a detachment of SA men. At approximately 6 a.m., a convoy of SA trucks arrived from Landshut to reinforce the putsch, bearing 150 armed men under the command of Paul Goebel. Goebel, a canny fellow, remarked with some alarm that the city appeared totally normal, which suggested that Hitler's putsch had either failed or was on its last legs. Though he pushed ahead to reinforce his fellow Nazis regardless, his assessment was not far off. Breakfast was served to the increasingly anxious SA men at the Burgerbräukeller beer hall, consisting of cheese and bread with strong black coffee, and the morale of these men was lowered further as the beer hall's telephones began to ring, reminding them of family ties. As one historian put it, worried women about husbands and sons who had gone off in uniform the evening before and had not come back. What was happening to them? When would they be back? Nobody could answer, because nobody knew. There were no announcements from the leadership, no orders from unit commanders. The SA men expected to be paid, however, so a band was sent to a nearby print shop to steal freshly printed money. Some 14 quadrillion marks were confiscated, which, at the current hyperinflation exchange rate, was worth around $14,000 at the time. Each of the 1,500 men at the Burgerbrokeller was given 2 trillion marks, or $2, and the rest of the money was retained as a sort of war chest by the Nazi leaders. Hitler and Ludendorff now realized how desperate their situation was, but they couldn't think of a way to rectify it. They spent several hours in fruitless debate while their followers grew more anxious and the police tore down Nazi posters all over the city and put up their own posters declaring Ludendorff a Prussian and a traitor. Ironically, less venom was directed at Hitler, whom the Bavarians had come to respect as a kind of honorary Bavarian nationalist. Some of the Nazi officials eventually suggested retreat, which finally pushed Ludendorff into action. Drawing himself up, he uttered 2 words that heralded the start of the final action of the beer hall putsch: "We march." The idea was to march boldly into the city in the hopes that the citizens, who had been so enthusiastic at the Burgerbrokeller the night before, would turn out en masse to support it. This would hopefully intimidate the Bavarian government and the local army units into yielding to the putsch or persuade them that it was popular and therefore the right thing to do, thereby converting them to the cause. One historian described the scene: it was a thoroughly German response to a difficult situation. The sight of a marching column, in the words of the leader Franz Pfeffer von Salomon, makes the deepest possible impression on a German and speaks to his heart a more convincing and compelling language than writing or talk of logic can ever do. However, with little overall organization, the SA men took several hours to assemble into a marching column in the open space in front of the beer hall. The day was cloudy, windy, and extremely cold, and moist snow fell periodically to soak the men's uniforms and render them thoroughly miserable. Goering, as loud and bloodthirsty as ever, originally placed the hostages taken the night before and a random selection of Jews he and his thugs had pounced on during the night into the column as well, with the intention of killing them if the police or army fired on the column. This was too much even for Hitler, however, who ordered the prisoners out of the column and back into the beer hall, where a few men were left to guard them. Heavily armed, wearing proper uniforms and steel helmets, and exhibiting near military discipline, the SA bodyguards of the Staastrup Hitler and the 6th SA Company led the procession, just behind Hitler, Ludendorff, and several other Nazi functionaries. At almost precisely the same time, Reichswehr units moved forward towards the Wehrkreiskommando, where Röhm and his detachment were still on guard. A tense standoff ensued, with neither side willing to back down or initiate bloodshed. In fact, the situation would only be resolved after the main SA march failed. Meanwhile, Hitler's column marched to the Ludwig Bridge across the river Isar. This bridge of 4 arches was held by a diminutive state police, or Lepo, detachment under George Hoffler. Hoffler defied Hitler, but his vastly outnumbered men were afraid to fire. The SA men swarmed forward and took them prisoner at bayonet point, after which the Nazis disarmed the police. A few officers were punched and kicked, but all were soon released, as the SA had other matters to attend to. After that, the putsch column marched into the open square known as the Marienplatz, and from there, they took several streets to the Franz Joseph Platz, changing direction several times to avoid direct confrontation with police patrols. Hitler's hopes of a successful propaganda march almost appeared justified. Throngs of Munich residents turned out despite the bad weather and sang patriotic hymns to salute the passing SA men. A vast crowd began to follow the Nazis, which must have greatly bolstered Hitler's confidence. However, the march came to an abrupt end at the Odeonsplatz, named for a nearby concert hall. A small band of police riflemen under Captain Rudolf Schrott barred the path of the SA column, which continued a slow advance and shouted for the police to get out of the way. The column menaced the police with a thicket of bayonets in the attack position, but while Schrott was a radical and a fascist, he believed in the sanctity of orders from duly constituted authority. He and his policemen held their ground, though they were reluctant to fire because of the large number of civilians accompanying the SA. A picture of people crowding the Odeonsplatz Square in Munich on November 9. At this moment, a second, larger detachment of Lepo riflemen commanded by Lieutenant Michael Freiherr von Godin rushed into the Odeonsplatz from a side street. The lieutenant charged directly into the Nazi column despite the forest of bayonets and pistols that he and his men were menaced with, and the Lepo men, though greatly outnumbered, began battering the SA troops furiously with their truncheons and rifle butts. At that moment, as Godin later recalled, suddenly a Hitler man who stood one step half left of me fired a pistol at my head. The shot went by my head and killed Sergeant Hallweg behind me. For a fraction of a second, my company stood frozen. Then, before I could give an order, my people opened fire, with the effect of a salvo. At the same time the Hitler people commenced firing, and for 20 or 30 seconds a regular firefight developed. Mowed down at close range by concentrated rifle fire, the SA men did not stand firm for long. 16 of them died within a minute or two of the battle's start, and many more were wounded, while 4 policemen were killed in the exchange. Goering was shot in the groin but nevertheless managed to flee and disappear into the crowd, and in the initial shooting, a bullet struck Max Erwin von Skubner-Richter, who was walking arm in arm with Hitler. The bullet, which would otherwise have struck Hitler in the torso, penetrated both of Skubner-Richter's lungs and stopped at his ribs on the side toward Hitler. Skubner-Richter is reported to have died instantly, probably from hydrostatic shock as the heavy bullet's shockwaves damaged his heart and possibly his brain, but since their arms were linked, Skubner-Richter dragged Hitler to the ground as he fell and thus out of the line of fire. That said, it is also possible that Hitler dropped flat, since he was an experienced soldier and such an action would have made sense in a sudden gun battle. In the midst of the fighting, the SA men quickly turned tail and fled, and Hitler joined them. Though he was later accused of cowardice by some of his enemies, the truth is that the day was already lost and his forces were in rapid retreat. Short of immediate suicide, there was no point in Hitler remaining alone to be shot by the enraged policeman. Ludendorff, on the other hand, continued to walk forward alone, passing through the front ranks of the police unhindered. He was easily recognized and as one of Bavaria's heroes was unlikely to be gunned down unless it was by accident. Several police tackled him after he had passed through their front line and arrested him, at which point he began to act with childish petulance, as if the Lepo men had wronged him greatly by putting an end to his coup. Back at the Wehrkreiskommando, the news of Ludendorff's capture and the effective end of the putsch sapped Rome's resolve to fight rather than surrender. Earlier, he left his strongpoint to negotiate with the army officers, who demanded his surrender, and he had initially refused. While he was absent, his men fired on some army engineers, killing one and wounding another, which prompted a flurry of machine gun fire that left 2 SA men dead. After that, the SA men began to surrender in bunches, and Rome eventually agreed to give up when he heard Ludendorff was a prisoner. In fact, Ludendorff even sent him a written message urging him to surrender to prevent further deaths. Rome himself was placed under arrest, while his men were disarmed and then allowed to simply leave and return to their homes. The beer hall putsch was over. A picture of the defendants, Pernet, Weber, Frick, Keibel, Ludendorff, Hitler, Bruckner, Röhm, and Wagner. Nothing illustrates more clearly that Hitler's plans were in almost perfect accord with the secret hopes, fears, and wishes of his fellow countrymen than the fact that his defeat during the beer hall putsch, which theoretically should have destroyed him utterly as a failed traitor, ultimately metamorphosed into a kind of victory under the actual circumstances. Hitler went briefly into hiding at the house of the Hanfstaengl family, where he contemplated suicide, but his hosts dissuaded him from this step. He was arrested 2 days after the putsch, was confined in the fortress of Landsberg, and was brought to trial on February 24, 1924, a little over 3 months after his abortive coup attempt. Thomas Springer's picture of Landsberg. In theory, Hitler's putsch was a capital crime of treason for which he should have been liable for the death penalty. Furthermore, 4 policemen had died during the brief skirmish that ended the putsch, making the possible charges even more serious. However, the men putting Hitler on trial had been partly responsible for his rise and his actions, and they sympathized deeply with his cause. The trial therefore took a remarkable turn. The course of the ensuing trial was determined by the tacit agreement of all those taking part not to touch upon the essence of those events, so that the hearing was reduced to a farce in which Hitler unexpectedly ceased to be the accused and became the accuser. Thus, the courtroom became yet another beer hall where Hitler could give impassioned patriotic speeches to a rapt audience. He covered for his men by placing all blame for the beer hall putsch on himself, and indeed, those who were tried alongside him received even lighter sentences and, in the case of Ludendorff, an acquittal. Hitler concluded the trial with a thunderous, triumphant declaration: "I nourish the proud hope that one day the hour will come when these rough companies will grow to battalions, the battalions to regiments, the regiments to divisions, that the old cockade will be taken from the mud, that the old flags will wave again, for it is not you, gentlemen, who pass judgment on us. That judgment is spoken by the eternal court of history. That court will not ask us, did you commit high treason, or did you not? The court will judge us as Germans who wanted only the good of their own people and fatherland, who wanted to fight and die. Pronounce us guilty 1,000 times over, the goddess of the eternal court of history will smile, for she acquits us." The court nearly acquitted him outright before finally handing down a sentence of 5 years in prison with the likelihood of being granted release on probation after just 6 months. Sentenced on April 1, 1924, he was released from prison slightly more than 8 months later on December 20, 1924. By then, he had dictated his voluminous Mein Kampf to Rudolf Hess while enjoying a large, comfortable cell with numerous amenities and frequent visitors. Hitler began strengthening the Endstab immediately upon his release, and furthermore he had learned a new approach to politics which would cause him to shun open putsches from that point forward. Due to the failure of the putsch, Hitler now saw the starting point for a struggle for power in entirely new conditions and by new methods. Of decisive importance in this struggle was Hitler's realization that force was not the way to capture the modern state apparatus, that power could be seized only on the basis of the Constitution itself. In time, he would be successful, but Hitler's shift from overt attempts to seize power by violence to covert seizure of the system via pseudo-legal means was not popular with all of his supporters. The SA and Rome looked askance at what they perceived as this abandonment of a pure revolutionary focus on violence and a turn to the vile process of voting. The fact that Hitler eventually created a dictatorial state through clever electioneering and keen exploitation of legal loopholes made no difference to these men, for whom anti-democratic sentiment was a matter of principle. There was, moreover, widespread unease in both the party organization and the Hitler Youth about the embourgeoisement of the Nazi movement, a process symbolized above all by the Endstab's participation in electoral politics. The Endstab had always been oriented strongly against electoral politics, which were understood to be the most corrupt in a system of corrupt practices. The formative experience of the movement, the failed Munich Putsch, symbolized this orientation, and there continued to be many in the party, especially among the SA leadership, who preferred, on both practical and moral grounds, to seize power by force. Hitler was a pragmatic revolutionary who learned from the beer hall putsch that the source of power was immaterial as long as it was effective at moving him towards his goals. He was willing to don the cloaks of legality and democracy, temporarily at least, if that pretense would bring him closer to the center of power, which it ultimately did. Rome preferred form over substance, and he believed erroneously that Hitler was going soft because he ceased attempts at a violent overthrow of German government. Fatally wrong in this assessment, Rome subsequently paid the ultimate price for thinking Hitler had become decadent and weak a decade later, when his dark hints at a second revolution prompted the Führer to kill him and 1,000 other leading SA men on the night of the Long Knives. Hitler, as Rome and Germany as a whole would come to learn, had not gone soft because he chose a legalistic route to achieving power. This was, after all, the man who one of his own closest followers, repentant in a death cell at Nuremberg, could only liken to a cataclysm of nature. Around his name, wrote Dr. Hans Frank, who was Hitler's Governor-General of Poland, is the reek of millions of corpses, of ruins, starvation, despair, decay, and horror. Gustav von Kahr also learned what sort of man Hitler was, because the Führer would not forgive or forget the role he played in the putsch. A particularly horrible death was reserved for him on the night of the Long Knives some 11 years later. Driven to the edge of the Dachauer Moose swamp by a squad of SS men, von Kahr was hacked to death with axes and his mangled corpse was flung contemptuously into the stagnant water, perhaps qualifying him as the last of the putsch's direct casualties. The beer hall putsch appeared to its contemporaries to be a trivial, even risible, matter. Its apparent failure to produce any result and its ignominious end, with its chief author jailed like any common hoodlum disturbing the peace, led to its dismissal by practically all the political cognoscenti of early 1920s Germany. Filled with pride and misplaced self-assurance, these individuals were inclined to mockery rather than concern, to the extent that the putsch was blindly misjudged when it happened, and misinterpreted for years thereafter. By many it was classed with the comic opera riots of the previous century caused by Lola Montez, the Irish mistress of the Bavarian king, who stirred up the Munich citizenry with an unwelcome passion for social reform. In reality, the putsch was one of the first events that brought about the dark avalanche of Nazism upon which Hitler rode to power in one of Europe's most powerful nations. What marked it as distinct from the other political brawls that surrounded and preceded it was the individual at its heart. Hitler was remarkable for his colossal energy, drive, political acumen, conviction, and concentrated malice. Two results of the putsch ended up having far-reaching consequences that altered the fate of Europe. The incident's first crucial effect was that it brought Hitler to widespread public notice, and the fact that he was the subject of considerable scorn among many people, and that his political movement attracted derision, was immaterial. Hitler had come to the attention of a large section of the population of the Weimar Republic. One of the vital, almost alchemical, elements to success, whether in the political, entrepreneurial, literary, or any other major sphere of human endeavor, is to become visible, and Hitler had forever risen above the anonymity that cloaks most people's lives. P.T. Barnum's axiom that I don't care what the newspapers say about me as long as they spell my name right applied to Hitler, whose later words and actions would henceforth gain a far-flung audience merely due to the fact they came from him. The second effect was to impress on Hitler's warped but extremely keen mind that a revolution by force was impractical and doomed to failure. The true method of gaining power was to insinuate himself into the power structure, then find the flaws in the legal system, the inevitable loopholes left by human mortality's limitations, in order to exploit them boldly and powerfully. The beer hall putsch was a moment of learning for Hitler if not an outright epiphany. It showed him clearly how he could use the potent force of his personality and intellect to achieve sole dominion over the German state by legal means, or at least by methods that were shielded from effective resistance by adopting a color of legality. To this day, people often point out that Hitler accrued power democratically, and while this is actually stretching the truth, the fact that he worked his way up through political means until the burning of the Reichstag is certainly accurate. Most political agitators would have given up after such a failure, or they may have continued to make similar attempts until they were either imprisoned for a long period or killed during one of their dangerous coup efforts. Hitler, however, took the lesson to heart, with profoundly fateful consequences for almost everybody on the planet during the 1940s. Only later would Haydn, one of the pioneer chroniclers of Hitler's rise, write of him, as a human figure, lamentable, as a political mind, one of the most tremendous phenomena in all history. A man without rank, position, fame, or money, he succeeded in becoming the absolute master of an empire which is believed to have encompassed more than 400 million people at its height. All of this was thanks to an understanding gained via the beer hall putsch. The Weimar Republic's missteps. In times of crisis, elections were held much more frequently than in more stable periods, but this feature of the Weimar Republic also helped ensure that any economic or political instability would be exacerbated by shifts in the governing bodies, which came at times when continuity would have been generally beneficial for keeping problems from spiraling out of control. Multiple elections occurred in close proximity to the date of the Reichstag fire, and both at the time and since, many ordinary people and historians have noted the convenient timing of the conflagration. Unlike the US Congress but similar to various European governmental councils, seats in the Reichstag were awarded on a proportional basis. For example, if a party won 20% of the vote, then it would also control 20% of the seats. This meant that at the time of the Reichstag fire, no political party held a majority. The strongest party, in numerical terms, consisted of the Social Democrats, a liberalizing force that mainly sought to increase the strength of democracy in the former German Empire. The Nazis represented a powerful bloc as well, but the number of seats they held increased when the economy faltered and decreased when a whiff of prosperity was in the air. The KDP Communists held a smaller but still significant portion of the Reichstag seats. As might be expected, the Nazi Party and the KDP frequently worked at cross purposes, and relatively civilized feuds within the Reichstag's walls, where the leaders of the respective groups often addressed one another in highly formal and civil terms, were frequently mirrored by brutal outbreaks of violence in the streets. Once Göring became president of the Reichstag and overall leader of German police, the current of hooliganism grew stronger, sweeping Germany towards the precipice of dictatorship. Simultaneously, the number of violent incidents and acts of anti-Semitism began to multiply significantly. They began to attack the trade union and communist offices along with the homes of their leaders, but with the agreements in place with the police, the common situation was that the communists/Jews/trade unionists would get a kicking from the Nazis and then be arrested and thrown in prison for breaches of the peace. The Nazis and KPD each represented, to the eyes of the people, a glimmer of hope and a way of extracting themselves from the labyrinth of poverty and humiliation the Allies had thrust them into. Though the 85-year-old President Paul von Hindenburg, head of the Weimar Republic, was becoming vague at times, his chancellor, Heinrich Brüning, clearly understood the source of Germany's woes and how these might deliver the nation into the hands of the communists or Nazis. During the summer, the scholarly chancellor had pondered long hours over the desperate plight of Germany. To cope with the depression, he had decreed lower wages and salaries as well as lower prices. The hunger chancellor he had been called by both the Nazis and the communists. Yet he thought he saw a way out that in the end would re-establish a stable, free, prosperous Germany. He would try to negotiate with the Allies a cancellation of reparations. Hindenburg. Brüning. Since the Allies had failed to disarm themselves as they had bound themselves by treaty to do, Brüning also wished to rearm the German nation. Indeed, he began a secret program for a modest military expansion, which he hoped would restore Germany to equality with the other nations rather than continue to be Europe's whipping boy. This program, of course, had a very different fate. Rather than being the security force that re-established the dignity of a free people as Brüning envisioned, it would ultimately form the nucleus of Hitler's genocidal Reichswehr. Brüning's plan actually went even farther, as he contemplated means by which the rising power of the Nazis could be decisively and legally quashed. His solution was to create a new constitutional monarchy with strictly limited powers in Germany, but when he proposed this to Hindenburg, it was shot down forcefully by the Weimar Republic's president, not because it was too conservative but because the idea of a legally limited monarchy was too liberal for the former imperial soldier. When Brüning explained to that the Social Democrats and the trade unions, which had given some encouragement to his plan if only because it might afford the last desperate chance of stopping Hitler, would not stand for the return of Wilhelm II, and that moreover if the monarchy were restored it must be a constitutional and democratic one on the lines of the British model, the grisly old field marshal was so outraged he summarily dismissed his chancellor from his presence. A week later he recalled him to inform him that he would not stand for re-election. The next chancellor to be appointed by Hindenburg was Franz von Papen, who practically handed Hitler the means to establish a dictatorship due to his own mistaken belief that he could easily control the man Hindenburg had dismissed contemptuously as the Bohemian corporal. Von Papen did not last long in office, but he made the cardinal error of legalizing the SA, or Sturmabteilung, the infamous brown shirts who served as the muscle enforcing Hitler's will on the streets. He did this in the erroneous belief that it would appease the Nazis. Von Papen was almost immediately forced to resign, largely through the machinations of Hitler and allies like Göring. Economic troubles compelled the people to favor right-wing solutions, and in the disastrous days of the early 1930s, Hitler's anti-Semitism was an attractive feature to many German voters. The Jews formed an identifiable and useful scapegoat against whom to direct the rage, frustration, fear, and misery that ordinary Germans had experienced for nearly half a generation. Germans felt the effects almost immediately. By December 1929, 1.5 million workers were unemployed. A month later, that number jumped to 2.5 million, and it kept climbing. Once again, the Nazis took advantage of a crisis by blaming everything on the Communists and the Jews. In the September 1930 election, the Nazis were expected to win 50 seats in Germany's parliament. To the surprise of many, they went from 12 seats to 107 seats. Hitler's rise to power was boosted by the desperation of the Germans to extract themselves from a situation which seemingly showed no sign of a positive resolution, and his ability to appear as the champion against the forces causing Germany's troubles made him all the more popular. Since the Allies were out of reach, the helpless, vastly outnumbered Jews made an ideal substitute for the Nazis' purposes. Hitler and other Nazis were now poised to destroy the Weimar Republic and restore Germany and the Aryan race to greatness by ending so-called Jewish racial domination and eliminating the communist threat. Although the Social Democrats were the overall majority party in Germany at the time, they suffered a massive disadvantage against Hitler's Nazis because they were dedicated to democratic government and were less apt to use systematic violence and intimidation to achieve their aims. The Nazis had no such scruples, and they constantly used beatings, arson, threats, and outright murder to disrupt opposing political movements, particularly around election times. The Communists were not averse to dirtying their hands with slaughter in the name of international revolution either, but they were much weaker than the Nazis. They had played their hand early in attempting a coup in 1919, seeking to prompt an armed workers' revolution that would create a Soviet-style tyranny in Germany, but they were quickly crushed by the brutal Freikorps, a right-wing paramilitary organization comprised of many World War I veterans. As such, the Freikorps possessed formidable combat skills the Communists could not match. The Freikorps continued to seek out and kill Communists or suspected Communists during the following decade, greatly reducing the power of the party in Germany. Though still something of a force to be reckoned with, by 1933, the KDP simply did not have the manpower to go toe-to-toe with the Nazis and hope to survive, either in the German parliament or the rough and tumble of the streets. The Freikorps would eventually be purged by Hitler, with most of its leaders executed and its rank and file absorbed first into the SA and then into the SS, but in the meantime, it rendered a considerable service to the future Führer. Elections held in November 1932 reduced the Nazi seats in the parliament to around a third, with the deficit being claimed by the Communists, and the next elections were slated for March 6, 1933, exactly 1 week after the burning of the Reichstag occurred. Hitler and Göring were in need of a crisis both to generate a reason for passing dictatorial emergency powers, and to prevent the Nazis from losing further ground to the hated Communists in the Reichstag. Meanwhile, in late 1932 and early 1933, the German government was preparing a massive job creation program to relieve unemployment through the state provision of public works. The Nazis had a firm grasp of the fact that it was economic disaster that made their extreme agenda seem appealing to the people at large. Their window of opportunity was shrinking, and they had only a few months left before their power would likely begin to wane. The Nazi Party and Hitler understood this instinctively. At this moment, President Hindenburg made an utterly fatal error for the future of Germany, Europe, and the world. To the half-senile Field Marshal, it seemed more urgent than ever at this point to tame the Nazis by bringing them into government, and this in turn led to a plan to put Hitler in as Chancellor, with a majority of conservative cabinet colleagues to keep him in check. In brief, the scheme concocted by the President and his ministers was to keep the Nazis from achieving power by giving them some power, buttressed by a naive faith that the tut-tuting of a handful of aged politicians would suffice to rein in a man with approximately 400,000 SA brown shirts and 100,000 SS men at his disposal. Thus, with a surreal misjudgment, Hindenburg placed the few Nazis admitted into the highest ranks of government in precisely those positions best suited to the establishment of a dictatorship and police state. Only 2 major offices of state went to the Nazis, but both of them were key positions on which Hitler had insisted as a condition of the deal: the Ministry of the Interior, occupied by Wilhelm Frick, and the Reich Chancellery itself, occupied by Hitler. Hermann Göring was appointed Reich Minister without portfolio and acting Prussian Minister of the Interior, which gave him direct control over the police in the greater part of Germany. The Nazis could thus manipulate the whole domestic law and order situation to their advantage. Hitler had played his hand brilliantly, exploiting circumstances, popular conspiracy theories, desperation, and the doddering incapacity of Germany's highest civilian leader to position himself in an extremely advantageous situation. The Nazis sensed that victory was within their grasp. For a few weeks, the real possibility existed that their power would melt away as economic programs finally helped Germany out of its long depression and into a newer, more democratic future, but Hitler managed to maneuver himself into the chancellorship at essentially the last moment. Had Hindenburg chosen a different man as chancellor and the job creation program gained some breathing room to pick up momentum, there exists a very real possibility that there never would have been a Third Reich, a final solution, or World War II. The Nazis had every reason to celebrate their stroke of good fortune at the 11th hour, and the victorious National Socialists marked the occasion in a fashion which expressed their own fierce satisfaction with the outcome and also served as a propaganda demonstration to showcase their strength, energy, and high degree of organization. That Hitler's appointment as Reich Chancellor was no ordinary change of government became immediately clear, as Goebbels organized a torchlit parade of brown shirts, steel helmets, and SS men through Berlin, beginning at 7 in the evening on January 30, 1933 and going on well past midnight. Still, at this point, Hitler still remained a functionary in the democratically elected government of the Weimar Republic, so a final touch was needed to grant him the powers which would transform a powerful but constitutionally limited chancellor into the Führer who would seek to establish a thousand-year Reich on the ashes of the old European system. A high-profile incident was needed to give the pretext for Hitler to grant himself emergency powers and complete the metamorphosis from rabble-rousing former corporal to dictator. Whether it occurred by accident or design, the burning of the Reichstag building on the night of February 27, 1933 provided Hitler with the necessary excuse. The Reichstag in August 1932. The burning of the Reichstag. The night of February 27 was an ideal one from the standpoint of an arsonist preparing to set fire to one of Germany's most important government buildings. The air temperature hovered around 20 degrees Fahrenheit, several degrees below the average February low for the region, ensuring that less people than usual were out and about. The presence of snow on the ground was also somewhat unusual, since snow often melts rather quickly in the mild climates of Central Europe. Other factors also favored the incendiary or incendiaries, regardless of whether the attack was carried out by a lone wolf, Nazi agents, or communist revolutionaries. The late hour and the upcoming elections ensured that the structure was uncharacteristically abandoned, reducing the number of potential witnesses, meddlers, and casualties. There was an election on and the Reichstag was not in session, many deputies were away campaigning, and the work of the building's staff slowed down after 9 o'clock. Between the rounds of the lighting man at 8:45 and the Reichstag mailman at 8:50 or 8:55, and the first inspection of the night watchman at 10 o'clock, no one would be moving about inside the building. For this hour or so the Reichstag would be quiet, and, presumably apart from the porter at the north entrance, empty. Of course, the absence of other persons ensured that once spotted, any activity in and around the building would be immediately deemed suspicious, especially by policemen. In fact, just such an individual was present at the time the fire was lit, Karl Buward, who had been assigned to keep a lonely vigil over much of the Reichstag's perimeter. Though he likely expected a quiet, tedious period of sentinel duty, a very different situation ultimately emerged. The darkness of that bitterly cold late winter night obscured both the policeman's view and that of later historians seeking to determine exactly who was seen on the premises of the Reichstag when it burned. Chief Constable Buward's eventful evening began at approximately 9:10 p.m. when Hans Floder, a theology student, approached him in a state of great excitement and announced that he had heard a window breaking and had seen a man with a torch on a second-story balcony preparing to enter the building. Floder then left for home while the chief constable investigated, and almost immediately, a second figure hurried towards him through the gloom. This proved to be a young newspaper typesetter named Werner Thaler, who reported a broken window on another area of the facade and the sighting of two men with torches entering through this opening. Buward and Thaler investigated together, plainly seeing the broken window the young man had mentioned. There was already a glow of light inside, and the typesetter later claimed to have seen two torches inside, likely indicating a pair of arsonists at a minimum. Buward fired his pistol in the general direction of the torches, prompting their carrier or carriers to move deeper into the building to avoid his bullets. Picture of the window through which the alleged arsonist broke in. Fire engines began arriving on the scene, and at this point, Thaler felt his presence was superfluous and left. However, as he crossed the Platz der Republik he turned around one more time and noticed that the cupola of the Reichstag was brightly lit. That could only mean a much larger fire in the plenary chamber at the center of the building. I ran back to the firemen and told them that the interior of the building was also burning. Thaler was not the only individual to note the ominous glare of rising light emerging from the iron and glass cupola that capped the plenary chamber. The Reichstag was one of the city's larger buildings, and many lines of sight to it existed thanks to its isolated placement on the Platz der Republik. This was no minor fire but an all-out blaze that threatened to gut the Reichstag's whole interior. Though the stone shell would remain largely intact save where intense heat might crack a few stone blocks, the curtains, chairs, paneling, and carpets inside were all highly inflammable, as were the large numbers of documents stored on the site. Two of the main actors in the whole political tragedy, Paul von Hindenburg and Franz von Papen, were very close by, sharing a leisurely meal at the Herrenclub, which commanded a view of the Reichstag. Von Papen reported, "Suddenly we noticed a red glow through the windows and heard sounds of shouting in the street. One of the servants came hurrying up to me and whispered, 'The Reichstag is on fire,' which I repeated to the president. He got up and from the window we could see the dome of the Reichstag looking as though it were illuminated by searchlights. Every now and again a burst of flame and a swirl of smoke blurred the outline. The brilliant illumination of the fire in the plenary chamber shining through the glass windows of the cupola was visible even further away. Hermann Göring's valet, Robert Kropp, was sipping mint tea in his employer's apartment while Göring was absent, working late on Unter dem Linden at the police offices. The valet's relaxing evening alone was not destined to last, however, for the telephone rang, and when he answered it Adermann, the night porter at the presidential palace, was on the other end. He was excited and shouted, "You must tell the minister at once. The Reichstag is on fire." After telephoning Göring, Kropp slipped on his coat and went out and across to the Reichstag, from the dome of which he could now see, as he approached, flames licking. Therefore, three separate accounts from widely separated individuals show that fire and smoke were already visible in the plenary chamber's cupola within a few minutes of the initial alarm being raised. This is an important question when trying to determine whether chemical accelerants such as gasoline were used to hasten the spread of the fire. The plenary chamber clearly blazed up rapidly, almost suddenly, At about the same time the windows were broken and Buwert fired his pistol at an unknown prowler or prowlers inside the Reichstag. Though accelerants seem the most likely cause, a similar effect of a sudden, large fire in an enclosed space could theoretically result from flashover. Flashover occurs when the substances in a closed room reach their ignition temperature at the same time that the air is filled thickly with flammable gases emitted from heated objects. When this threshold is reached, the entire room ignites suddenly, vastly increasing the size of the fire in an instant. Sometimes, the effect is even explosive, in which case the phenomenon is known as a smoke explosion. Such an event can be lethal to anyone in the room, and it could potentially explain how the plenary chamber fire metamorphosed from a dim glow into a bright inferno that resembled searchlights shining out of the dome, with flames massive enough to lick out of the windows 246 feet above the chamber floor in a matter of a few minutes. That said, one salient fact renders a flashover implausible. Without large quantities of accelerants to hasten the process, a long burn would be needed to set up the proper conditions for such an event to occur. The plenary chamber was a large space and considerable time would be needed for the surfaces to heat to the point of combustion and the huge gulf of air it contained to acquire a thick enough burden of flammable gases to catch fire. There was insufficient time for a modest fire to expand to the point of flashover between 8:45 p.m. or the mail deliveries by the parliamentary building's mailman at 8:55 and the observed blaze at 9:15 to 9:20 p.m. Given that the use of accelerants was almost certainly needed to create such a daunting fire so quickly, and the conditions of the alleged lone arsonist's capture, it seems quite likely that several men were involved in the arson that night. Police, firemen, and officials all quickly converged on the ominously burning Reichstag, where a desperate battle was soon underway to extinguish the colossal fire. Among the people who put in an appearance were Göring and Hitler himself. According to later accounts by Göring's valet Robert Kropp, Göring made an effort to reach his office in order to rescue his Gobelin tapestries, but he was driven back by fierce flames, his face blackened by soot and streaked with tears, the latter caused either by smoke irritation or sorrow at the destruction of the former air ace's favorite textile art. Conversely, Hitler was in an exultant mood. As Göring emerged from the building and went to meet the Chancellor, his faithful valet was astonished to see the look of triumph, almost of pleasure, on Hitler's face. "This is a beacon from heaven," Hitler shouted, above the crackle of the flames. Whether the fire was a serendipitous accident of timing or a deliberate act arranged at his instigation, Hitler clearly grasped what an opportunity the conflagration presented in the political arena. In the course of putting out the fire, a convenient culprit was also discovered wandering through the Reichstag's labyrinthine interior, and he promptly arrested by the swarms of police who had converged on the scene. This individual was Marinus van der Lubbe, a young man with communist affiliations and Dutch origins who spoke very bad German. The arsonist was found shirtless, having used his upper garments as kindling for the fire he had no hesitation in admitting he had set, and he was carrying a box of matches. The police photographed him later holding this box, though by this time they had supplied him with a shirt and jacket to replace those he had incinerated in the depths of the Reichstag. Van der Lubbe. No deaths or injuries resulted from the Reichstag fire, which occurred at a time when the building was empty save for the arsonist or arsonists. The solid stone construction eliminated the risk of collapse on the firemen and policemen who came to the scene, and they were careful enough to avoid any fatalities from direct fire exposure or smoke inhalation. Slightly more than 2 hours after it began, the Reichstag fire was extinguished around 11:30 p.m., but by then, it had reduced practically the whole interior of the building to a charred shambles, destroying wood paneling, curtains, seats, lecterns, all manner of furniture, artworks, carpets, and reams of irreplaceable government documents and records. The fire went out due to a mix of intense efforts on the part of Berlin's firefighters and the fact that it had exhausted most of its potential fuel sources. The huge government building had been gutted, and it continued to send wisps of smoke upward into the icy air for days afterward. A picture of ruins within the Reichstag. As the last smoldering ashes of the heaped wood and cloth inside cooled, however, a fire of a different kind had been lit in the hearts of the Nazi leadership. Feigning outrage against a communist takeover plot of which there is scant to no evidence, the Nazis immediately began to exploit the Reichstag fire as a pretext for granting Hitler sweeping, unconstitutional powers, and for removing the communists from the political scene as much as possible. The National Socialist Party's response to the Reichstag fire was quick and forceful, in part because the Nazis and the police appeared to be readying their organizations for some kind of trouble. Göring was out of his home working with police officials when the Reichstag fire occurred, even though it was relatively late in the evening, but this was not the only indication that the Nazis were prepared for some sort of triggering event to offer them a pretext for arresting large numbers of their political rivals. The Gestapo was a newly formed organization in 1933, created as a secret police at the same time Hitler ascended to the chancellorship on January 30, and the commander of this sinister new enforcement group was Rudolf Diels, a slippery figure who managed to avoid prosecution after World War II despite being neck-deep in Nazi police state activities. In fact, the resourceful Diels, whose facial scars and icy, cynical gaze gave him the appearance of a villain from a Cold War spy thriller, actually wormed his way successfully into the post-war government of Lower Saxony. Diels. Those days were remote in 1933, however. At that time, Diels made remarkable preparations on the afternoon of January 27, 1933, just a few hours before the fire at the Reichstag broke out. Making good use of early technology for coordinating his plan, the Gestapo leader sent out an order by radio to all police stations in Prussia. Communists, said Diels, were said to be planning attacks on police patrols, and the members of national organizations' suitable countermeasures against the communist threat were to be taken immediately. Above all, in necessary cases communist functionaries were to be taken into protective custody. By shortly after 6 that evening, all Prussian police stations had received Diels's order. Hours before fire consumed the Reichstag, the police were ready. Both Diels and Göring had drawn up extensive arrest lists of influential communists and others who were vocally opposed to the Nazis' rising fortunes, and these lists were up to date and ready for action when the flames shone through the darkness from the Reichstag's glass-paneled cupola. It is even possible that Göring was out of his house that fateful evening putting the finishing touches to them and making certain that no crucial names had been omitted among those who were destined to experience the horrors of Nazi protective custody. After his abortive attempt to rescue his Gobelin tapestries from the fire, Göring soon accosted Diels, who had also put in an appearance on the scene of the conflagration in record time. Most of the chief Nazi leaders of the day were at the Reichstag within minutes of the alarm being sounded, which made coordination of their ensuing actions remarkably quick and easy. Franz von Papen later provided a vivid account of the words Göring shouted at the Gestapo leader, for he had worked himself into a lather of rage and indignation by this time. "This is the beginning of the communist revolution. We must not wait a minute. We will show no mercy. Every communist official must be shot, where he is found. Every communist deputy must this very night be strung up. A quick death from a bullet or noose would likely have been a kindness compared to the actual fate of many of those on Diels' lists." The first arrests began almost immediately, though they were not to achieve their full momentum until early the next afternoon, when Hitler's position as dictator was firmly established by legal decree of the President and Reichstag of the Weimar Republic. Hitler seized the opportunity presented to him with both hands. Loudly and forcefully trumpeting his version of events, that the Reichstag fire was a signal for a communist revolution which, curiously, showed no signs whatsoever of developing in reality, the Chancellor appeared before the gathered officials of the Weimar Republic at 11 a.m. on the morning of February 28 while the ashes of the Reichstag interior were still hot. Hitler was bearing a decree from the 1920s, originally drafted during an anti-communist panic, and an authoritarian fanatic, Ludwig Grauert, had added extra material to it in the form of a second clause which made the powers it granted to the Chancellor even more sweeping and arbitrary. If it was approved and signed by President Hindenburg, it would more or less give Hitler almost unlimited power. Incredibly, Hindenburg's cabinet, frightened by the Reichstag fire and the bogeyman of communist revolution, accepted the document and presented it to the president, though Franz von Papen expressed dismay at the idea and urged his colleagues to reject the proposal out of hand. Hindenburg showed remarkably little hesitation before signing the decree, propelling Hitler to the position of absolute dictatorship he was to occupy until he took poison along with Eva Braun in the fire-streaked darkness of Berlin a dozen years later in order to avoid capture and torture at the hands of the victorious Soviets. The decree, which has gone down in history as the Reichstag fire decree, suspended most of the democratic guarantees and rights in the Weimar Republic. Thus restrictions on personal liberty, on the right of free expression of opinion, including freedom of the press, on the right of assembly and association, and violations of the privacy of postal, telegraphic and telephonic communications, and warrants for house searches, orders for confiscations as well as restrictions on property rights are permissible beyond the legal limits otherwise prescribed. This remarkable document went on to give Hitler the power to assume absolute power over any of Germany's states where such a measure was deemed necessary, and it gave the Chancellor and those he delegated the power to inflict death penalties for the appallingly broad, vague crime of disturbing the peace. This decree was to remain in effect until further notice, which in practice meant forever, or at least until shells, bombs, and bullets broke the strength of the thousand-year Reich. Hindenburg's signature was the suicide note of the Weimar Republic, and it marked the president's personal obeisance to the man he had very recently scorned as the Bohemian corporal. A single signature put an end to the democratic experiment in Germany and ushered in 12 years of terror, murder, war, and one of the most brutal dictatorships in history. Naturally, Hitler wasted no time in utilizing his freshly acquired totalitarian powers. The arrests that Diels and Göring had already begun now attained the color of authority and legality, and the SA joined with the police in a sweeping purge of the German population. The flails of legalized Nazi aggression winnowed the political field, removing the best candidates of opposing parties and leaving only the compliant Nazi party members in the legislature. Some 4,000 communist officials and a great many social democrat and liberal leaders were arrested, including members of the Reichstag. Truckloads of stormtroopers roared through the streets all over Germany, breaking into homes, rounding up victims and carting them off to SA barracks, where they were tortured and beaten. The Social Democrat newspapers and many liberal journals were suspended and the meetings of the Democratic parties either banned or broken up. Notably, although the official Nazi party line was that Reichstag fire was caused by communists as a signal for a Soviet-style revolution, the Social Democrats were arrested and tormented with equal zeal by the police and SA. The agenda of silencing all potential political opponents, including those who were in favor of democracy and did not even think of using extra-legal force to attain their goals, became nakedly apparent less than 24 hours after Chief Constable Buwert fired his pistol at unknown prowlers in the Reichstag. The Nazis' preeminence in the elections of March 6, 1933 had been assured in one bold, unscrupulous stroke. Oppression of the Jews began almost immediately as well. The populace had been propagandized into blaming the Jews for Germany's defeat in World War I, shifting blame rather than accepting that Germans, like all other humans, had limitations despite their courage and intelligence and could be overwhelmed by a numerous, determined adversary. The Jews also made a convenient scapegoat for the subsequent financial miseries that racked Germany during the post-war years. Ironically, it was the very helplessness of the Jews that made them a prime choice for targeting because of their undue power over the fate of Germany. Accused of being so powerful as to be able to bring down a formidable military power through practically invisible means, the Jews were somehow also so powerless that they could fall ready victims to the anger of the mob. The reality, of course, is that the Jews were a safe target for the people to take out their frustrations on. Representing less than 1% of the population, they did not have the numbers to resist hordes of Germans baying for their blood, and even before the rise of the Nazis, the government tacitly colluded with the anti-Semites by failing to properly protect its own Jewish citizens. Hitler may indeed have convinced himself of the bizarre conspiracy theories about World War I, thus justifying denial of the unpalatable truth that the despised Allies had simply outfought the German army and defeated it. Whatever the case of his personal beliefs, the Jews made a convenient conduit for the fear and aggression of the German people, which might otherwise have been directed against the SA thugs running rampant over civil liberties. Regardless, beatings, rapes, and killings of Jews became norms that the authorities winked at, and on April 1, 1933, just a little over a month after the Reichstag fire, Hitler began a boycott of Jewish businesses intended to deprive his chosen victims of what little economic power they actually had. Jackbooted SA roughnecks posted signs in shop windows or loitered menacingly at the entrances to deter people from entering and buying from the proprietors. The measure was mostly a failure, but it served as an ominous warning of worse events to ensue. One aspect of Hitler's rise to power which is frequently overlooked by modern historians was the massive program of disarmament and gun control which the Nazis instituted, confiscating private firearms in order to ensure their rule was undisputed. A far-flung campaign of search and seizure was started, with anyone found in possession of a gun classified as a communist, even though most of those afflicted in this manner were law-abiding social democrats. The Nazis succeeded in creating a communist gun owner bogeyman to justify extensive searches and seizures conducted by the police to confiscate firearms and arrest their owners. To carry out these measures, some 5,000 auxiliary police composed of SA, SS, and Stahlhelm members were enrolled in Berlin alone. Of course, the three Nazi organizations that backed Hitler, the SA, SS, and Steel Helmets, were not only permitted to keep their weapons but were armed with pistols and steel-shafted clubs by the government in cases where the men did not already possess such arms. Anyone who did not belong to these organizations, however, was apt to be arrested and placed in the concentration camps Hitler already found necessary to contain the hordes of undesirables he and his cronies alone seemed to be able to detect in the German population. Given the robust tradition of shooting clubs in Germany, which stretched back as far as the crossbow leagues of the medieval era, the arrests that followed Hitler's strict gun control measures were extensive and occurred all across Germany. Though most of those arrested were later released, perhaps somewhat worse for wear, this measure did have the effect of removing armed male citizens not directly affiliated with the Nazi Party from circulation at precisely the moment when popular resistance to the Führer's takeover might have been effective. After all, these measures came before the Nazi state had truly consolidated its grip on Germany and acquired tanks and aircraft. A second decree passed on March 24, 18 days after the Nazis won 44% of the seats in the Reichstag, completed the transition of Germany from the democratic experiment of the Weimar Republic to the personal fief of Adolf Hitler. The enabling law, the popular name for the euphemistically worded law to remove the distress of the people and state, was the last nail in Weimar Republic's coffin passed by the Reichstag, which then dissolved itself. The act provided that the cabinet could decree laws without consulting the Reichstag or the president. The chancellor, Hitler, was empowered to draft the laws, which could deviate from the constitution. The burning of the Reichstag, whether it was a deliberate false flag operation or a random act of individual arson, was adroitly used as a springboard to absolute power by Hitler and his close clique of followers. The wily Führer might have achieved supreme command over Germany by other means, but this is by no means certain. By having arrest lists prepared and the police, SA, and SS standing by even prior to the actual arson, the Nazis were positioned to severely disrupt the other major political parties on the eve of a crucial election. Furthermore, the Reichstag fire created an atmosphere of paranoia and panic in which Hitler found it possible to force the passage of two decrees which gave him absolute authority over every level of German government and the life and death of every German citizen. The Reichstag fire decree of February 28 and the law to remove the distress of the people and state of March 24 effectively abolished the law except as a manifestation of Hitler's will. Under the deeply flawed Weimar Republic constitution, this abolition was actually legal, which, along with the massive arrest program directed at non-Nazi gun owners during March 1933, served to utterly deflate any organized resistance to the Nazis' smooth and successful coup d'état. Van der Lubbe was clearly guilty of at least some minor acts of arson in the Reichstag, but it remains difficult to imagine that he could have created such an unstoppable whirlwind of fire without any chemical accelerants whatsoever and no tools beyond a box of large matches and his own shirt as kindling, all within the space of perhaps 10 to 15 minutes. The volatility of an ordinary shirt is not high, and it is certainly insufficient to trigger a flashover in a huge wood-paneled council chamber in just a matter of a few minutes. Furthermore, the Dutch arsonist clearly relied more on enthusiasm and chance than a careful methodology or knowledge of fires, which makes his chances of such a massive success that much smaller. Still, Van der Lubbe was a communist of sorts, and therefore he was potentially useful to the Nazi hierarchy as a propaganda weapon. Considering that Van der Lubbe's personality, insofar as it has come down to the present day in records, bears every stamp of an irrational, drama-seeking crank, one might perhaps suppose that he chose to be a communist more because it was shocking and dramatic than through any conviction or true understanding of communist principles. Despite the fact that the Dutchman was an ideal patsy for the Nazis' power grab, it is possible that he was drugged during his trial to eliminate any chance that he would say anything that would disturb the Nazis' theory of a far-flung communist plot. Surviving photos of Van der Lubbe from his trial show him standing with his head slumped forward on his chest, eyes closed, and mouth hanging. Written accounts confirm that this was his demeanor throughout the trial except on 2 occasions when he appeared slightly more alert and managed to provide semi-coherent statements in contrast to his typical vague rambling. On all but 2 of the trial's 57 days Van der Lubbe appeared with his head bent down over his chest, often drooling or with his nose running so that his police attendants had continually to wipe his face. He spoke in monosyllables or not at all. He repeatedly answered yes and then no to the same question. At best he answered questions only after a long pause. Sometimes he did not answer at all. Sometimes he giggled. There is additional reason to believe that this grotesque farce involved use of drugs because of the precise correspondence of the Dutch Mason's behavior to a person heavily dosed with the most frequently utilized sedative in Germany at the time. As one historian explained, Van der Lubbe's appearance and behavior during the trial were consistent with the symptoms of excessive ingestion of potassium bromide, which, in its trade application cabromol, was one of the most common sedatives at the time. Potassium bromide, which tastes like salt, can easily be slipped into food. Symptoms of its abuse include mental slowness, loss of memory, apathy, a constantly running nose, and a slumped body posture. Since Van der Lubbe, unlike the other prisoners, admitted to setting a fire in the Reichstag, his guilt was never really in question. However, despite his evident sedation, he always refused to implicate anyone else in his arson plot and insisted that he alone had been the author of it. This insistence probably stemmed not only from a powerful desire to lay claim to the distinction of being the lone wolf who had gutted the mighty Reichstag, but also to the fact that Van der Lubbe probably did not know anyone else to blame. He could not supply the names of communist supporters of his actions because he simply did not know them. This refusal to blame a wider communist plot drove the Nazis wild and caused the trial to drag on endlessly as they hoped for a breakthrough confession that would support their version of events. Finally, even Van der Lubbe said that being executed would be preferable to continuing the endless, pointless trial, and the judges obliged him by sentencing him to death by the guillotine. Several of the judges experienced poor health as a result of the trial's stresses, and one of them died shortly after the trial concluded. There is no doubt that the burning of the Reichstag was exceedingly convenient for the Nazi Party and Hitler. The police and SA were mobilized earlier the same day in preparation for a sweeping series of arrests both of communists and social democrat leaders, which is a highly incriminating circumstance. After all, if Marinus van der Lubbe was the only arsonist involved, Diels and Goering could not have known he was about to strike. Furthermore, the burning occurred immediately before an election, with just enough time left to give the Nazis the necessary interval to capture most of their main adversaries. Hitler then adroitly transferred all power to himself and made his will superior to the Weimar Republic constitution, even while technically leaving it in place to give his reign the color of legal legitimacy, with the Reichstag fire decree and the enabling law. The SA sprang into action, imprisoning communists, social democrats, and non-Nazi firearms owners in droves with fierce energy and a high degree of coordination. Given the preparations and the aftermath, there is plenty to suggest that the arson at the Reichstag did not take the Nazis by surprise. Instead, they seemed fully prepared to exploit every opportunity it offered them in great detail. While this evidence is purely circumstantial, some physical evidence is also compelling in establishing a group of SA saboteurs as the chief arsonists in the Reichstag, including the short length of time available for van der Lubbe's burning shirt to start a massive fire. According to some estimates, the amount of time required for van der Lubbe to reach the plenary chamber after breaking in would have left a mere 150 seconds between the ignition of his shirt and the vast pyre that was sending tongues of flame out of the 246-foot-high cupola. There is insufficient time for a flashover or smoke explosion to occur even with the most generous estimates of van der Lubbe's arson skills. Furthermore, van der Lubbe did not bring accelerants with him and could not have carried them in sufficient amounts to produce the observed conflagration. He could have brought them in during multiple trips into the interior, but there was simply no time for this to happen. At the same time, several experienced firemen on the scene testified to seeing burn trails indicating that gasoline or another accelerant had been poured along the floor. One of the supporting judges took up the matter of the gasoline on the carpet. The trail ran from one door to the other, said Jemp. A few stretches of carpet along the trail were completely burned out. Jemp had bent down to smell the carpet, and believed that it had been gasoline or benzene. Latiot also testified to seeing a fire on a runner that led from the lobby into the plenary chamber, and described another fire running in a line against the wall, which at first he took for floor lighting. Such claims are consistent with the size, power, and rapidity of the fire, and they also rule out van der Lubbe as the sole arsonist. In the end, regardless of whether it was van der Lubbe, Karl Ernst, and his stormtroopers, or some other party who set the main fire in the Reichstag, there is a certain symbolic appropriateness that Hitler was almost literally anointed upon the ashes of democracy. The Reichstag was the heart of the Weimar Republic's attempt at representative government and bore the inscription "The German People" above its main entrance. Hitler's ascent to power came over the scorched wreck of the building representing political freedom and the people themselves. Nazi consolidation. Nazism was an elusive beast from its inception. Its precepts included a general emphasis on military virtues and obsession with purity, an irrational, fanatical hatred of Jews as the scapegoat for all of the nation's problems, and a determination to make Germany strong and powerful again. This, combined with an eagerness to use violence to achieve its aims quickly and effectively, marked out the most visible features of a system that actually contained many incongruous and even contradictory elements. The common denominator of Nazi appeal was as remote as the smile of the Cheshire Cat. In its negative form, it was a promise to make things different; in its positive form, a promise to make things better. This was the homogeneity of common disaffection. This is exemplified strikingly by differing causes for anti-Semitism among different factions. Right-leaning Nazis felt that the Jews were communist saboteurs seeking to destroy the business strength of German industry, while left-leaning Nazis believed the Jews were capitalist plotters seeking to crush German socialism in the name of an international conspiracy of moneyed interests. Both of these viewpoints could not be true at the same time, yet the Nazi Party managed to accommodate both within its overall culture. Several major paramilitary organizations arose in Germany following World War I, but the most important were the Sturmabteilung, the Schutzstaffel, and the Stahlhelm. Though others existed, they eventually faded or were dissolved without incident when Hitler came to power. The Steel Helmets was a veterans organization which initially opposed the Nazis despite espousing a similar anti-Semitic, anti-communist agenda and openly working towards creating a dictatorship in Germany to sweep away what they perceived as the weakness and decadence of liberal democracy. This group received considerable financial aid from the Italian fascist dictator Benito Mussolini, who sometimes privately termed National Socialism a parody of Fascism. Though he had maintained unofficial contacts with Hitler for several years, The political group he had most subsidized in Germany had been the right-wing Stahlhelm. The steel helmets eventually reached a membership of more than 500,000 men on the eve of Hitler's takeover March 1933, which is amazing considering that the organization had begun with a mere 8 members at its inception. The Stahlhelm formed during the height of the 1918 November Revolution when Imperial Army Captain Franz Selt and 7 other returning veterans met in the basement of Selt's small factory in Magdeburg. The Stahlhelm evolved into an influential political force despite contending with internal divisions and external competitors envious of the Combat League's growing national organization. The Steel Helmets would play a role in supporting its fellow fascists in the suppression of the Social Democrats and Communists in the wake of the Reichstag fire, and it eventually had to grudgingly acknowledge the primacy of Hitler over the whole fascist movement in Germany, much as its sponsor Mussolini did around the same time. The organization first became a third paramilitary arm of the Nazi Party alongside the SA and SS, but it was subsequently incorporated into the SA from 1934 to 1935 and eventually ceased to have any independent existence at all. The SS, also known as the Black Shirts, began in 1920 as a special detachment of the SA that provided guards for Nazi Party meetings. However, when Heinrich Himmler became the leader of the SS in 1925, he began to develop it as an independent paramilitary organization loyal to Hitler and infused with his exact vision of Nazism. Members were carefully selected for their willingness to give Hitler their total loyalty and embrace his particular brand of Nazi ideology. The SS grew rapidly in numbers and power, to the point that it was also the most formidable of the 3 major organizations, with a strongly martial and almost ascetic streak. The SS were Hitler's warrior monks and attracted far more self-controlled, competent individuals than either of the other 2 organizations could muster. Hitler and Himmler inspecting the SS in 1938. The SA was a sprawling combat league that did the heavy lifting in bringing Hitler to power, despite the falling out which ensued shortly thereafter. Its leader was Ernst Röhm, a slightly overweight man with a mustache who was rumored to be homosexual. Röhm was a committed Nazi, but he leaned more towards the socialist vision, unlike Hitler's elitist and nationalist vision. At the time of the Reichstag fire, however, the SA appeared to be the main branch of Nazism, and it shouldered much of the initial work of suppression following the promulgation of the Reichstag fire decree. Its men were also quite possibly the arsonists who set the blaze alongside the incompetent pyromaniac Marinus van der Lubbe. Hitler and Röhm inspecting the SA at Nuremberg in 1933. The SA was brash, loud, and violent, but it lacked the focus and keen edge of competence that marks an actual military organization. Ultimately, it was not an instrument that could confront the rest of Europe and nearly fight it to a standstill, a role that was reserved for the professional soldiers of the Wehrmacht and the fanatical elite of the Waffen-SS. Instead, it was largely a gang of unemployed and underemployed men attempting to write their fortunes through the only means that seemed left to them, organized violence. As one historian put it, the SA was largely dominated now by the type of man who was an extremist only till he got what he wanted, the man whose trauma was not war but unemployment, which led to loss of social status and individual self-respect. He did not want to change the world by revolution, but merely to obtain for himself a place in it. Conrad Hayden coined the unforgettable phrase SA class, for those classes were content to make claims upon the state desperados in search of a pension. Ironically, Röhm, a man with many idiosyncrasies that helped bring about his own downfall, appeared to view those who had never been in the military as being almost as subhuman and pernicious as he thought the Jews were. He loathed the majority of Germans who had never fought and considered them as parasites and traitors rather than simply a different manifestation of the culture which also produced the soldiers of the Heer. The SA commander also summed up his own personality in a strange but pithy manner. Ernst Röhm once declared that he always took the opposite view. And yet, the men of the SA had no larger goals for themselves other than a measure of security, money, and personal power, so they naturally mirrored their leader's ideology at moments when an ideological stance became necessary. Röhm was consumed by many of the same hatreds as Hitler, including hatred of Jews, democracy, and communism, but he had no particular goal in mind other wishing for a perpetual revolution spiced with occasional combat and ample helpings of soldierly camaraderie. It is difficult to conceive of Rome being able to put together a nation-state, even one as rickety as Hitler's Third Reich. Nevertheless, a temporary alliance at least was in the best interest of all the right-wing German factions as 1932 drew to a close. The National Socialists held an important voting bloc in the Reichstag, but the Social Democrats still controlled a plurality of seats and the economy was beginning to show signs of improvement, meaning that the Nazis were likely to lose ground in the March 1933 elections. At this juncture, however, the appointment of Hitler as Chancellor and the burning of the Reichstag opened up a remarkable opportunity for the right-wing factions, and the other political parties played into their hands with a new approach to propaganda, though this was only the beginning of the stroke of good fortune that propelled the National Socialists toward a dictatorship. All over Germany, electors were confronted with violent images of giant workers smashing their opponents to pieces, kicking them aside, yanking them out of parliament, or looming over frock-coated and top-hat politicians who were almost universally portrayed as insignificant and quarrelsome pygmies. Rampant masculinity was sweeping aside the squabbling, ineffective and feminized political factions. Whatever the intention, the subliminal message was that it was time for parliamentary politics to come to an end. Though often at odds with one another, the three largest right-wing combat leagues found a brief moment of solidarity during these events, which should have sent a warning to the established Weimar government that something was amiss. The savage, gloating mood of their celebrations, as reported by eyewitnesses, also gave strong hints of the death and destruction which were to follow. 20,000 brown shirts followed one another like waves in the sea, their faces shone with enthusiasm in the light of the torches. For our leader, our Reich Chancellor Adolf Hitler, a threefold hail. They sang "The Republic is shit." Next to us a little boy 3 years of age raised his tiny hand again and again, Hail Hitler man. Death to the Jews was also sometimes called out and they sang of the blood of the Jews which would squirt from their knives. After the burning of the Reichstag, the Nazis predictably gained ground in the March 5, 1933 elections which followed almost immediately. Surprisingly, they did not win a full majority, but they did achieve a plurality. While the SA terrorized the opposition, looted, killed, raped, and arrested, Hitler continued his program of legally transferring power to himself. On March 24, 1933, the Enabling Act, whose rather ironic actual name was the Law to Remedy the Distress of People and Reich, was passed by the Reichstag, giving the Chancellor the ability to pass laws without the approval of the Reichstag. This legislation made Hitler's word law. The laws that passed were explicitly stated as being able to deviate from the Constitution or alter it, and two factors helped make this outcome possible. The first was that the vote, which was held at the Kroll Opera House, was attended by large numbers of heavily armed SA brown shirts and SS black shirts, who made no secret of their violent intent should the desired outcome not be forthcoming. Wild chants greeted us, "We want the enabling law." Young lads with the swastika on their chests looked us cheekily up and down, virtually barring the way for us. They quite made us run the gauntlet, and shouted insults at us like centrist pig, Marxist cell. In the Kroll Opera it was swarming with armed SA and SS. The debating chamber was decorated with swastikas. SA and SS men placed themselves by the exits and along the walls behind us in a half circle. Their attitude did not bode well for us. To top off this confection of badgering and raw intimidation, the Centre Party, controlled by the Catholic Church, had come to a secret agreement with Hitler. The SA and SS presence alone would likely have been sufficient to coerce the desired result, but Hitler had decided to make assurance doubly sure by winning the support of the Catholic Church for his dictatorship with what the novelist Robert Crichton pithily called the bribe of fear. Following the general trend of political Catholicism in interwar Europe, it had come to support the principles of authoritarianism and dictatorship out of fear of Bolshevism now, under stronger clerical influence than ever before, and led by a Catholic priest, Prelate Ludwig Koss, the party was reassured in 2 days of discussions with Hitler that the rights of the Church would not be affected by the Enabling Act. The vote for the Enabling Act was 444 in favor and 94 against. Several Social Democrat Reichstag representatives had been arrested on their way to the vote, reducing the number of unfavorable votes, while a number of others had already left Germany, fearing the consequences of the act. Even had they been present, however, the outcome would have been the same. Hitler's winning political strategy, apart from the use of conscienceless brutality and swift, violent application of force in whatever quantity was needed to overwhelm the opposition, was ultimately an adherence to legal procedures which gave all his actions the color of legitimate authority. At this point, he actually may have been able to summon his brown shirts, black shirts, and steel helmets to depose and kill Paul von Hindenburg outright and subsequently declare himself dictator, but he chose a course in which bold, vigorous manipulation of the law sequentially granted him all the powers and attributes of a dictator while appearing to remain within the legal framework of the Weimar Republic's constitution. That constitution, in fact, nominally remained in force until the fall of the Third Reich in 1945. In a matter of months, Hitler quickly assumed his powers in sequential fashion, rather than all at once. The sequence was rapid enough to keep his opponents off balance, and it was clearly of dubious legality, but it maintained an outward appearance of order that alleviated the fears of conservative elements such as the business community and the Army General Staff, as well as middle-class Germans clinging to comforting illusions in an age of tumult. Of course, those who didn't support this rise to power were dealt with savagely by the stormtroopers and the Gestapo, sent to concentration camps, beaten to death while resisting arrest, or arrested in the middle of the night to be tortured and executed in some secret police basement. The impetuous Ernst Röhm and his rowdy brown shirts, however, threatened to upset Hitler's gradual progression. It was precisely Ernst Röhm's lack of understanding of this concept of the gradual revolution carried out under the cloak of legality that led to his death and that of his followers. Naturally, Hitler's brutal action against Röhm lifted for one moment the carefully constructed backdrop and revealed what was going on offstage, where he and the rest of the leading actors of the legal revolution were disclosed, without any disguise, in their unconditional determination to gain power. The SA's presence vastly multiplied the effect of Göring's police in carrying out a nationwide series of arrests, beatings, and murders to secure Hitler's position atop the ruins of democratic government. The group continued to suppress elements which also opposed Hitler, such as champions of liberal democracy or communist sympathizers, and they carried out the Führer's program of gradually introducing various oppressions against the Jews, whom they loathed with a bitter, irrational passion. However, as time passed, the SA came to represent a hazard to the Third Reich with their ungovernable restlessness and personal allegiance to Rome. In part, their importance and influence in the events of 1933 made Hitler worry about his own ability to control the group, and the Führer attempted to keep the SA occupied with various kinds of busy work, ranging from the horrific to the almost humorously mundane. At the same time, many members of the SA were not content to be mere police in Hitler's new order. Many desired a higher social status, and some used the threat of force to become minor officials or business partners in lucrative enterprises. This problem was particularly rife away from the seat of authority. Despite the existence of telecommunications, physical distance from the capital still had a much more notable effect in attenuating central command and control in the 1930s. This petty self-aggrandizement might have been tolerated, but Röhm set about making himself inconvenient to Hitler almost from the day of the Führer's ascension to supreme power in the new Thousand-Year Reich. With an unmistakably threatening undertone he declared, referring to the many mass proclamations of the victory of the national revolt, that he preferred to make revolutions rather than celebrate them. Deeply offended, he accused Hitler of being nothing but a civilian, an artist, a dreamer. From the summer of 1933 onwards he organized huge parades all over the Reich, voicing his discontent in numerous critical utterances. Puffed up with his own self-importance, Röhm apparently did not appreciate that he was dealing with incredibly dangerous men. Himmler, a quiet, unassuming psychopath with a deceptively weak chin and thick glasses, was one of the individuals Rome underestimated. Himmler, a strange mixture of serial killer and visionary, saw immense potential in the SS and set about honing it into an elite instrument of both political murder and battlefield excellence. Though theoretically still a branch of the SA, Himmler soon detached the SS from the brown shirts in all but name and made a truly formidable instrument out of them, unlike the loudmouthed but ultimately low-quality ranks of the SA. Hitler wanted to build a new order and thus had concrete objectives he hoped to achieve, but Rome desired an ongoing state of revolution, and he was a loose cannon with a horde of utterly immoral followers. Rome's avowed goal was the toppling of all governments, and this idea could hardly have been pleasing to Hitler, busy as he was building a new totalitarian government. That said, Rome's complaints may have merely been examples of simple grumbling due to feeling useless. After all, for someone who had been in the thick of the action in 1933, it wouldn't be surprising if Rome felt that Hitler was not giving him anything to do worthy of his medal. It is even possible that his posturing was a strange cry for attention from the Führer, and while he definitely got Hitler's attention, it was not in the manner he wished. Dictators have rarely survived and prospered by being hesitant to deal with potential threats, and Hitler was driven by his keenly honed survival instinct to respond decisively to Rome's vague but persistent bellowing about a second revolution. Another highly important factor in Hitler's eventual opposition to the SA's continued existence was their effect on people the Führer needed as props for his regime. Though he was master of life and death over every German citizen and literally commanded every resource of the state, Hitler was still human, and he needed powerful backers in order to maintain his position and carry out his plans. One major faction the SA threatened to alienate from the Third Reich's cause were the owners of big businesses and other major capitalists. These men gave tremendous financial and material backing to the Nazis, and Hitler was exceedingly weary of offending them, whatever his private opinion of them might have been. The SA's constant talk of a second revolution and its sporadic but strident calls for all businesses to be nationalized in the name of a socialist workers' state did go unnoticed. In fact, it engendered great alarm among the wealthy, including industrialists, investors, and successful entrepreneurs. Of course, most of the SA members were merely fixated on short-term goals like obtaining a government paycheck and perhaps indulging their sadistic impulses and enjoying an unfamiliar sense of empowerment through occasional fights, beatings, arson, or murders. Some were likely harmless individuals who simply joined out of economic desperation and then kept their heads down while collecting their pay and staying out of trouble as much as possible. A much stronger revolutionary spirit was present in some, however, and particularly in the leadership, including Ernst Röhm. The industrialist's fears of a communist fifth column within the SA, while considerably overblown, did have some basis in reality. Most SA members were working-class people, unlike the middle and professional class SS, and a large number were former communists or perhaps crypto-communists lurking within a dictatorial organization which made them feel comfortable in the absence of Soviet despotism. As one historian noted, according to Diels's subordinate G. Sevius, at least a third of the post-1933 SA was made up of former communists for whom the popular phrase was beefsteak Nazis, brown on the outside, red inside. A leading functionary in the KPD's Red Sport organization gave a figure of 20%. The SA itself gave a figure of 55%. Internal SA memoranda, the surviving files of the Gestapo, and reports from the KPD all contain evidence of a significant communist presence in the SA. If the SA's beefsteak Nazis were distasteful and alarming to the business community, they were abhorred with equal intensity by the officer corps of the regular army. Deeply conservative, with large numbers of noblemen serving in their ranks, the army men turned up their noses at the plebeian boorishness of the SA, its avid enjoyment of beer halls, and its coarse approach to violence. There was also a much deeper, politically founded objection to the SA beyond any repulsion caused by class. The army, like any faction, wished to maintain its own existence and keep the power that it already possessed, as well as looking for opportunities to expand it. The SA represented an explicit threat to the army's continued existence as an independent entity, and the brown shirts repeatedly called for the army to be dissolved into its ranks. Röhm was a particular enemy of the Reichswehr, and, because of his plans for amalgamating the Reichswehr and the SA into a National Socialist militia, antagonized the generals, who were jealous of their privileges. The Grey Rock, he would say, must be submerged by the Brown Flood. The Grey Rock, of course, was the Reichswehr, which got its name from the distinctive field grey uniforms. The Brown Flood were the brown shirts of the SA, who eventually came to number between 3 million and 5.5 million. Winning over the army, of course, would be a major advantage to Hitler in keeping his newfound power, and any action clipping the SA's wings tended to make a favorable impression on the influential officer corps. The army, for its part, regarded the SA as brown scum, and was eager to cooperate with Hitler. Hitler, Göring, Joseph Goebbels, and Rudolf Hess all took part in planning the purge. June 30, 1934, the Night of the Long Knives, marked the start of a brief, violent, and highly effective purge of the SA's top ranks planned by the Nazi leadership and conducted through the SS and Himmler. By the end of this ruthless surgical strike, Ernst Röhm would be a bullet-riddled corpse and hundreds of others would be dead. Known by the codename of Operation Colibri, the Night of the Long Knives is also called the Röhm Putsch in recognition of its chief victim. The plot took some time to develop, however, and it emerged out of the interplay of various factions and forces. Hitler secured the backing of the army in the first months after his accession to the chancellorship by surreptitiously beginning rearmament, and he took further major steps in late July 1933 when the chancellor promulgated a new army law, abolishing the jurisdiction of the civil courts over the military and doing away with the elected representation of the rank and file, thus restoring to the officer corps its ancient military prerogatives. A good many generals and admirals began to see the Nazi revolution in a different and more favorable light. At the same time, Hitler apparently held back somewhat from immediately condemning Röhm, despite the SA leaders' increasingly belligerent rhetoric. The coming of the cooler months at the end of 1933 seemed to have temporarily cooled the anger of the various faction leaders as well. Hitler appointed Röhm to his cabinet on December 1, 1933, an expansive gesture even though the bellicose Röhm was ill-suited to a political role that did not immediately involve the use of clubs, pistols, or dynamite. Nonetheless, on New Year's Day, 1934, the Nazi papers published an extremely warm and informal holiday greeting from the Führer to Röhm. Hitler was seemingly ready to reconcile with Röhm and the SA at this point, but events developing among the powerful factions would eventually force his hand. During 1933 and into the start of 1934, Göring and Himmler made an alliance out of necessity. Himmler was developing the SS into an effectively independent force and also moved to take over the Gestapo. Due to his quiet, calm personality, he was scarcely noticed for a long time by his colleagues, but he worked constantly to develop his control over the SS and hone it into a highly disciplined, coldly loyal fighting force utterly unlike the loutish SA. In the process, the SS threatened to grow more influential than Göring's political police, who were typically at the center of power in a police state such as the Third Reich. One historian explained, by the autumn, his efforts began to bear fruit, as one state after another offered him the command of their political police. It was a slow, patient process, a nibbling and gnawing rather than grabbing and gobbling, but by March 1934 Himmler had achieved the remarkable feat of commanding every single political police force in the Reich, with the exception of Prussia. The remaining puzzle piece, Prussia, was Göring's private domain. In order to keep the Gestapo out of the hands of his rival, Wilhelm Frick, Göring cut a deal with Himmler, enlisting the bespectacled psychopath's aid in exchange for officially making him inspector of the Gestapo. This made Himmler the second in command of the sinister police force and left Göring as its head. Reinhard Heydrich, the notorious blonde beast who once shot a full-length mirror in which he himself was reflected in a spasm of disgust over rumors of Jewish blood in his background, was also brought into the senior command structure. Frick. Heydrich. Goering's immediate objective was to keep Frick's hands off the Gestapo, which was a potent tool of political influence, but he had his sights set on much bigger goal, and enlisting Himmler was part of the former Air Ace's plan to encompass the destruction of the SA in general and Rome in particular. Like Hitler, Goering viewed Rome as a powerful threat to his own position and the stable Nazi state he hoped to help build and thrive in. As one historian pointed out, it also meant that Goering could harness his nationwide secret police network and the SS to the dangerous task he was about to undertake, a deadly assault against Ernst Röhm and the SA. Goering had never liked Himmler, despising his priggish punctiliousness, but his SS was the only weapon capable of decapitating the SA without the risk of civil war. Giving him the Gestapo was a necessary quid pro quo to ensure his support. Goering had several reasons for taking this risky step. One was that he believed, rightly or wrongly, that Rome intended to kill him along with Germany's capitalists when and if the SA leader brought about the second revolution that was seemingly always on his lips. Another was that he clearly understood Rome's ambition to dissolve the German army into the ranks of the SA, a step which outraged Goering's sense of propriety, as he was himself a decorated veteran of World War I. It also outraged his sense of greed and will to power, since he wanted the Reichswehr restored to full strength and himself placed at its head, something that would be impossible were it consumed by the upstart SA. Goering and Himmler, having finally reached an accord in March 1934 and a pact to destroy Rome, set about generating reams of falsified evidence indicating that Rome intended to depose and execute Hitler. It is conceivable that Rome had vague notions in this direction anyway, though he was later to vehemently deny it, but there was actually no concrete proof of such an intention. Himmler and Goering were not meant to be stopped by a mere lack of evidence, however, and they soon had their forgers busily generating the necessary supporting documentation, complete with faked Rome signatures. This pair of schemers were not the only persons sharpening their metaphorical knives for Rome's neck either. The army was growing progressively more alarmed and infuriated as Rome expressed more and more loudly and persistently that he would soon eliminate the Reichswehr by melding it into the SA. Rome showed the cardinal weakness in a despotic leader of talking too much before he was prepared to actually put any of his schemes into action, giving his enemies ample time to ready their own counterstrike and, as the event proved, execute it with extreme prejudice. In fact, it is quite possible that Rome's talk was nothing but bluster which he would never have acted on, but all that mattered was that his enemies thought it was true. Moreover, Rome took certain actions that also increased the alarm and aggression of the men seeking to work his ruin. The SA was supposed to be armed only with clubs, pistols, brass knuckles, and similar weapons, which were useful mainly for lethal political brawls and for mauling ordinary citizens on whom the wrath of the authorities had fallen. However, Rome and his lieutenants began to stockpile rifles, heavy machine guns, and other military-grade weapons. It was actually illegal for the SA to possess these armaments, so the acquisitions were carried out in a furtive manner intended to maintain strict secrecy. Nothing escaped the vigilance of the Gestapo, however, and Himmler, Goering, and the army chiefs were soon apprised of this militarization of the SA. They did not dare to openly protest, but their resolve to see Rome arrested and executed was further steeled and given additional urgency. It was the army that ultimately forced Hitler's hand, supported by Goering's bold forgeries. As the summer of 1934 began, Vice-Chancellor Papen recovered a slight measure of backbone and indirectly confronted Hitler. He made a speech condemning the current state of affairs at Marburg on June 17, 1934, which infuriated the Führer so much that he publicly called Papen a pygmy. However, in a last flicker of his old fighting spirit, the elderly president, Paul von Hindenburg, called Hitler's bluff. The Führer was aware of reports that the president was so displeased with the situation that he was considering declaring martial law and handing over power to the army. In order to size up the seriousness of this danger, he flew to Nüdek on the following day, June 21, to see Hindenburg. he was met by General von Blomberg brusquely informed Hitler that unless the present state of tension in Germany was brought quickly to an end, the president would declare martial law and turn over the control of the state to the army. Hindenburg saw Hitler briefly and fully confirmed this statement. It was likely this incident that compelled Hitler to seize the title of president once Hindenburg died at the age of 86 on August 2 of that year. For the moment, however, he was unexpectedly backed into a corner, because the army, the destruction of the SA's leadership, the execution of Ernst Röhm, and that Hitler take steps to render the Combat League harmless while reaffirming the independent power of the Reichswehr. Hitler was still dubious enough to consult with his leading men, Göring and Himmler, who were no doubt filled with surprise and delight at this turn of events. With that, the two schemers presented their heaps of forged documents, which seemed to implicate Rome in a coup attempt. Hitler's mood of doubt dissolved into white-hot rage against the SA chieftain and his followers. His anger was probably fueled by his sense of helplessness to resist the army's demands as well. At a secret meeting with army representatives, the Führer agreed to quash the SA. Hitler devised a simple but effective plan to corral the leading members of the SA and place them where he wanted them. Since Ernst Röhm was taking the waters at the famous spa town of Bad Wiessee, the Führer proposed that he should meet there with all of the leading lights of the SA to discuss the situation and work out a solution to any difficulties. Bad Wiessee is a spa town located on the shore of Lake Tegernsee. Clustered along the shore of the narrow, blue-green lake, the town is backed by forested heights which are part of the Northern Alps. Many of the trees are conifers, but the deciduous trees were also in full leaf in late June. The town is noted for its peaceful mood, sulfur spring, and excellent views. Röhm and his followers readily assented, and the date for the meeting was set for June 30th. Hitler kept his appointment with Röhm to meet in Bad Wiessee on June 30th, 1934, but the meeting was on very different terms than the SA chief expected. On the evening of June 29, 1934, Röhm and his accompanying lieutenants retired to a number of rooms rented at the Hanslow Bauer Hotel, a white-walled, multi-story lodging in Bad Wiessee that is still operational today. The men had indulged in an evening of good food and abundant liquor, and they soon fell into a sound sleep. In fact, Röhm felt so confident and relaxed that he left his bodyguard of armed SA men behind in Munich, many miles away and too far away to help. Only the SA chief's leading officers were present, including Edmund Heinz, the SA Obergruppenführer of Silesia, a convicted murderer, a notorious homosexual with a girlish face on the brawny body of a piano mover, was in bed with a young man. While the men slept and digested what was for some their last meal and final goblet of wine, a Junkers Ju-52 Iron Annie aircraft landed at Munich airfield at 4 a.m. This airplane disgorged Adolf Hitler himself, Victor Lutze, the press leader Otto Dietrich, the propagandist Goebbels, and a squad of grim-faced adjutants. Local Nazi party officials were waiting on the airfield to greet the Führer of the Third Reich and take his orders, whatever they might be. The Führer's first words upon arrival were to express a certain regret at the violence about to erupt at his command, for he remarked to several officers among the delegation meeting him, "This is the blackest day of my life. But I shall go to Bad Wiessee and pass severe judgment. Tell that to General Adam." Hitler then ordered a car and drove to the Bavarian Interior Ministry, where he would soon order the day's first arrests. Lutze, August Schneidhuber and Wilhelm Schmidt, the local SA leaders, were summarily ordered to appear before the Führer at the Interior Ministry, and when they arrived, Hitler met them with a shouting tirade in which he denounced them as traitors and promised their speedy execution. Rushing at the men, he furiously tore the rank insignia off their uniforms, after which they were dragged away by lurking SS men and flung into Stadelheim prison. SS and police squads were sent scurrying in all directions to arrest other local SA functionaries and likewise remand them to Stadelheim. Stadelheim prison. The sun was coming up on a beautiful June morning when a shoal of black automobiles sped out of Munich along the road towards Bad Wiessee. These carried a furious Hitler, his small entourage, a band of heavily armed SS men, and a squad of Bavarian police detectives. The original plan had been to wait for the SS Leibstandarte and its leader, the infamous Sepp Dietrich, before moving on Rome himself. However, Hitler was too enraged to wait, and he sped off with the men he was able to gather quickly. Dietrich. Rome was awakened at 6:30 in the morning when the door to his hotel room crashed open. Blinking sleepily in the light filtering through the neat hotel curtains, the SA commander saw Hitler standing at his bedside holding a drawn pistol. Nonplussed, Rome greeted his former friend and leader with a muttered Heil, mein Führer. In response, his Führer yelled that he was a traitor and was under arrest. Leaving 2 detectives to watch Rome, Hitler moved on to bang on the doors of the other SA leaders and repeated the process. Edmund Heinz was found in bed with a fair-haired young man, to the great disgust of Hitler and Goebbels, who later described the scene as revolting, almost nauseating. Heinz resisted weakly and refused to get out of bed when ordered to do so. Hitler gave him 5 minutes to rouse himself or be shot on the spot, and when Heinz was still in bed at the end of that period, the Führer shouted for his SS men. Bursting into the room, the black uniformed rifleman seized both Heinz and his 18-year-old lover and dragged them roughly out onto the neat hotel grounds. There, both men were shot to death on the hotel lawn. In a contrasting act of mercy, Erich Kempka, Hitler's driver, recalled a different though equally remarkable moment from the night of the long knives. Rome's doctor comes out of a room and to our surprise he has his wife with him. I hear Lutze putting in a good word for him with Hitler. Then Hitler walks up to him, greets him, shakes hand with his wife and asks them to leave the hotel. It isn't a pleasant place for them to stay in that day. However, the rest of the SA men were herded temporarily into the hotel laundry room while police detectives were sent into the town to hire a vehicle in which to transport them to Stadelheim prison. While waiting, Rome sat under guard, saying nothing and looking sad and dejected, though the SS allowed the hotel staff to bring the fallen SA leader a cup of coffee. The police soon rented a bus from a local business, which proved to be a somewhat shabby vehicle but operational nevertheless, and the prisoners were hustled into it. With that, the cavalcade set out for Munich. On the way, the convoy met a truck roaring along the road, and it happened to be filled with Rome's SA bodyguards. These men had evidently been alerted by the arrests in Munich that all was not well and were coming to the rescue of their chief. However, the presence of Hitler appears to have overawed them, for they meekly returned to the city when ordered to do so by the Führer, even though they likely had enough firepower to wipe out Hitler and his small platoon of SS and detectives if they wanted to free their leaders from the bus. Back in Munich, arrests continued. The SS staked out the railway stations and seized arriving SA dignitaries who thought they were on their way to a conference at Bad Wiessee, and by the end of the day, Hitler and his small SS detachment had bagged over 200 SA leaders, all of whom were locked away in the Stadelheim prison. At Hitler's instruction, Theodor Eicke and 2 SS officers were sent to Stadelheim prison, and this grim trio entered Rome's cell, where the SA leader sat and defiantly glared at them. As they had been directed by Hitler, the black shirts placed one of Himmler's fake incriminating documents on the table, and beside it, a pistol containing 1 bullet. They then withdrew from the room and waited, listening for the sound of a shot. Hitler had thought himself merciful to give Rome the dignity of taking his own life, but the only sound from within was obstinate silence. Accordingly, after waiting for 10 minutes, Eicke and his 2 henchmen drew their pistols and re-entered the cell. Whatever his many faults undoubtedly were, stupidity, arrogance, imprudence, and a coarse appetite for violence, Ernst Röhm was a brave and defiant figure in his last moments of life. He first declared, "If I am to be killed, let Adolf do it himself." According to a police lieutenant at the scene, then Röhm stood at attention. He was stripped to the waist with his face full of contempt to await his death. The SS men raised their pistols and pumped a fusillade of bullets into the SA leader's boldly presented chest. Röhm, mortally wounded, toppled to the floor, gasped "Mein Führer! Mein Führer!" and died. Although the purge of the SA is the best remembered part of the Night of the Long Knives, Many other men died between 6 a.m. on June 30 and the end of July 2, 1934. As soon as the arrests had been completed at Bad Wiessee, Hitler called Göring on the telephone and gave him the code word Kolibri, which launched the main phase of the purge that swept across Germany during those brutal 3 days. Göring carried out the attacks on the SA with venomous glee. He had always been a man capable of carrying an extreme grudge, and he now had the opportunity to avenge himself on those who had threatened and insulted him. In Berlin, squads of Göring's special police roared out of their Lichterfeld barracks in trucks and on motorcycles to surround and take possession of the city's SA headquarters. Once they were in position, Göring joined them to march into the building at their head and supervise the arrests personally. Meanwhile, arrest and execution lists were sent throughout the country to local SS and Gestapo offices, and the purge got underway. Men were seized, flung into trucks, and taken to cells, forests, or other locations and shot to death. Some were killed with a flurry of blows from pickaxes. Vice-Chancellor Papen was placed under house arrest for his own safety, but his luckless secretary, Herbert von Bose, was shot and killed by the SS when he sought to halt the ransacking of Papen's office. As this was going on, a festively murderous mood took hold at Göring's headquarters as he, Heydrich, Himmler, and others worked on the execution lists. As Hans Gisevius described it, things suddenly begin to get very noisy in there. Police Major Jacobi rushes out of the room in great haste with his helmet on and the chin strap under his red face. Göring's hoarse voice booms out after him, "Shoot them down. Take a whole company, shoot them down, shoot, just shoot them down, shoot." 150 prisoners were shot at the police barracks in response to this tirade, while Karl Ernst, the SA man likely involved in burning down the Reichstag, was seized on his honeymoon road trip near Bremen. The SS men who pulled his car over smashed him on the head to render him unconscious and shot his new wife and his chauffeur, but both survived the ordeal. Ironically, Ernst evidently believed he was the victim of a Rome plot. In the moments before he was executed, he defiantly bellowed "Heil Hitler!" at his executioners. Many of those executed had no idea why they had been arrested and were now being lined up against a wall to be shot. One of the SA leaders Hitler had arrested when he arrived in Munich, August Schneidhuber, summed up both the confusion of the victims and the surprising courage many of them showed when he called out to the firing squad, "Gentlemen, I don't know what this is all about, but shoot straight." Finally, on July 2, 1934, Hitler and Göring agreed it was best to call an end to the killing. The order went out to stop arrests and executions, and by and large, this command was obeyed, though a few personal killings under official color occurred for a day or two afterward. Anywhere from around 300 to as many as 1,000 were dead, and thousands more SA men were in concentration camps being run by the SS or Gestapo. Hitler would actually forget to order the release of these prisoners, some of whom spent several years in the camps before being set free, but in any event, the Night of the Long Knives had successfully achieved its aim of destroying the SA leadership and thus rendering the Combat League directionless and cowed. Historians are still divided as to whether Rome and SA threat was merely a figment of Hitler's fevered imagination fed by Göring's and Himmler's forgeries and impelled by the army's determination to see the Sturmabteilung commanders liquidated, or whether Rome was actually a genuine threat to the Führer. On one hand, Rome showed no signs of intending Hitler any harm at the Wiessee meeting, since he had dispensed with even his ordinary security detail. On the other hand, the SA chief was full of hubris and might have thought himself too powerful for Hitler to attack. Furthermore, the acquisition of heavy machine guns and other illegal weapons, accompanied by aggressive rhetoric about a second revolution, is somewhat damning. One thing is certain, however, Hitler ended the Night of the Long Knives with his power strengthened, while Ernst Röhm died with pistol bullets puncturing their way through his heart and lungs in a squalid jail cell. Thus, in terms of the Führer's perspective, the Night of the Long Knives cannot be classified as a mistake. At the very least, it had a neutral political outcome for Hitler, and at best, it headed off either an army coup or a second revolution led by Rome and his lieutenants. It was also an act of utterly cold-blooded murder of a man who had been a personal friend of the Führer for decades, and of hundreds of other men who may well have been innocent of the charges against them. Regardless, the purge was carried out with almost no sign of remorse whatsoever, showing the true measure of Hitler in several ways. The bulk of the SA survived the Night of the Long Knives, which was principally aimed at killing its leaders and certain obnoxious or dangerous individuals rather than a wholesale extermination of the organization. Even if the higher casualty figure of around 1,000 dead is accepted, it was a tiny number compared to the group's overall strength, which was in the millions. Nevertheless, the action had the desired effect. The working-class SA members, perhaps accustomed to bowing to authority and accepting whatever misery fate inflicted on them thanks to their background, regardless of their outward swagger and braggadocio, accepted the results meekly and more or less quietly gave in to Hitler's arrangements. The SA was not disbanded, but it was reorganized. Most notably, it gained a new Obergruppenführer in Victor Lutze, a former postal worker and policeman who was a far cry from Ernst Röhm. A middle-class individual, Lutze enjoyed spending time with his wife and 2 daughters, playing ping-pong, and driving his car, which would prove fatal for him when he crashed while negotiating a sharp bend near Potsdam at excessive speed. Lutze was unlikely to cause trouble for Hitler and appears to have been dedicated to simply doing his job. Charged by Hitler with the reorganization of the SA, including a directive noting that SA men should be leaders, not ludicrous apes, Lutze oversaw a number of actions. The SS, which was already independent in fact, was formally split off from the SA and became a fully autonomous organization. The SA's air, motor, and skirmisher branches were detached and reassigned to completely different organizations. The SA's focus shifted, but it continued to exist and perform various functions within the Third Reich. As World War II approached, it grew massively again as it was used to train men for the Wehrmacht without officially making them part of the army, which would have been a dangerous signal to send to the rest of the world. Thus, what had once been a horde of revolutionary hooligans and stormtroopers became a professional training organization dedicated to instilling new recruits with discipline, weapons drill, and Nazi ideology. As one writer noted, the SA became a sort of paramilitary sports club providing both physical and martial training. The role of the SA as a preparatory school for the armed forces was established in January 1939 with the creation of the SA Wehrmannschaften. In the intervening years, the SA also served various other purposes. It provided a disciplined environment where energetic, aggressive young men could have their energies directed towards supporting the Third Reich rather than making trouble for the regime. It appeared in mass rallies, parades, and films as a unified, jackbooted colossus goose-stepping in unison and sending up thunderous salutes in response to the words of the Führer, providing the German people and the world with an imposing vision of Nazi unity and power. It also furnished muscle for day-to-day intimidation of political dissidents and various assaults directed against Jews. Indeed, one of its most notable actions following the Night of the Long Knives was Kristallnacht. This sudden outburst of anti-Semitic violence was triggered in 1938 when a young Jew named Herschel Fiebel-Grinspan shot the diplomat Ernst vom Rath to death in Paris in revenge for the deportation of his family from Hamburg to Poland along with 12,000 other Jewish citizens of the Reich. At Hitler's command, the SA exacted a terrible vengeance on the Jews remaining in Germany, which served as a stark warning of worse horrors to follow. Police officers watched as Nazi stormtroopers looted thousands of Jewish homes and businesses, set fire to more than 300 synagogues in Greater Germany, and killed about 90 Jews. The government also shipped approximately 30,000 Jewish men to concentration camps. This pogrom was called Kristallnacht. The United States of America was one of the only nations in the world to make any protest over this outbreak of thuggery by withdrawing its embassy to signal its disapproval. Hitler simply believed that the Americans were under the thumb of Jewish financiers and not actually outraged over the Germans' trampling of human rights. With the attention to detail characteristic of only the most cunning sadists, the Third Reich even punished Jews for the damage caused to city infrastructure in the process of attacking them. These penalties involved everything from vast fines to confiscations whose sole purpose was to lower the Jews' quality of life, cause difficulties for them, and inflict misery. By the end of 1938, Jews in Germany had been fined 1 billion marks for the damage done to them on the night of the pogrom. In addition, they could no longer own or even drive a car, attend theaters, movie houses, concert halls, or events at sports arenas, or use public parks and swimming pools. The Gestapo, the German secret police, even went door to door confiscating radios. With full control of the German state and his power consolidated, Hitler would subsequently focus outward, and in a matter of a few years, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland would fall like dominoes as Germany instigated the deadliest war in human history. The push for an Italian empire. A propaganda poster of Mussolini. The Italian public differed from other European populations in regards to its view of the great European imperial adventure. It was only under Mussolini's reign that an injection of nationalism and fervent patriotism set the pot boiling over the Italian imperial fire. Prior to that, the Italian state was, in a sense, emerging from its own experience of colonization, having been occupied and administered in fractured units primarily by Spain and Austria. At the same time, however, the inspirational rhetoric surrounding Risorgimento attempted to revive memories of Italy's origins in the Empire of Rome, and past imperial greatness was one thing that Italians of all dialects and persuasions could agree upon. To be powerful and to be taken seriously on the European stage, it was mandatory to have an empire and colonies, and few ultimately disagreed with this. As an additional advantage, colonies could be utilized to mop up the excess population, channeling the debilitating emigration out of Italy towards territories offshore, brimming with fresh opportunities, but yet still Italian. The wealth of Italian population would not be lost to other countries, but simply redistributed within a greater Italy itself. Initially, the Italians' interest was within the scope of their old empire, seeking an obvious interest in the reclamation of Mare Nostrum, or our sea, the old Roman reference to the Tyrrhenian Sea. This became a very potent symbol, even more so under Fascism, when, during World War II, the Italians literally held military control over the region for the first time since the Roman Empire. The idea of founding a territory or a series of territories outside the peninsula to absorb Italian emigration and emerging Italian nationalism centered initially on regions with large expatriate Italian communities that already existed. In this regard, Tunisia, and to a lesser extent, Tripoli and the Egyptian city of Alexandria, were the first and most obvious to be considered. Tunis was the site of the Roman province of Carthage, a very important constituent of Rome, and the Italians thus felt that a claim to an Italian protectorate over the territory would be seen as a foregone conclusion. By the early 1930s, Mussolini was making serious overtures towards an Italian claim to Ethiopia. By then, the period of colonial acquisition was well and truly over, and, in fact, Britain and France were already beginning to look ahead to a post-imperial world. India had begun to negotiate a disengagement from Britain, and all of the larger settled dominions had redefined their relationship with Britain as a commonwealth. Ethiopia, then under the rule of King Haile Selassie, was a member of the League of Nations, so it was recognized, and treated as an independent republic, and so Italy would require either an extremely powerful reason, or a general state of war to move ahead with a military conquest. Haile Selassie. In the meantime, behind a facade of international mediation and negotiation, Italy began massing troops in Eritrea. Italy at that point still resided in the Allied camp, insofar as old alliances with Britain survived long enough for Mussolini to be included in Anglo-French efforts to counter German fascism. Neither the French nor the British, however, would agree to an Italian takeover of Ethiopia, and this finally severed what had been a long-standing congruence of British and Italian interests. Mussolini declared himself a German ally, and the formation of the Axis alliance began. The Italian invasion of Ethiopia began late in 1935. This time, however, the operation would not be conducted by a colonial army of native troops but by a modern, mechanized army, against which the Ethiopians had no chance. Almost without resistance, the country fell, and in 1936, Emperor Haile Selassie fled the country. Italian East Africa now included the contiguous territory of Eritrea, Somalia and Ethiopia. The only portions of the region that were not, for the time being, Italian, were British Somaliland and French Somaliland, the former an annexed territory on the opposite shore of the Red Sea from the vital British port of Aden, and the latter modern-day Djibouti. Moreover, when France fell in June 1940 and Vichy France came into effect, French Somaliland became, in practical terms, an Axis territory. Moreover, Italy held one more major territory in Africa, and that was Libya. This would be the basis of the Axis involvement in North Africa as a theater of World War II, and it was the altar upon which Italian military virtuosity, when tested against a viable enemy, proved itself much less than the sum of its parts. For Italy, it was the Italian misadventure in Libya that marked the nadir of Italian colonial adventurism and set the tone for the brief and troubled occupation of a difficult land. Tripoli was regarded as the Italian second prize once the French had taken control of Tunisia. Despite this, it satisfied the requirements of Italian dignity in the fascist age, and it was a valuable strategic territory in light of the Italian occupation of Ethiopia and Somalia. Also, the Roman presence in North Africa was no less deeply embedded on the shores of Libya than Tunisia, and thus that ancient, irredentist precedent that Mussolini sought to establish between his regime and glory of ancient Rome would satisfactorily be achieved with an Italian conquest of Libya. The initial Italian entry into Libya was social and mercantile, and as such it was reasonably innocuous. In a kind of gradualist policy that would, by design or happenstance, build up the basis of an Italian community in the territory, Italian business entered ahead of a steady trickle of Italian emigration. Needless to say, the metropolitan regions, and in particular Tripoli, were reasonably easily infiltrated in this way, but no meaningful cultural incursions into the vast hinterland of the country were really possible under such conditions. In due course, however, Italian capitalists and businessmen began to control most aspects of Libyan banking, trade, transport, and communications. Mussolini in Ethiopia. While Mussolini had tried to find a way of putting his war into action without triggering sanctions by the world's great powers who would hardly allow the invasion of a sovereign nation such as Ethiopia, was a new political figure ascended in Europe as a menacing to eclipse Mussolini's star, Adolf Hitler. Mussolini and Hitler. Mussolini's relationship with Hitler was a troubled one. The future dictator of Germany was an admirer of the Duce and considered the Italian fascist example an integral part of his rise to power. Mussolini, on the other hand, saw Hitler's ascendancy in Germany as an existential threat. Hitler's ambition to annex Austria to Germany ran contrary to the Italian defense plan, with the direct consequence of trading a small and weak neighbor for one of the most dangerous powers in Europe. Diplomatic relationships between Germany and Italy were tense, and no one, at that point, would have expected the fateful alliance that would join the fascist countries. Patience and methodical work were not conducive to Mussolini's attitude, and on this occasion, these failings were heavily underlined when he tried to prepare diplomatic actions to avoid a violent reaction from France and England when he attacked Ethiopia. Following Mussolini's desires, the Italian press drew a glorious picture for the population, affirming that Italy could block the Mediterranean Sea and attack Suez and Malta, both areas under British control if needed. When war was declared, the fascist government tried to call it a defensive battle, pointing at border disturbances they had caused as casus belli, but no one was fooled. The League of Nations reacted swiftly by imposing heavy economic sanctions on Italy, but that was the end of their intervention. On a military level, the fighting in Ethiopia was easy because the Italians confronted an enemy completely outclassed with respect to equipment, preparation, organization, and with no planes of which to speak. The Italians would learn a decade later that they were not as ready for war as they thought, and furthermore, Ethiopia had no natural resources or fertile land to offer. To be economically advantageous, it needed an extreme amount of work and investment, something Mussolini's Italy couldn't afford. Taxation to pay for the war took much from an already impoverished population, while the economic sanctions isolated the Italian economy. In one move, Mussolini lost economic power and diplomatic standing, and he found himself in desperate need of an ally. Hitler and his Germany were ready to be the anchor Italy needed at that point in exchange for Mussolini's agreement to annex Austria. All of this might have deterred a different man from future rash decisions, but Mussolini somehow rationalized the disastrous endeavor to convince himself that his intuition was infallible. Nobody will know if a calm, methodical Mussolini might have made the Ethiopian conquest work by investing in the development of the new territory, calming his violent repression on dissent, and maintaining a long-standing peace to let the Italian economy recover. After the victory in Ethiopia, he went straight back to preparing for war as if nothing had changed, keeping economic and repressive pressure high at all times. This actually helped the development of the anti-fascist movement, which was slowly gathering strength underground as people could no longer able to bear the regime's aggression on the population. Many of those living around the Duce said he seemed to be talking in private just as he had during his speeches to the public, always wearing the mask of the great dictator, as if he had started to believe in his own propaganda. Around 1940, Mussolini showed visible signs of health problems, but it is difficult to identify what happened since the regime and the Duce took every precaution to hide it and avoid jeopardizing his public persona. A duodenal ulcer is what was the most probable cause. The start of the Spanish Civil War. By the early 20th century, Spain was a fading European power, its glorious past long behind it. Approximately half of its population was illiterate, corruption was rife, and governments came and went with alarming regularity. The Spanish Golden Age had been the foundation of the country's forgotten grandeur. Having conquered much of Latin America, and other parts of the world, Spain had grown rich on the extraction of precious metals, in particular gold. As part of the Habsburg dynasty, Spain had ruled much of Europe, and this golden age was evident in the many spectacular buildings and monuments, often linked with the Catholic Church and Catholic faith, that became living proof of the glory and decline of the country. The decay of the Spanish Empire began with its economic model, which sucked in inflation, resulting in economic fragility and decay, as well as relative loss of power. Meanwhile, the country's rivals, France, Britain and the Netherlands, pulled ahead of it during the 18th century. The Industrial Revolution led the next phase of European expansion, but by the 20th century Spain was still mostly a peasant, rural society. Industrial development had been limited primarily to the Catalan region around Barcelona, the capital of Madrid, and a few other major centers such as Valencia and Bilbao. This had caused a swelling of industrial workers in these cities and the related growth of trade unions and leftist political movements. At the same time, Spain had lost almost all of its overseas colonies by this time, including Cuba and the Philippines at the turn of the century, save for possessions in Africa. Spain's progress was impeded by a number of vested interests, and they would present major points of dispute during the Civil War. The first was the army. Humiliated by the decline of Spain as a major power, the military had no interest in democratic or social reform, instead remaining obsessed with increasing the country's international prestige. An uprising in the colony of Morocco took almost 10 years to pacify, and it was there that a young officer named Francisco Franco made his name in the mid-1920s. He was subsequently appointed a general at the young age of 33. Nevertheless, the military was overburdened with inefficiencies. It was estimated that there was an officer for every 11 soldiers and one general for every 100 regular soldiers. Franco and his brother Ramon in 1925. The Catholic Church played a huge role in Spanish society, particularly in education. Clergymen were sometimes seen as acting in concert with the rich and aristocratic in order to maintain the status quo. Land reform was also a key issue for many Spaniards, as wealthy landowners dominated much of the countryside and employed poorly paid workers with little education. Old Spain, the network of conservative forces including the church, army, and landowners, was given a number of shocks before the 1930s. The first signs of unrest actually dated back to the 19th century, when a short-lived republic had been proclaimed in 1873, but the following year King Alfonso XII had been reinstalled to the throne. A fragile peace had existed in the decades that followed until a dictatorship was heralded in 1923, with the consent of King Alfonso XIII, by General Miguel Primo de Rivera. By tying himself to the ineffective dictator, however, King Alfonso had devalued his own rule in the eyes of many Spaniards, and Primo de Rivera was forced from office after the 1929 Wall Street crash and the resulting Great Depression that damaged the Spanish economy. Pressure then mounted on the king, who felt obliged to grant local elections in April 1931. When the results showed a majority for Republican, anti-monarchist parties, Alfonso abdicated and fled. Among the euphoria, a group of liberal politicians declared the Second Spanish Republic on April 14, 1931. King Alfonso XII. Primo de Rivera. Elections in June 1931 produced a government made up of Republicans, which meant mostly liberals and socialists. A new constitution was drafted and came into force by the end of the year while the government attempted to enact radical reform. Manuel Azaña was a leading figure of the Republican Action Party, while Francisco Largo Caballero emerged as the leading socialist. The eventual candidate for prime minister, however, was Niceto Alcalá Zamora of the liberal Republican right. Alcalá Zamora. Azaña. The government sought an overhaul of the country's political structures as it pursued rapid social reform. National and regional groups were granted more autonomy and a higher level of self-governance under the 1931 Constitution, and this was particularly relevant for the two regions with the greatest sense of historical and cultural difference from the rest of Spain, Catalonia and the Basque Country. Other regions, such as Galicia in the north of the country, also accrued more devolved power. The new government sought to increase access to education as a means of improving literacy, and also to provide schooling outside the traditional system of church-run institutions. Cultural programs were also encouraged, and performances of plays and events were staged across the country. Performers included Andalusian playwright Federico García Lorca. Key to the Republic's reforms was land reform. The government initially moved carefully, seeking to nationalize land and industries, then more radically attempting to break up the large southern estates. This proved highly controversial and politically challenging. It was no surprise that property owners, used to appliance central authority, were unhappy about land confiscations. Many assumed that a revolution was imminent. On the other hand, the Republic garnered support from peasants in the belief that they would soon break out of the old exploitative dynamics and have more control and ownership, at least in the joint sense, of the land on which they toiled. The land reforms of the Republican government, therefore, satisfied no one and disappointed everybody. In addition to the threat to the landed elite, the new government appeared to present a mortal threat to the influence of the Catholic Church. Anti-cleric sentiments increased from 1931 and manifested itself sometimes in violence towards priests. Some convents were even burned and looted. The clergy were seen by many peasants and industrial workers as promoters of the status quo, of the property owners and of the aristocratic elites, and thus became a target of their frustration. The government appeared to condone, or at least turn a blind eye, to this violence, and the refusal of the Republican authorities to enforce the rule of law in these cases of anti-clericism would prove to be a fatal mistake. Eventually, it played a major part in rallying reactionaries against the young democracy. This early phase was perhaps the best chance the Republicans had of fostering liberal and progressive change, but Spain was politically unstable for the entire Republican period from 1931 to 1936. The forces of reaction, the military, the church, and the property owners, were naturally unhappy about the new reality from the start, and the first attempted coup came in August 1932, led by General José Sanjurjo in Madrid and Seville. It was put down by the Minister of War and soon-to-be Prime Minister, Azina. The coup's defeat appeared to show that the Republic was in robust shape, but it was actually more like a harbinger of events to follow. Sanjurjo was sentenced to life imprisonment but subsequently released by the successor right-wing government. Sanjurjo. Uprisings were not the sole preserve of the right. Anarchist groups attempted an uprising across Andalusia in 1933, again requiring the authorities to put it down. Anarchism, or anarcho-syndicalism as it was sometimes known, had a history in Spain dating back to the latter part of the 19th century and was represented by the CNT trade union. The anarchists rejected state authority of any kind, either from monarchs or political parties. They sought radical land reform, governed by workers' cooperatives, and even wished to impose a system of barter, thereby outlawing money. The CNT was most active and popular in Catalonia, despite the action in Andalusia. The heavy-handed police and National Guard response left 24 people dead. This alienated socialists in the Republican government, and they ultimately withdrew their support, leading to new elections at the end of 1933. The Republic's second general election took place in November 1933 and was won by a right-wing coalition. The right-wing parties, perhaps surprisingly, benefited from the enfranchisement of women in the 1931 Constitution. The newly formed CETA party won the most seats, but the nominated prime minister was the Radical Republican Party's Alejandro Lerroux. Nevertheless, it appeared that CETA, and its leader José María Gil Robles, dominated the government. By this time, both Hitler and Mussolini were in power and Gil Robles had developed fascist sympathies. In this way, Spain reflected the other European political trends of the era. José María Gil Robles. The right-wing coalition ruled Spain for almost half of the Second Republic's existence. It consisted of a variety of groups, including monarchists, so-called Carlists, and proto-fascists. The government halted most of the previous administration's policies, including land reforms, and also released the plotters of the 1932 coup. However, like the center-left government that preceded it, the right-wing coalition was unstable and experienced constant reshuffles and resignations. Lerroux was replaced by Ricardo Samper in April 1934, but the post of prime minister would rotate right up until the Civil War broke out in July 1936. Meanwhile, Gil Robles was increasingly mimicking other European fascists. When 3 CETA ministers were added to the government in September 1936, the left erupted, afraid that Spain was rapidly becoming the next Italy or Germany, and openly opposed the right-wing authorities. The UGT trade union called a general strike, and as the country ground to a halt, the head of the devolved government in Catalonia, Luis Companys, declared Catalan independence. Left-wing protests broke out across the country and the central government reacted furiously, stamping out the protests, arresting Companys, and suspending Catalan autonomy. The exception proved to be the coal mines in the Asturias region on the Atlantic coast, where the striking workers refused to back down. The army was sent in to quell the disturbances. Led by General Francisco Franco and supported by reinforcements from the notorious Army of Africa, the miners were massacred. Between 1,000 and 2,000 strikers were killed in bitter recriminations that ended the leftist uprising of 1934. Companys. Franco had made a name for himself through the brutal operation, and many Spaniards were sympathetic, believing that the action had averted a Bolshevik-style communist takeover. For those on the left, however, their worst fears of creeping authoritarianism, even fascism, were confirmed. For many in Spain, the events in Asturias fatally undermined their faith in both democracy and the Spanish Republic. The result was polarization and a movement to the political extremes over the next 18 months. Fresh elections were called in early 1936, finally ending the right-wing coalitions. Throughout 1935, Azina and Indalecio Prieto, a leading figure in the PSOE, began to organize a joint Republican Liberal Socialist alliance to join forces at the next election. This became known as the Popular Front, which also combined a number of other parties, including nationalists, communists, and anarchists. On February 16, 1936, the Popular Front won the election, and Gil Robles Aceta had suffered a huge setback. Aznar again became prime minister, before being appointed president shortly afterwards. He was replaced by Santiago Casares Quiroga, a Galician, as head of the government. Despite the huge majority of seats won by the Popular Front, key elements in Spain did not support the government. Largo Caballero refused to work with the government, while Cita and Gil Robles apparently gave up on democracy and moved closer to military figures, some of which were now plotting a new coup. Therefore, by the summer of 1936, the Republican establishment had been hollowed out, while many politicians, army officers, and groups from communists to anarchists to fascists were now looking at non-democratic means of obtaining power. General Emilio Mola was the focus of the next coup plot. Spain had unquestionably proven difficult, almost impossible, to govern since the Republic was proclaimed in 1931, and numerous risings, strikes, controversial reforms, persecution of the clergy and other political violence such as the Asturias massacre had convulsed the country. Military figures saw a coup as the most effective means of restoring order, and General Mola sought sympathetic army officers to help him launch a national uprising and a swift overthrow of the democracy. The CETA was supportive, as was the rapidly expanding fascist party, the Falange, led by José Antonio Primo de Rivera. Mola was to direct operations from his base in Pamplona, in the northern province of Navarre. The region was a hotbed of Carlism and therefore sympathetic to Mola's objectives. He also liaised with the exiled General Sanjurjo, the head of the 1932 plot, and General Franco, who, clearly distrusted by the Republican government, had been stationed in the Canary Islands. Mola. The pretext for the uprising came after the assassination of José Calvo Sotelo, the leader of the right-wing opposition in the parliament in Madrid, by police on July 13, 1936. Calvo Sotelo's murder had been retaliation for the killing of José Castillo, a policeman, the previous day by Falangist gunmen. Such was the chaos and violence of Republican Spain. Mola launched his coup on July 17, and with that, the Spanish Civil War had begun. A map showing nationalist control in pink and Republican control in blue at the start of the war. Led by General Mola, a significant number of army officers revolted on July 17, and the rebels expected a quick takeover of power. Indeed, many cities across Spain appeared to have fallen within hours. At the same time, however, this was a rebellion against a democratically elected government, which immediately undermined the rebels' case and was one reason for much of the international sympathy for the Republican side. Regardless, Mola quickly assumed control in the area around Pamplona where he was based. Navarre was one of Spain's most conservative regions, and in general the greatest support for the uprising occurred in more rural, traditional, and religious areas. Nevertheless, Mola's plan was dependent on Franco taking control of the Canary Islands and bringing the Army of Africa with him to mainland Spain. Although Franco did swiftly bring the Canaries over to the rebel side, he could not initially make it off the islands to Morocco, where the army was waiting. A strange quirk of history put Franco on his path to power in the Spanish Civil War. Rebel sympathizers persuaded the admittedly sympathetic British pilot Cecil Bebb to charter a private plane from Croydon in South London to Tenerife, where he picked up Franco and delivered him to Morocco on July 19. Initially, however, Franco's troops were unable to cross the Strait of Gibraltar to mainland Spain. It was not until almost 2 weeks later that his troops were transported with the assistance of Nazi Germany, which deployed Junker transport planes. By the time the Army of Africa arrived, the situation on the ground had changed and battle lines were being drawn. The rebels had managed to take control of a number of cities, mainly in the northwest and southwest of the country. These included the Andalusian cities of Cádiz, Seville, Córdoba, and Granada, as well as towns north of Madrid such as León, Valladolid, and Salamanca. Many of these contained populations who were at odds with the aims of the Republican governments and concerned about a socialist revolution. Perhaps most importantly, religious faith was strong in many of these areas. By apparently being in direct confrontation with, or at least turning a blind eye to the persecution of, the clergy, the Republicans had distressed or made enemies of many conservative Spaniards. On the other hand, the rebels underestimated the levels of resistance to a military takeover. The democratic government came under enormous pressure to start arming the people, and after some procrastination it supplied weapons to ad hoc militia groups. In these early phases of the conflict, this move was highly successful, and volunteer militias beat back the rebels in most of the major population centers, including Barcelona, Madrid, and Valencia. In Barcelona, an anarchist unit formed of CNT members proved highly effective. Others, such as the Durruti column, led by anarchist Buenaventura Durruti, grew to almost 6,000 strong and started to advance towards the city of Zaragoza. After the initial uprising and counter-offensive by Republican forces, the early battle lines were drawn in the summer of 1936. The Republican government, now led by José Giral following the resignation of Casares Quiroga, had proven surprisingly resilient. In addition to loyalist army officers, it was supported by a variety of left-wing groups, including the anarchists, the Marxists, the socialists, and communists. The right-wing forces became known as the nationalists and included the CETA, Phalangists, Carlists, and monarchists. One fundamental difference quickly became apparent between the two sides. Mola united his various factions into a cohesive force, while the Republicans remained divided and in many cases antagonistic towards one another. The years before the Spanish Civil War started were characterized by disorder and political violence. Once the conflict broke out, however, it rapidly turned brutal. Perhaps as a result of the building frustrations and grievances, the Civil War almost immediately descended into a cycle of recriminations, massacres, and retaliation. This was evident from the earliest weeks of the conflict and was most shocking in terms of civilian executions. The nationalists committed the so-called White Terror, while the Republicans indulged in the opposite Red Terror. For instance, following the Battle of Badajoz, which had been isolated after the nationalist victory at Mérida united the northern and southern zones, upwards of 4,000 civilian and military Republican supporters were executed by firing squads. Federico García Lorca, one of Spain's best-known writers and prominent in the early cultural work of the Republic, was executed in Granada by nationalist troops and buried in an unmarked grave. His body has never been found. Inevitably, each side claimed they were avenging atrocities committed by the other, and there were certainly massacres in the Republican zone, often intensifying the previous anti-clerical persecution. It is estimated that over 3,000 priests and nuns were killed in the first 2 months of the war. The violence shocked Republican leaders, such as President Aznar, more than the nationalists. After the early orgy of violence, some semblance of law and order was installed in the Republican zone. In the nationalist areas, however, retribution was centrally planned and actively encouraged by leaders such as Mola and Franco. It is estimated that over the course of the war there were maybe hundreds of thousands murdered in the nationalist zones, and tens of thousands in the Republican zones. Paul Preston, an eminent historian on the Spanish Civil War, has estimated that 200,000 were executed during the conflict. Some disaffected leftists saw the outbreak of war as their opportunity to pursue their own revolution. In his novel Homage to Catalonia, George Orwell described Barcelona as startling and overwhelming. It was the first time I had ever been in a town where the working class was in the saddle. Other eastern sections of the country, especially Catalonia, saw anarchist and socialist groups take control of land and towns, thereby imposing their own ideology. Factories, industries, and lands were collectivized and sometimes confiscated. Parts of Spain had effectively become communes by the end of 1936, but the nationalists also had a number of successes in August and September, including Badajoz, San Sebastian in the Basque Country, and Irún near the French border. The latter allowed nationalists to monitor the cross-border flow of arms and personnel. Orwell. After a meeting between the leading rebel army officers, General Franco was put in ultimate command of the nationalist troops. His target was the capital city, Madrid. As his troops moved towards the city, however, Franco diverted his forces to Toledo, where nationalists were under siege. The Republican forces had trapped rebels in the old fortress, known as the Alcazar. In late September, Franco and his Army of Africa relieved the Alcazar, beating back the Republicans and forcing them to flee. There was renewed fighting, but the nationalists held onto the city. There has been some historical debate about the strategic importance of Toledo to either side, of which there was apparently little. Nevertheless, winning and holding Toledo appears to have presented a propaganda triumph for Franco's forces. Military strategists often target the capital city as key to any victory. Therefore, it was widely assumed a nationalist victory in Madrid could have ended the war in 1936, and after the relief of the Alcazar, Franco's forces moved on Madrid in October, soon approaching the limits of the city itself. With the nationalists on the verge of entering the city, the entire resources of the Republic were diverted towards the capital, and in popular memory, the effort to save Madrid was a key moment of solidarity, both within the Republican zones and internationally. Outside Spain, the seemingly imminent capture of Madrid acted as a call to arms to prevent the spread of European fascism and save democracy. Many volunteered from countries all over the world when it appeared Madrid was set to fall to the nationalists. The initial movement, however, was within Republican Spain itself. Militias and troops from across the Republic rallied to Madrid's defense, and roads were barricaded by a resolute, but fearful, population. Banners appeared across the city defiantly declaring no pasarán. Buenaventura Durruty's anarchist column arrived in the city, bringing 4,000 fighters and having already built up a heroic reputation with their exploits in the north of the country. José Maella, a general loyal to the Republic, took charge of the Madrid Defense Council and prepared for the nationalist assault. Finally, the first international brigades arrived in the city, initially consisting of around 2,000 volunteers in support of the Republic. A banner in Madrid. Victims of an anti-nationalist purge carried out by Republican loyalists in Madrid. Durruty. The nationalists attacked the city at the start of November, initially targeting the university area in the west of the city, and the fighting was brutal, often involving hand-to-hand combat. The Republican forces staged a desperate counterattack, and the fighting went on for several weeks. Nationalist forces were supported by Nazi aircraft, the notorious Condor Legion. The intervention of the Condor Legion in this internal conflict enabled thorough testing of the new Third Reich air arm with only slight political repercussions, thereby becoming a trial run without lasting consequences that honed the Luftwaffe into a fast-moving, hard-hitting, advanced instrument of war. Franco had made the nationalists' first overtures to Germany on July 22, 1936 as he confronted his Republican opponents for control of Spain. Initial aid consisted of half a dozen Heinkel He-51 biplane fighters, accompanied by 86 Luftwaffe personnel and various items of materiel. 20 Junkers Ju-52 transport aircraft soon joined these, providing Franco's forces with mobility superior to that enjoyed by the Republican armies. The Republicans still possessed numerical superiority, but their chaotic command, general indiscipline, and lack of trained aviators such as those provided to Franco by the Condor Legion would soon help tip the balance in Franco's favor. In the end, the Battle of Madrid incurred thousands of casualties, among them Buenaventura Durruty. There are conflicting accounts as to how he was killed, possibly even by accident, but whatever the case, Durruty was given a huge funeral in Barcelona that was attended by the most significant Catalan politicians, including Luis Companys. Durruty became an early icon of the Spanish Civil War, his death providing a clarion call for Republicans, and in particular anarchists. By December 1936 the battle for Madrid had ground to a stalemate, with a battle line drawn on the edge of the city that would endure right until the end of the conflict in 1939. The Republican government moved from Madrid to Valencia as a result of the attack, which turned into a siege. For Republicans, saving Madrid was a huge propaganda victory against the much better equipped and organized nationalist forces. It helped mobilize international opinion in its favor, and many more volunteers came to Spain as a result of this resistance. The battle was probably the most significant military achievement of the entire war for the Republicans. The nationalists, on the other hand, were frustrated by their inability to take Madrid. After the advance had ended, General Franco decided to take another approach to the civil war. Instead of aiming for a quick victory by storming Madrid, the nationalist forces would slowly grind the Republic down, taking the country city by city, town by town, village by village. In this way Franco was now set on an attritional strategy that would cause far more destruction. After Madrid, Franco also focused more thoroughly on the hearts and minds of the Spanish people. If he could not persuade them of the nationalist cause, he would force his view of the country on them through the barrel of a gun. By the end of 1936, Largo Caballero had been installed as prime minister and included communists in his cabinet. He managed to bring greater order to the military effort, but the creeping communist influence also alarmed potential allies, such as Britain and France, even as people flooded into Spain from afar to fight. In fact, one of the defining features of the Spanish Civil War was the large numbers of international volunteers who joined the fighting, predominantly on the Republican side, shortly after war erupted in summer 1936. The volunteers came mainly, although not exclusively, from other European countries and North America. Many were socialists and communists, but there were also liberals, social democrats, and those who had been persecuted by right-wingers at home, including a German contingent. Many volunteers came to Spain because they were concerned about the spread of fascism and believed they either had to resist fascism then or face it later in a wider conflagration. This latter point was obviously proven right with the outbreak of the Second World War. As the Spanish conflict progressed, and as it became clear that the democratic nations such as France and Britain would not intervene, the assistance for the Republic took a more Soviet hue. In 1936, however, the international brigades were diverse and highly varied in their sympathies and objectives. One thing bound them together: their objection to fascism. Most of the international brigades were ordinary workers, and many were trade unionists, so they fought with little recognition or reward. There were nevertheless several fighters who gained prominence after the war, including Willy Brandt, future Chancellor of the German Federal Republic, and future East German Stasi leaders Erich Mielke and Wilhelm Zeisser. A number of famous artists also drew attention to the situation in Spain and were nominally part of the international brigades. The extent of their fighting ability and engagement was mixed, but nevertheless theirs was one of the most enduring legacies of the war. British novelist and self-styled democratic socialist George Orwell volunteered and arrived in Barcelona at the end of 1936. Although more moderate in his political views, Orwell joined a POUM militia and fought in Aragon for several months before being wounded. Having seen the initial optimism and the later internecine fighting in Barcelona, Orwell was smuggled out of Spain and encapsulated his experiences in the classic book Homage to Catalonia, published while the war was still ongoing in 1938. Other notable international brigade members included British poet Stephen Spender, historian Tom Wintringham, and French philosopher Simone Weil. A number of other writers were in Spain during the Civil War but did not necessarily fight, including Ernest Hemingway, Arthur Koestler, and John Dos Passos. Many of these writers reported on the conflict and acted as journalists. The Spanish Civil War proved to be one of the causes of its generation, but these volunteers could not make up for the lack of support offered by the major Western powers, which might have made a decisive difference. A lot of this can be explained by the major war that preceded it. The post-1918 atmosphere of cooperation and peaceful coexistence had evaporated by the mid-1930s. After all, the First World War was meant to be the conflict to end all wars. Such was the loss of life and devastation in that conflict that most of the European powers had scaled back armaments and military preparedness. The 1919 Treaty of Versailles may have been flawed, but it at least set out a post-war settlement and an international forum, the League of Nations. By the mid-1920s, Germany had joined the League, and democracy appeared to be taking root in Europe, including in new countries such as Czechoslovakia. Unfortunately, the 1929 Wall Street crash changed everything. The resulting economic depression decimated mainstream parties and even democracy itself. Most notably, the Nazis took power in Germany in 1933, while extremist parties of the right and left grew in popularity in many other places, including Spain. The Soviet Union was already the lodestar of authoritarian communism, but the remaining democracies were desperate not to engage in another disruptive conflict. British and French leaders were responding to the wishes of their electorates by pursuing policies of appeasement during the 1930s. Therefore it should have come as no surprise that both tried to stay neutral over Spain after the July 1936 rebellion. Britain attempted to draft a neutrality or non-intervention pact that would prevent the involvement of other European countries. Although all nominally agreed, Hitler's Germany and Mussolini's Italy disregarded the accord and had already started supplying the nationalist forces with military equipment by late 1936. France, for its part, was far keener than Britain on assisting Republican Spain. French Prime Minister Léon Blum was himself head of a left-wing Popular Front coalition and saw fraternal links with his Spanish brothers in arms. The French public, however, proved far less enthusiastic about involvement in Spain, and this led to Blum's concept of non-intervention. In September 1936, a non-intervention committee was held in London, including Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and the USSR. Of course, it was regularly and flagrantly breached, making a mockery of its stated objective. With the British and French eager to avoid involvement in Spain, support for the Republic came from two main sources: international volunteers and the Soviet Union. The Soviets sent military advisors, as well as some troops and arms to Spain, much of which had to be paid for by the Republican government cashing in its gold reserves. The downside to this dependence on the USSR for military assistance was the increasing authoritarianism of the Republican Army, and diktats from Moscow, then ruled by the tyrannical Joseph Stalin. The nationalists, on the other hand, received help almost from the start of the war from Italy and Germany. German Junker planes helped transport the Army of Africa across the Strait of Gibraltar in 1936, and its Condor Legion bombed Republican zones, most notoriously at Guernica in the Basque Country. A picture of Soviet personnel and vehicles in Spain. Mussolini's Italy provided a deeper network of assistance. It had supported fascist and conservative political parties before the war and then sent around 60,000 troops and arms when the conflict started. Italian troops were significant in a number of battles, most notably the takeover of Malaga in Andalusia. Although support for the Republican side was significant, the assistance given to the nationalists was clearly more effective, consistent, and on a greater scale. The result was that the scales were heavily skewed in favor of Franco's forces. Republicans would keep hope alive until the end of the conflict that the democratic powers would intervene and prevent total defeat. It was to prove forlorn. War of attrition. As 1936 came to an end, the nationalists had not triumphed as many expected, mainly due to the defense of Madrid. The Republicans, however, had only just about brought order to their own zone and had yet to win a significant battle. Volunteers were by now flocking to join the international brigades, and more substantial Soviet military aid was arriving, but unity was only maintained periodically in the Republic. Conversely, it was being enforced in a draconian manner in the nationalist areas. The next significant nationalist gain came in January 1937. As Franco again attempted to take Madrid, which by now had become a siege, nationalist troops attacked Malaga. The Spanish Nationalist Army contingent was backed by almost as many Italian troops. The Republicans, on the other hand, were poorly equipped, with many of its own troops unarmed. The battle was relatively brief, and the nationalists, led by General Capodilano, declared victory in early February. Mussolini also claimed a propaganda victory due to his troops' involvement. Many civilians and Republicans fled the city, but the usual persecution was meted out to the Malaga population, with an estimated 4,000 people being executed shortly after the city's fall. Malaga was the largest city on the southern coast of the country and gave the nationalists an additional foothold in Andalusia. A separate battle took place at the river Jarama, close to the capital, in an attempt to cut off a major road to the city. The nationalists were met by an international brigade, this time mainly consisting of American volunteers. Mola's forces were effectively blocked during a long and bloody battle, and again a stalemate seemed to have been the result. In March, an Italian unit launched an attack at Guadalajara in another attempt to encircle Madrid, and this time they were actually beaten back by Republican forces. Guadalajara was a rare Republican success and provided a huge morale boost. It also downgraded the effectiveness of the Italians in the eyes of Franco. By early 1937, Franco's forces had now joined up much of its territory. Spain was almost split in half, with the western section in the hands of the nationalists and the east governed by the Republic. Across the northern Atlantic coast, however, there was still a significant pocket of territory still under Republican control. This was mostly part of the Basque country and included the major cities of Bilbao and Santander. The cultural home of the Basques, as well as its administrative capital, was Guernica. After centuries attempting to gain recognition for their language and traditions, the Basques achieved some degree of autonomy under the Second Republic, but it was short-lived. A map of the nationalist and Republican territories. Ironically, but perhaps fittingly, the most notorious attack of the Spanish Civil War was carried out by the Nazis. Hermann Goering favored greater support to the Spanish nationalists, so Hitler obliged, reinforcing the Condor Legion under Hugo Sperl. Due to the He-51's inferiority to the Soviet I-16 fielded by the Republicans, the Nazis quickly phased it out in favor of the Messerschmitt Bf 109, a famous fighter airplane which saw its first combat in 1937. One historian noted the importance of the replacements, writing, "The Bf 109 was introduced into service in 1937 and soon started to equip J-88 in Spain." Powered by a Junkers JMO 210 engine, the Bf 109B represented the cutting edge of aircraft technology. Armed with two MG-17 7.9mm machine guns, its introduction proved to be an immediate success, and the Bf 109B quickly proved to be a better fighter than the I-16. The 109 pilots chose to base their tactics on a two-aircraft formation, called a ROT, to give more flexibility. Messerschmitt Bf 109. Capable of flying at 250 miles per hour and with a service ceiling of 30,000 feet, the Messerschmitt Bf 109 would sweep the Spanish skies of opposition and gave the Condor Legion air superiority. At the same time, the Germans honed their tactics for future conflicts. Werner Molders, the Third Reich's first air ace with 14 victories, introduced the four-aircraft Schwarm as the basic Luftwaffe tactical unit. By this time, 20,000 Germans fought on Franco's side, including 200 fighter pilots known as Jagdflieger. They formed the hardcore of the Luftwaffe during its later Polish adventure. Molders. The conflict also revealed the potential of the Junkers Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber. Unfortunately, but predictably, the Germans did not limit themselves to pummeling their communist-backed military adversaries into submission. On April 26, 1937, a German bombing raid targeted Guernica in an attempt to break the will of the population and allow the nationalists to capture the remaining Republican areas in the region. The order was given by the Nationalist High Command but was carried out by the Condor Legion. Starting in the late afternoon, the German planes destroyed the Basques' ancient city, solely by targeting civilians since the town had no specific military importance. Hundreds were killed and many more fled. As one writer aptly put it, the Germans introduced another innovation, the fascist terror raid. on April 26 attacked the Basque town of Guernica with He-111 and Ju-52 bombers, which dropped incendiary and high-explosive bombs, while He-51 fighters strafed the fleeing and unarmed civilian inhabitants, clearly in violation of international law. Some 1,654 civilians were killed and 889 were wounded. Guernica, Fletcher wrote later, has since become a synonym for fascist brutality in Spain. Thanks to attacks like Guernica, Luftwaffe personnel honed the Stukas dive bombing methods and provided useful feedback on necessary technical improvements for later marks of the aircraft, while simultaneously having a bit of fun with their unusual unit insignia. One historian explained that the activity of a few Ju-87s in Spain permitted the fine-tuning of pinpoint bombing techniques in an environment less dangerous than would have been found in a conflict such as the Polish campaign, and thereby steal a bit of a march on history. The squadron mascot was a charming little piglet who waltzed about with a model of a bomb around its neck. A picture of the ruins of Guernica. General Mola's troops took Guernica 3 days after the raid and soon after commenced the final offensive to take the rest of the Basque country. The nationalists may have been hoping to keep news of the civilian bombing at Guernica quiet, but thanks to the reports of journalist George Steer, events were quickly conveyed around the world. Most were appalled by the Guernica massacre and concluded that the nationalists were more egregious in their methods than the Republicans. Most famously, Guernica became the inspiration for a renowned painting of the same name by Spanish painter Pablo Picasso. Named after the town that was bombed, Guernica was painted relatively quickly, even by Picasso's accelerated standards, and he completed it in just under 3 weeks. Enormous in size, Guernica stands as a giant mural, measuring 11.5 feet tall and 25.6 feet wide. The painting contains a wealth of metaphors. For example, the bull and horse represent Spanish culture, the light bulb can be seen as a metaphor for the sun, and the clenched fist represents the communist symbol for group solidarity. Formally, Guernica represented a significant departure from the cheerful works Picasso completed during the early part of the decade. The palette is replete with white, black, and gray tones, and the absence of color is a metaphor for the horror of war. Additionally, the newspaper references the means through which Picasso learned of the atrocity. The painting's large size is also crucially important. Historically, large-scale paintings and murals were reserved for works of religious significance, and by painting the destruction of war on such a large scale, Picasso elevates the atrocity of war to the importance of religious painting. The exhibition history surrounding Guernica is also of great significance. The painting was first shown at the Paris International Exposition during the 1937 World's Fair in Paris. Subsequently, Picasso refused to allow it to be shown in Spain until after the reign of nationalist leader Francisco Franco had ended. Following the Paris exhibit, the painting went on a world tour and was then shown in the United States, mainly at New York City's Metropolitan Museum of Art, for over a decade. Only after Franco's death was the painting approved for exhibition in Spain, and in 1981 it was shown for the first time in Spain at the Prado Museum in Madrid. Aside from Picasso and George Orwell, the Spanish Civil War became a fertile ground for writers, particularly in 1937 when the war was at its height and the outcome was not yet a foregone conclusion. The vast majority of these artists and writers backed the Republican cause, to the extent that there is virtually no equivalent for the nationalist side. Ernest Hemingway came to Spain in March 1937, ostensibly as a reporter, but he also made a propaganda film with Joris Ivens called The Spanish Earth. The story The Fifth Column was based upon his experiences during the Siege of Madrid, and For Whom the Bell Tolls, set at the front, became one of the Americans' best-known works. Martha Gellhorn, who subsequently became Hemingway's wife, would also come to prominence with her reporting on the Civil War, and she eventually became one of the 20th century's most revered war reporters. Hungarian photographer Robert Capa's footage of the fighting in the Spanish Civil War became another celebrated aspect of the conflict. Capa took extraordinary risks to take his photos, including the iconic falling soldier shot, taken on assignment with the POUM militia. Later war photographers certainly owed a debt to Kappa's work. Hemingway, Dutch filmmaker Joris Ivens, and German writer Ludwig Renn in Spain in 1937. Hemingway and Gellhorn. Kappa during the Civil War. If many artists proved to be a propaganda boon for the Republicans, the 1937 May Days in Catalonia, as documented by George Orwell, turned into a disaster. Orwell himself was caught up in the chaos and forced to flee Spain to avoid capture. One of the key military flaws on the Republican side was the disparate groups and militias, and lack of unitary command and control. The May Days was a clumsy attempt to impose an overarching centralized command but resulted in purges, internecine fighting, and many deaths. As the Civil War progressed, socialist and communist influence increased in the Republican government and military, naturally exacerbated by the intervention of the Soviet Union, and the basic split in the Republican ranks was between those who merely wanted to win this conflict and those wanted to pursue revolution at the same time, such as the anarchists and the POUM. A ludicrous diktat had been issued at a PCE conference in Valencia that the POUM was essentially a Trotskyist conspiracy and needed to be liquidated. This reflected the power struggle that had taken place within the Soviet Union itself and led to the 1930s purges. As a result of the tensions, fighting between the various factions, nominally led by Juan Negrin, broke out in Barcelona on May 3, 1937 and lasted for 6 days. The May Days resulted in greater socialist control over the Republican government and army, and the fighting essentially ended any role for the POUM or anarchists. It is estimated that almost 1,000 Republicans were killed in the May Days and around 1,500 were injured. It came to demonstrate one of the key flaws in the Republican war effort, especially when compared with the ruthlessly centralized and unified nationalist army. Negrin. 1937 witnessed many of the key battles of the Civil War, and the pattern established during this year governed the final outcome of the conflict. By this point, the Republican Army was more centrally organized and decided to launch a number of offensives. The balance of power was still relatively finely balanced. Franco's forces controlled approximately half of the country, but even though the nationalists occupied a number of cities such as Seville, Malaga, Cádiz, and Córdoba, they had failed to take the major population centers of Barcelona, Valencia, Bilbao, and Madrid. If the Republicans could successfully advance in the coming series of campaigns, the war very well could have been won. The first of these Republican offensives took place in Segovia, a town to the northwest of Madrid, in May 1937. The Republican military command were concerned that the nationalists were about to take the Basque country, having started to move on Bilbao. Essentially, Segovia was supposed to be a diversionary tactic, but it made the Republican situation more difficult. Initially, the Republicans, supported by an international brigade, broke through the nationalist lines but were subsequently forced back, essentially to their starting position. The nationalists had indeed been forced to divert troops from other fronts to the Battle of Segovia, but the Republicans had failed in their objectives and lost 3,000 men in the process. The nationalist offensive towards Bilbao was delayed by only 2 weeks as a result of Segovia. The Republicans' next endeavor was to attack the nationalist positions around the northeastern hillside town of Huesca in mid-June 1937. A mixed force of POUM, anarchist, and international brigade troops stormed the city but were mowed down by heavy machine gun fire. After several days forlornly attempting to take Huesca, the offensive was called off, but only after the Republicans had lost up to 9,000 men. At the same time as the Battle of Huesca, the nationalists took the key city of Bilbao on June 19, 1937. Despite the Republican propaganda that Bilbao was protected by an iron ring, the city was easily taken by General Mola's forces. As the city fell, many desperately attempted to flee the country on transports leaving the region's ports. After the defeat at Bilbao, the city and area around Santander, on the coast, was the final Republican stronghold in the northwest of Spain. As nationalists planned to capture this last redoubt, the Republicans again attempted to divert troops elsewhere in the country. Mola died in a plane crash before he could oversee completion of his victory in the north, and his death, along with José Sanjurjo's death in a plane crash the previous year, left Franco as the undisputed leader of the nationalists, both militarily and politically. In July 1937 the Republicans launched another offensive that turned out to be one of the largest battles of the Civil War. This one focused on Brunt, located around 30 kilometers to the west of Madrid. On July 6, the Republicans attacked with a huge force of possibly 80,000 troops, and they had initial success by breaking through the nationalist positions. They were desperate to register a victory and demonstrate that their forces were capable of defending the Republic, and they were hopeful that a victory would motivate the French to intervene in the conflict, thereby altering the balance of power. However, in the arid terrain around Brunt, and in fierce temperatures, the Republican troops eventually faltered, and the nationalist positions were reinforced. By July 18, the tide began to turn as the nationalists fought back, and a week later Franco's troops had retaken most of the territory lost in the earlier Republican advance. The huge Republican effort had only yielded a very small dividend, coming at the cost of some 20,000 dead or wounded. Having hoped to alter the dynamic of the war, the Republicans had demonstrated yet again that they lacked the ability to defeat the nationalist army, and at the same time lost thousands of men. In August 1937, the Republicans moved on Zaragoza, a city to the southwest of Huesca. Again, the offensive was unsuccessful, and it would prove to be the prelude to the larger Battle of Belchite, about 50 kilometers to the south of Zaragoza. The offensive at Belchite was another Republican attempt to penetrate the nationalist lines and take the regional capital of Zaragoza. The offensive lasted from the end of August until the first week of September, and despite some Republican success, the effort was once again repelled by the nationalist troops. When the dust settled at Belchite, the Republicans had made a paltry gain of around 10 kilometers worth of territory, losing around 3,000 dead and 6,000 wounded. The nationalists also suffered losses, but not, as in most of the battles in the Civil War, to the same extent. Belchite and Brunt were the key battles in the middle of the Civil War, and both had similar outcomes for similar reasons. The Republicans were too disjointed to coordinate and maximize their chances of success. Moreover, the condition of their equipment, especially the Air Force, was inferior. With the Republican offensives comprehensively halted, the nationalists moved to complete their takeover of the North Atlantic coast. The pocket of Republican resistance in the northeast of the country had looked vulnerable ever since early nationalist gains at the start of the war, and during 1937 it looked ever more isolated, particularly after the terror bombing of Guernica and the takeover of Bilbao. The Republican forces, made up predominantly of Basque soldiers, were now hopelessly outnumbered. The offensives at Segovia, Huesca, Brunt, Zaragoza, and Belchite had stalled the final victory on the Atlantic coast, but only marginally. Santander fell on September 26, and the last desperate refugees attempted to leave the country by sea. In October, Asturias, where the miners had stood up to the right-wing government and had been massacred by Franco 3 years earlier, was finally overrun by nationalist forces. The consequences were severe for those who had held out in Asturias. Around 1,000 Republicans were believed to have been executed in the aftermath. A picture of child refugees giving the Republican salute while preparing to evacuate. With that, Franco had consolidated control of Spain's northwest and the Atlantic coast. He could now turn his attention to the eastern portion of the country. There were fears that the nationalists would soon move on Valencia, and although this didn't happen for another year, the Republican government abandoned the city at the end of October and moved to Barcelona. The end of the war. 1937 was marked by a number of generally unsuccessful Republican offensives and the slow progress of the nationalists in the northeast, and the pattern mostly continued in 1938. In mid-December 1937, the Republicans launched yet another offensive, this time at Teruel, a city located in the center of the country and towards the Mediterranean coast, approximately 140 kilometers northwest of Valencia and 300 kilometers east of Madrid. Republican strategists saw Teruel as a relatively isolated section of nationalist territory and therefore vulnerable to attack. The town's elevation, on mountains around 10,000 feet above sea level, further separated it from other nationalist supply lines. The Battle of Teruel would drag on for 2 months, often in terrible conditions. The Republicans put more than 100,000 troops into the effort to take Teruel, and by the time they attacked on December 15, snow was falling and the temperatures were freezing. By Christmas Day, the Republican forces had established positions in the town, with only a small nationalist contingent hanging on. Franco, however, was committed to saving Teruel and sent reinforcements that arrived before the end of the year. The new troops fought a fierce rearguard action in temperatures as low as -18 degrees Celsius, but by early January 1938, the town had fallen to the Republicans. The victory proved fleeting, because just 2 weeks later the Nationalists launched a renewed attack on Teruel and effectively besieged the Republicans. Slowly making gains, which included a cavalry charge, the Nationalists retook Teruel on February 22, 1938. It had been a bloody battle, and it is estimated that 50,000 Nationalists and up to 80,000 Republican troops died during the fighting at Teruel. The defeat was a huge blow to the morale of the Republic, and Teruel had shattered and depleted Republican forces in terms of manpower and equipment. It was a defeat which it could not come back from. The result of the battle left the Republic severely weakened and the Nationalists emboldened as the Civil War entered its final year. The Republicans again attacked Belchite, the site of a major battle the previous year, and were this time easily beaten back. Franco's forces now launched offensives in Aragon and in Levant during March and April, and his men advanced from Belchite, Zaragoza, and Huesca, all sites of Republican attacks the previous year. The Nationalists were pressing home their advantages, in terms of men, armaments, and with continued assistance from the Germans and Italians. The Nationalists advanced quickly towards the Pyrenees in the north and then pushed towards the sea. In April they captured Lleida and Gandesa, both in Catalonia, before subsequently reaching the Mediterranean. Franco's forces moved south from Teruel towards Valencia but were met by more determined Republican resistance. The Republic was now cut in two, with Barcelona and Valencia separated. The prospects of victory looked slim for the Republic, and it appeared that the Republicans faced imminent defeat. As a result, France reopened its border, where a cache of arms was waiting to be transferred to the Republicans. This helped to reinforce the territory it still held, at least for the time being. A map of the lines in 1938. The Republican government had options available to it in the summer of 1938 as it sought to stave off complete defeat. Its leaders still held out hope that the democratic forces, Britain and France, would intervene on its behalf. Nazi Germany was posing a growing threat to European security, and many politicians in Britain and France were coming around to the reality that they would have to confront Hitler. In this respect, Spain may have been saved if Britain and France had taken a stand against the fascist powers in 1938. The second option was a negotiated settlement, and the Republican government did start to pursue this option in 1938. Franco, however, was steadfast in his refusal to negotiate. He was determined to eradicate left-wing influence in Spain. In the absence of those alternatives, the Republicans could only continue to fight, and in mid-1938 the Republicans launched one final offensive that led to the last major battle of the Spanish Civil War. The river Ebro runs from the Pyrenees in the north of Spain past Zaragoza in Aragon and all the way into the Mediterranean Sea, south of Barcelona. If the Republicans could cross the river Ebro, they could potentially cut through the nationalist lines that currently divided Barcelona with Valencia, but it was certainly an ambitious plan. Meanwhile, Franco was planning an assault on Valencia, instead of the apparently more straightforward attack on Barcelona. Hitler's annexation of Austria in 1938 had further alarmed Britain and France, who by now were becoming increasingly concerned about a fascist front in southern Europe. Franco's fear, which translated into a hope as far as the Republican government was concerned, was that if he captured Catalonia, the French may have felt compelled to launch an intervention across the border. The move towards Valencia was the last great Republican effort of the war across the river Ebro. General Vicente Rojo, one of the most respected Republican military figures of the war, led this attack, which consisted of around 80,000 men and virtually all the remaining planes and heavy armaments the Republicans had. It was a desperate final throw of the dice. Republican anti-aircraft artillery positioned during the battle. The Battle of the Ebro was the longest and largest engagement of the Spanish Civil War, lasting from July-November. Under the cover of darkness during the evening of July 24, Republican commandos crossed the Ebro and cut some of the nationalist communication lines. The initial units of the Republican Army then progressed some 25 kilometers towards Gainsa. The morale of the Republicans was suddenly lifted, while the nationalist troops grew anxious, having previously thought the end of the conflict was close at hand. As with so many of the key battles of the Civil War, however, early Republican gains were halted by the nationalists, who then ground their opponents down, and finally retook the lost land. Between August and October, the area around the Ebro River was the site of desperate and bloody clashes. The Republicans were aware that the very existence of their state hung on the outcome of the battle. Ultimately, however, the Republicans were slowly weakened by the heavy bombardment of the nationalists, including their overwhelming superiority in the skies. By November 16, the nationalists had pushed back the Republicans past their initial positions and the Battle of the Ebro was over. Both sides, in particular the Republicans, had suffered huge losses, estimated between 50,000 and 110,000 casualties. It was now clear that the Republicans had no chance of military victory in the war, and many leaders began looking for a way out, or at least an end to the fighting. Making matters worse, most of the Republican leadership was now in Barcelona, in the pocket of Catalonia that looked ever more isolated. The Republic still had a large swath of territory between Madrid and Valencia in the center and southeast of the country, but it was now a matter of when, not if, Franco achieved his final victory. While the Battle of the Ebro was still raging, at the end of September 1938, the European powers met at the Munich Conference, which turned out to be one of the most infamous moments of the 20th century. In addition to paving the way for World War II by abandoning Czechoslovakia to the Nazis and solidifying the concept of appeasement as geopolitical folly for decades to come, Munich also had implications for the Spanish Civil War. The Munich Agreement was eventually signed by Hitler, Mussolini, British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, and French leader Édouard Daladier. Ostensibly called to prevent Hitler invading the Sudetenland region of Czechoslovakia, which contained many ethnic Germans, the democratic powers caved in to Hitler's demands at Munich, in return for a promise of a wider peace and a promise that Germany would not seize further territory. This, of course, proved horribly misguided. Once Munich was behind him and he had what he wanted, Hitler began a wave of anti-British propaganda, including personal insults towards Chamberlain. The Führer went so far as to assert that an agreement with a democratic government must be regarded as transitory. As soon as Churchill or Eden supplanted Chamberlain, the German leader expected war, and he made his plans with that scenario in mind. In fact, he also schemed to advance west even in the absence of British provocation once he concluded his business in the east. In the days after Munich, the Wehrmacht swarmed across the border into the Sudetenland, while the Czech army grudgingly fell back from their mountain positions and fortifications. 34 divisions of troops retreated from a formidable defensive line without firing a shot, and 175,000 ordinary people fled as well, hoping to steer clear of German control. The Czechs harbored few illusions about Hitler's character or the nature of Nazi Germany's culture and society. 50,000 more soon followed the initial panicked exodus. Germany's territorial gains in Czechoslovakia represented far more than a mere slice of real estate. The regions that contained large numbers of ethnic Germans were home to Czechoslovakia's border mountain ranges and its formidable fortifications. Thus, the Munich Agreement stripped away the country's hard outer shell and exposed its defenseless inner territories. The entire process had the effect of opening a bank vault's doors to a robber and then expecting the robber not to touch the money inside it. Not surprisingly, the Nazis went further than the Munich Agreement permitted, though they stopped short of taking over Czechoslovakia totally. The Gestapo, swarming into the country like dark locusts, arrested over 10,000 people known or suspected to have anti-Nazi opinions and moved them to the concentration camps. A decree from Hitler fired 50,000 Czechs in the Sudetenland from their jobs and gave them to Germans instead, while the Nazis simultaneously banned the Czech language in those regions they controlled. Exceeding the terms of the Munich Agreement from the start, the Third Reich carved off 2 long strips of territory, giving one to Poland and another to Hungary. The Kristallnacht violence against Jews on November 9–10, 1938 also extended into the newly taken Sudeten territories, cementing Hitler's policy of hate as an official cultural characteristic of ethnic Germans both inside and outside Germany's boundaries. Through it all, Chamberlain responded to this outrage in typical fashion. "Oh, what tedious people these Germans can be," said Neville Chamberlain when he read the reports of the anti-Jewish riots and the measures which followed. "Just when we were beginning to make a little progress." The agreement reached in Munich also had an impact in Spain. Most importantly, it showed Franco that Britain and France had no stomach for military confrontation and therefore seemed highly unlikely to intervene in Spain at all. In the same vein, Munich also affected the Republican strategy, because without the possibility of French or British assistance, the Republic was effectively at the mercy of Franco and the fascist powers. Munich also demonstrated that the democracies had been ill-advised in their neglect of the Spanish rebellion. By refusing to intervene, and by turning a blind eye to Italy and Germany's interference, Britain and France had perpetuated the appeasement strategy in Spain. This had emboldened Hitler and Mussolini, and now events were much more serious. Despite the peace in our time rhetoric of Chamberlain, it was becoming alarmingly clear to many Europeans that a major confrontation was looming in Europe in the late 1930s, one that would dwarf the Spanish Civil War. Another perverse byproduct of Munich was the non-aggression pact signed by the Soviets and Germans. When Chamberlain visited Hitler in September 1938, Stalin became convinced that England was planning a secret pact with Germany against the Soviet Union, so he decided to try to beat them to the punch. Stalin contacted Hitler and proposed that they form an alliance, going as far as to fire his Commissar of Foreign Affairs, Maxim Litanov, a Jew who was an unacceptable ambassador to Hitler's government. Thus, throughout much of the first half of 1939, the Nazis and the Soviets, despite being complete ideological enemies, engaged in wary, nebulous negotiations. Both powers indicated the need for political and economic cooperation, but they gave each other no concrete details. The two dictatorships clearly experienced profound distrust and were unwilling to even indicate to one another what they were willing to negotiate about. The non-aggression pact laid out the respective spheres of influence each of them claimed within Poland, using rivers as boundaries. In fact, the signatories attached their signatures so quickly that some of the geographic descriptions later proved erroneous, but regardless, just 18 years after pushing the Red Army out of their territory, the Poles were about to find a new horde rolling across their borders, bent on slaughter and conquest. After the Soviets and Germans had signed their pact, the British and French envoys arriving in Moscow to negotiate with Stalin shortly thereafter found themselves peremptorily rebuffed with the news that the Soviet Union was no longer interested in major treaties with them. This news prompted an explosion of alarm and outrage in the government offices of London and Paris. Clearly, something insidious had taken place, and the Allies began to fear an imminent outbreak of war. Apart from the Munich Agreement, Britain and France continued the wretched work of the Non-Intervention Committee. In mid-1938, the committee had begun negotiations with the Spanish Republican authorities in an attempt to provide a framework to withdraw the international brigades, as well as Italian fascist fighters. Republican Prime Minister Juan Negrin, the Republic's last leader, agreed to withdraw the international brigades from Spain. Negrin had been searching for a negotiated end to the conflict and had issued a 13-point plan, but it was rejected by Franco. He announced the withdrawal in Geneva in September 1938 at the final session of the League of Nations. Negrin may have hoped that the withdrawal would either lead to a peace settlement or even stimulate action by the Non-Intervention Committee, but it accomplished nothing of the sort. International brigades were pulled out of the Battle of the Ebro and disbanded in October, and most of the volunteers left Spain by November 15, 1938, when an emotional farewell parade was held for them in Barcelona. Thousands of Spaniards came onto the streets to express their appreciation for the sacrifice these anti-fascists had given to the Republic. When the parade was over, however, most knew that they were now on their own and isolated. Just before Christmas 1938, Franco finally launched his offensive in Catalonia. Barcelona had been a key city throughout the years of the Republic and the Civil War. Having reveled in a degree of autonomy in 1931, Barcelona was the site of the Catalan provincial government. It was here that Louis companies had declared independence, albeit within Spain, in 1934, and it had been one of the focal points of resistance against the rebellion in 1936. Barcelona had been an anarchist stronghold from the beginning of the war, and it had been the scene of inter-republican fighting as the socialists attempted to bring all the factions under its control. Since the end of 1937, Barcelona had been the seat of the Republican government itself. Now it faced almost certain defeat at the hands of Franco's nationalists, many of whom held a special contempt for Catalonia. For Francoists, the region embodied everything that they despised about the Republican era, namely separatism, anarchism, and social revolution. The reckoning was sure to be harsh when the dust settled in Catalonia. As it turned out, Franco's Catalonia offensive was quicker and less bloody than many others in the Spanish Civil War. The Republicans were already a spent force, and the Nationalists had over 300,000 men to confront an enemy that, despite having a sizable number of troops, lacked weapons and hardware. The Nationalists moved quickly through Catalonia and had taken Barcelona by January 26, 1939. Many in the city, including the military and political leadership, fled the city and headed towards the border with France. The roads were packed with about 500,000 refugees as the Nationalists moved ever closer to the border, and many of the key political figures, Manuel Azana, Juan Negrin, Louis Companys, and head of the military, Vicente Rojo, crossed over into France at the start of February. Franco's forces reached the border on February 9, 1939. 3 weeks later, in a bitter pill for the Republicans, Britain and France recognized the Nationalists as the legitimate government of Spain despite almost a third of its territory still being out of its control. Not surprisingly, Franco rebuffed Negrin's desperate attempts to broker an armistice or negotiated end to the conflict and instead sought an unconditional surrender. Things went from bad to worse for the remaining Republican resistance at the start of March. In Madrid, Republican Colonel Segismundo Casado launched a coup against the civilian government, ousting Negrin and immediately attempting to forge an agreement with Franco. The nationalist leader again refused. 3 weeks later, the nationalists launched their final offensive. By this time the Spanish people were exhausted, tired of war, and longed for peace. The final battles lasted just 5 days as the nationalists cut through Republican territory with ease. Refugees attempted to flee from the eastern ports of Valencia, Alicante, and Cartagena. Many had not escaped by the time the whole of Spain had been taken by the nationalists on March 31. The following day, on April 1, Franco claimed victory. The Spanish Civil War was over. Franco and other nationalist leaders during the Civil War. The Soviets were the last major power to recognize Franco's Spain, and they put diplomatic pressure on the country during the Franco dictatorship's early years. Most European countries, however, were now preoccupied with Nazi Germany. Somewhat amazingly, Chamberlain survived the fall of Czechoslovakia and continued on as prime minister for more than a year. He met Nazi aggression towards Poland in his accustomed style, offering to give the Germans Danzig and a loan of £100 million in exchange for a promise not to enter Polish territory. Making matters worse, the Polish government looked to British and French support, and in the end, This served to undermine their efforts to protect themselves rather than providing additional military clout. The Poles were about to learn the same lessons the Republicans in Spain had. The Führer contemptuously refused Chamberlain's offer and invaded Poland at the beginning of September 1939, introducing the world to the modern blitzkrieg. Chamberlain finally declared war after this egregious action, but now that he recognized he hadn't prevented war, he was horrified by the magnitude of that failure. He admitted, "Everything that I have worked for, everything that I have believed in during my public life, has crashed into ruins." Though he continued to rule for a time, Chamberlain's days were numbered. The German invasions of Poland and the Low Countries, opposed only feebly by Chamberlain's government, finally tipped the scales against him. Soon to be replaced by the feisty and vigorous Winston Churchill, Chamberlain's last stand came on May 7, 1940. On that day, the British government finally expressed their disgust with his failures. In a dramatic move, Leo Amery, a conservative politician, rose during a debate over the fiasco in Norway. Directing his words towards Chamberlain, Amery quoted Oliver Cromwell as he said to the British leader, "You have sat here too long for any good you are doing. Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. In the name of God, go." Meanwhile, as World War II entered its early stages, Franco wreaked a terrible vengeance on those who had fought for, assisted, served, or collaborated with the Republic. An estimated 500,000 Republicans were imprisoned after the war, and it is believed that perhaps 50,000 were executed. Concentration camps were established throughout Spain and were packed full of Republican prisoners. Franco wanted to stamp out any possibility of resistance to his rule, but even still, there were armed groups that waged a low-level conflict against the nationalist government well into the 1940s. Meanwhile, most of the Republican leadership went into exile in France, and then Mexico. Manuel Azanza died only months after the end of the Civil War in France. Juan Negrin technically remained Republican leader until 1945, as head of the Spanish Republican government in exile, based in Paris and then Mexico City. Luis Companys, president of the Catalan Parliament, also went into exile, but he was still in France in 1940 when the Nazis occupied that country. The Nazis captured Companys and extradited him back to Spain, where Franco's retribution was predictably severe. Companys was kept in solitary confinement for 5 weeks, tortured, and subsequently put on trial for just 1 hour before being given a death sentence. Ironically, Companys' death sentence was for the crime of military rebellion, which he apparently committed by opposing the nationalists' July 1936 military coup. He was executed by firing squad on October 15, 1940. Shouting for Catalonia, before his death, Luis Companys is still revered as a hero for Catalan nationalists to this day. Franco ruled Spain in a strict and severe fashion until his death in November 1975, and Spain never had to face the full international reckoning of its civil war because of World War II and the Cold War, even as Franco made himself useful in both of these larger struggles. After the end of the Spanish Civil War, Franco quickly aligned himself with the fascist powers, Germany and Italy, but he was never an authentic fascist. The Spanish Fascist Party, the Falange, was relatively small, and Franco co-opted it to become the only legal party after the Civil War. This suited him while he was aligned with Hitler and Mussolini, but Franco was truly an autocrat and a self-styled caudillo in the Spanish tradition. He was conservative, pro-Catholic, nationalist, and anti-communist. In this way, Franco was able to move with the prevailing politics of each era without relaxing his grip on Spanish society. Spain remained officially neutral throughout World War II, but as part of the quid pro quo for German assistance during the Civil War, Franco provided the Nazis with raw materials, most notably iron and copper. Hitler met with Franco in October 1940, while the Nazis were at the peak of their power, at the French town of Hendaye. Hitler attempted to persuade Franco to join the fighting, but the Spanish dictator stubbornly resisted. Instead, Franco cooperated with the Nazis diplomatically and logistically, without engaging more deeply in the war. It is believed that the two strongmen took an intense dislike to one another. Franco with SS officials Karl Wolff and Heinrich Himmler. While Franco managed to keep an exhausted Spain out of the Second World War, he sought to consolidate his domestic control over the country. The dictator never forgot the divisions of the Civil War or the period that led up to the rebellion, but as the country's authoritarian leader, Franco never attempted to heal the wounds of the Civil War. Apart from a vague attempt to return Spain to the God-fearing, deferential, and conservative country that existed in his imagination, Franco had little to offer the people of Spain. He rewrote the history of 1930s Spain to present the Republican governments as traitorous and somehow foreign or alien. Dissent was not tolerated in Franco's Spain, censorship became widespread, and a draconian security apparatus was put in place. The media was essentially subservient to the dictatorship. Monuments were built across the country to memorialize the nationalist troops, while the Republican soldiers and civilians who died were forgotten. Soon after the Civil War had ended, in 1940, work began on a huge shrine in honor of the nationalist dead. Near Madrid, the Valle de los Caídos, or the Valley of the Fallen, was not completed until 1959. A giant monument and crypt that housed Franco's remains after his death, the Valle is the site of 40,000 nationalist fighters' remains. It is believed that the monument was built using the slave labor of thousands of Republican prisoners. The Valle de los Caídos. The cruelty of the Franco regime would go much further. Around 300,000 children were permanently abducted from Republican families during the early Franco years and re-educated. Similarly, any semblance of regional identity or autonomy was crushed by Franco after the liberalization of the Republican era. Spanish was the only official language of the country, and the Basque, Galician, and Catalan languages were effectively banned. The suppression of national identity within Spain during the Franco period is one of the reasons that Basque and Catalan nationalism has surged in more recent times.